You see, better days are here.
Ecom BX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me. You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me. You see, better days are here. EcomBX. With us, the future is today. You see, better days are here.
Ecom BX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me. You see, better days are here.
Ecom BX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me. You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me. You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
You see, better days are here.
Mediterranean Business Summit. My name's Joan Hoey. I'm the Director for Europe at The Economist Intelligence Unit in London and the editor of our annual Democracy Index. On behalf of The Economist, we're delighted to be back in New York after a gap of several years as a result of the pandemic. We held the first summit, Mediterranean Summit, in 2019. And then we had a gap of 2 years where the event went online, as many things did during the pandemic, but we're back. And for helping to, I really would like to extend our thanks to our sponsors, EconBX, CIFA, and the Trade Commission of the Ministry of Commerce of the Republic of Cyprus, and all our supporting organizations. Thank you very much indeed, because it's great to be back in New York. The Rangers are through to the Eastern Conference final. The Yankees are the best baseball team in the league. Sorry to the Mets fans here. And the sun is shining in New York. But there are dark clouds hanging over the world, over the geopolitical order, particularly over Europe and Eastern Europe, and major headwinds facing the global economy. I'm delighted to be able to announce our first speaker, Robert Menendez. I can't think of a better person to kick off the summit with a keynote address looking at the situation for the region, the Mediterranean region, in a turbulent global landscape. So welcome, Senator, the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. It's great to have you here, and please welcome to the stage.
Kalispera sas, welcome all to this opening. Let me thank the economists for putting the summit together, especially to Joan Hoey, who has traveled from London to chair the event, so we're thrilled. That's easier than crossing the George Washington Bridge from New Jersey, I can tell you this morning. So let me salute the ministers from Greece and Cyprus who are in attendance. Thank everyone in person as well as those who are watching online. It's an honor to be invited to speak about the important issues facing the Eastern Mediterranean and the vital role we can play in regional military and energy security. Russia's brutal and illegal invasion of Ukraine is the latest reminder of the importance of alliances rooted in the shared values of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law, and why we must work to bolster these partnerships across Europe and beyond. In 1950, Europe was still struggling with the destruction of World War II. Having seen the brutality of that conflict firsthand, leaders and policymakers were determined to promote prosperity and peace through cooperative efforts. With those high aspirations in mind, 6 like-minded nations formed the European Steel and Coal Community, which grew to become what we now call the European Union. This bodes well for the newer, smaller, but powerful 3+1 format with Greece, Cyprus, Israel, and the United States. Just last month, we had our first ministerial level meeting, reaffirming our commitment to regional cooperation. This high-level signal of support will reinvigorate collective efforts to promote greater security and prosperity across the Eastern Mediterranean, and I believe potentially beyond. As many in the audience probably know, I have long been a champion of elevating U.S. bilateral and regional relationships with the Eastern Mediterranean. 2 weeks ago, Prime Minister Mitsotakis delivered a powerful address to a joint meeting of Congress, the first ever by a Greek leader. I'm proud to have led my Senate colleagues in introducing a bipartisan resolution welcoming the Prime Minister that morning. And I was pleased to see Republicans and Democrats alike stand to applaud him. I don't think any U.S. president these days gets as many standing ovations from both sides of the aisle. Although the Prime Minister said he didn't get that many ovations back in Greece either. So you're never a prophet in your own time and land. But the Prime Minister's message, however, resonated across the political spectrum. The U.S.-Greece relationship is rooted in our shared democratic values. Indeed, it was Greek experiments with democracy that inspired America's founding fathers in the creation of our own nation. And in addition to our strong cultural ties, I have fought to ensure that the U.S. and Greece continue to bolster our military and energy cooperation. Greece has been a reliable partner for the United States in every major modern conflict, and we must continue to build on this partnership. That's why I authored the U.S.-Greece Defense and Interparliamentary Partnership Act, which is now our law, which bolsters Greece's efforts to modernize its armed forces, strengthen our bilateral defense relationship, and fosters increased engagement among the 3+1 partners. I'm also proud to be a champion of U.S.-Cypriot relations, and I was deeply honored last year to have been presented with the Grand Cross of the Order of Makarios, and will continue to support Cyprus's independence and its territorial integrity. And will work with the Biden administration to fully implement all components of the Eastern Mediterranean Security Act, particularly as it relates to restrictions on arms to Cyprus. That is an anachronistic reality. Cyprus has proven itself to be a worthy partner, a member of the European Union. It recently closed its ports to all Russian ships before there was any European Union obligation to do so, which is a testament to why we should move forward in lifting the final vestiges of that arms embargo. We lifted some of it through the legislation. I'd like to see all of it lifted so that Cyprus ultimately modernize its defense capabilities and further integrate with the European Union and the United States. I believe we also have to bolster our relationship in many ways as we can, which is why I'm currently working to facilitate more cooperation between the New Jersey National Guard and Cyprus. And finally, looking a bit further south, I have been one of Israel's most stalwart supporters in Congress. Over the years, I've been pleased to shepherd various security assistance packages, including most recently when we supported more funding for Iron Dome. But of course, our relationship is deeper than security. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and so we have a strategic and moral responsibility to stand up with Israel and help facilitate ties across the Mediterranean to the rest of Europe. That mission drove the bipartisan 2019 Eastern Mediterranean Security and Energy Partnership Law. This was a law that I wrote that established the framework for U.S. engagement in the region, and it set the course for a comprehensive regional partnership with Greece, Israel, and Cyprus. And yet, even with so many great successes, there is still much to do. That's why I continue to press the administration to fully implement these laws regarding establishing the U.S. East Med Energy Center and convening the 3+1 interparliamentary group. I believe strongly in this format because the United States must work alongside our like-minded partners and allies in Israel, Cyprus, and Greece. We must confront our shared challenges while also pursuing our opportunities for engagement. We are best positioned to succeed by uniting behind our values and vision for a democratic world, especially in a moment in time when authoritarian regimes are on the rise. Even before Russia's invasion of Ukraine filled the headlines, Putin was intent on choosing escalation over stability. Putin's policy of actively spreading disinformation and fomenting ethnic nationalism is designed to sow discord in democratic nations around the world. Beyond Ukraine, Russia's illegal occupation of Georgian and Moldovan territory persists to today. Russia continues to support the murderous Assad regime in Syria and has conducted naval exercises in the Mediterranean that involve 15 warships and almost 30 aircraft, including long-range nuclear-capable bombers and MiG fighter jets carrying the latest hypersonic cruise missiles. Moscow pursues these aggressive actions in order to secure military access to the Mediterranean as a means to threaten the European southern flank. Over the past 2 months, we have seen Russia trying to erase and rewrite Ukraine's borders by brute force. We have seen Russia brutally assault innocent children in maternity hospitals, innocent civilians, including Greek nationals that Russia bombed and killed in Mariupol during the early days of the invasion. That's why we have to stand up for Ukraine's security. When Russian airstrikes come within miles of a NATO member country, we have to bolster the alliance and welcome new members who can make a security contribution. When the Kremlin fuels chaos across the region, we have to cut it off in terms of financing through our sanctions. Only when Putin truly feels the economic noose tighten around his neck will we be able to rein in this aggressive and dangerous menace to the world order. But the rules-based international order that brought us so much prosperity, peace, and progress in the decades since World War II is also under threat from China. We are clearly in a new era of strategic competition. This competition, however, is not a choice between two nations. It is a choice between two visions of how the citizens of the world want to live. It is a choice between democracy and autocracy, between living under the surveillance state or in a free society, between a world littered with concentration camps or one in which people can freely express themselves, practice their religion, and live in peace, one in which territorial integrity is respected. These are the choices before us today. China, propelled by Xi Jinping's hypernationalism, is a regime that is determined to rewrite the rules of the world in its own image. This is destabilizing, it is dangerous, and the world's democracies need to wake up. One of China's tools in this effort is infrastructure spending, and we see this playing out in the Eastern Mediterranean with their Maritime Silk Road initiative. Lucrative port projects from Greece to Turkey to Alexandria and Haifa give China more leverage over the region. And Greece has shown true leadership, including only allowing trusted vendors in their 5G networks opting out against Huawei. But we need to keep working with our partners in the region to expose the negative consequence of Chinese investment, particularly in sensitive sectors. And perhaps more importantly, we need to give our allies viable alternatives to Chinese extortion investments. And it isn't just investments. Only a few years ago, the People's Liberation Army Navy conducted a live fire drill in the Mediterranean. The flotilla included guided missile destroyers and frigates that were on their way to the Baltic Sea for joint exercises with the Russians. So we have to keep all of that in mind in terms of another dimension of challenge. But of course, the most persistent and proximate threat to the Eastern Mediterranean security and prosperity continues to be Turkey. Despite its status as a NATO ally, Turkey challenges Greek sovereignty with provocative overflights in the Aegean Sea. Violating airspace with fighter jets is simply unacceptable behavior from any country, particularly one in a formal military alliance. It only serves to undermine NATO unity at a critical point in time. And while it has been almost 5 decades, Turkey's illegal occupation of Cyprus is a terrible stain on the history of Europe that must be resolved. Erdogan's efforts last summer in Varosha were just another reminder that he is not seriously interested in finding a tenable path forward. That's why I join the EU and others in condemning Turkey's threats to violate Cyprus's exclusive economic zones and its misguided efforts to carve up the territorial waters all the way to Libya. And while he may be trying to save face by reaching out now, Erdogan has made his feelings on Israel, and indeed the Jewish people in general, quite clear, calling Israel a terrorist state as it tried to defend itself against attacks. Beyond these political and security challenges each country faces, none of us can escape the existential and geopolitical challenge of climate change. You can see the effects from the wildfires in Greece to the storms flooding the streets of Tel Aviv. You can see the effects on energy policies, on food systems and migration, all of which impacts the national and regional security of our partners in the Eastern Mediterranean. And as we look at these overlapping challenges, the countries in the Eastern Mediterranean face it will bring the region's climate challenges to light. And I welcome Israel, Cyprus, and Greece's commitment to work together to protect the environment, including the region's beautiful coastlines and abundant marine ecosystem. Building on strong foundations, I believe there are 3 broad areas where we should focus moving forward. Let's start with how U.S. military assistance can help bolster military modernization. As we look across Europe right now, we know that not only our armed forces, but our partners' armed forces must be up to date with the latest tactics and cutting-edge technologies of the future. We must continue U.S. international military education and training, as we are doing in Greece, through the Eastern Mediterranean Security and Energy Partnership Act. We have seen this with the Alexander the Great exercise in Greece, where 300 soldiers, a number well known to Greeks, ultimately 150 of which were American Marines and the remaining 150 were Greek military personnel, participated together. We've also seen this with the Cyclops training facility on Cyprus. The facility not only offers an opportunity for joint training operations, it strengthens security along borders and at sea. We should also continue to provide direct loans for the purchase of defense articles, and we should permanently, as I said before, lift the restrictions on weapons sales to Cyprus. From design to construction, the United States can counter authoritarian regimes by supporting the transition away from Russian-produced military equipment. This not only reduces Russian influence, it strengthens NATO's southern flank. And although Israel has moved from EUCOM to CENTCOM, we must continue to build our strong military relationship. That includes joint exercises and technology sharing to increase our armed forces' ability to operate together, and we'll continue to work on and fund critical missile defense systems. The role of energy security is the second area I believe we have more room to grow in the Eastern Mediterranean. We have seen that control over a country's power supply can be as powerful as any army. And I'm pleased to see that Europe and the rest of the world is paying much more attention to this issue. The Eastern Mediterranean Security and Partnership Act authorized the creation of an energy center, just one way that energy policy can bring our nations together, and I have spoken to the Secretary of Energy to get her to start up that center. You can also see this in Alexandroupoli, Greece's port in the north. It serves not only as a major U.S. military and NATO defense hub, but is now also transforming into an energy hub with its new liquefied natural gas facility. It is developing new innovations in solar and wind technologies, positioning itself on the forefront of confronting climate change. And it's furthering projects like the Euro-Asia Interconnector, which will allow for the transmission of renewable energy between Europe, Israel, Cyprus, and Greece's electricity grids. It works to combat climate change by mobilizing domestic energy resource production and regional interconnectivity and promoting economic growth. These efforts will yield additional security dividends by making the region less dependent on fossil fuels from Russia and other autocracies. And finally, economic cooperation. Our economic ties go far beyond energy. The U.S. embassies in Greece and Cyprus have advanced numerous efforts, often in collaboration with the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce, a leader in high-tech development. Finally, to address all of these issues, we need to enhance the regional format we have in place. I believe establishing the 3+1 interparliamentary group among Cyprus, Greece, and Israel and the United States is critical in strengthening engagement in our governments. By establishing an official framework, we can develop strategies to both enhance security and energy cooperation in the Eastern Mediterranean. While it's been a long path to get to this point, I am excited to say we're just beginning. I'm proud that relations with Cyprus, Greece, and Israel are the strongest they have ever been. But we can't rest on our laurels. The 3+1 format is the centerpiece for future relations in the region, tied together by common values and principles. The ministerial level convenes again this September, and I am hopeful that we will have our first meeting of the interparliamentary 3+1 format, a chance for legislators to share the views of our constituents in strengthening these bonds. Last summer, I was honored to deliver a speech in the shadow of the Acropolis in Athens, where I shared my vision for the region and the unlimited possibilities for relations with Greece, Cyprus, and Israel. It was the experience of a lifetime, one that I will never forget. Pericles, the man credited with initiating construction of the Acropolis, once said, "Freedom is the sure possession of those alone who have the courage to defend it." And so today, let's dedicate ourselves to fighting for freedom in the Eastern Mediterranean and around the world. Let us face the challenges of the future confident in our alliances and partnerships. Ευχαριστώ.
Thank you very much, Senator. You really covered a lot of ground, which I think has really set us up well for the discussions today. And we've got lots to discuss, and we've broken down the issues into many sessions. Now, I should have said at the beginning that we're going to conduct a poll during the course of today's discussions for you, the audience, to participate in. So we have a question, and I think we can have that polling card now on the screen. I hope so. The question that we want to pose is the question that I'm going to pose, first of all, to you. If we can share that with the audience, that would be great. The question, I believe, is, has the war in Ukraine helped or hindered the security situation for the Eastern Mediterranean region? Has it made it safer, or are we now living in more dangerous times in this particular region? Obviously, the front line in this war is a bit further to the east, but nevertheless, this is a region that is quite near the front line. So do you expect that the war will strengthen or undermine NATO's security shield in this region, in the Eastern Med?
Well, of course, what is happening in Ukraine is horrific. And I will say it was unnecessary because President Biden engaged in conversations with President Putin about what his concerns were ostensibly were, and said to him, if your concern is about security, there are ways that we can create security guarantees so that that is not an issue. But of course, that was never the issue for Mr. Putin. Mr. Putin's biggest lament is the collapse of what was the Soviet Union. His biggest desire is to try to recreate as much of it as possible, what he calls Nouveau Russia. And that is why Ukraine has been the centerpiece of that desire. And so, with the efforts having been led to try to avoid conflict in the first place, we are dealing with the horrific war crimes that are taking place in Ukraine. That, of course, creates a challenge for the entire region. So to go directly to your question, Joan, I think the result of that is that it will strengthen NATO. I was in NATO last week in Brussels. I met with the Secretary General, the U.S. delegation there, and others. And the reality is that NATO is stronger now than ever before. It is seen that its mission is more real than ever before because of Putin's aggression. And the transatlantic alliance is stronger than ever before. And there are more NATO and American troops now on the eastern border of Russia than there would have been there except for Putin's aggression. So I think what we see is a catalyst to strengthen our defense posture in the region so that the aggression doesn't expand itself. And I see it as an opportunity to build upon. We just had a very recent and robust new memorandum of understanding with Greece, between the United States and Greece on defense elements. And it expanded our relationship. We all know about Suda Bay being a central element of that, but it expanded beyond that. And so I think those are elements of strengthening the security architecture in the region as a result of the conflict that we see.
Thanks. Are you worried at all that this unity, seemingly strengthened transatlantic unity, could erode as the war drags on? And if we assume that this war is going to be protracted, as indeed we do, that it will last through 2022, at least in terms of a hot war, even if it becomes later a kind of frozen conflict or a frontier war, a kind of war without end. Are you worried that as the energy situation becomes worse in Europe in the winter, the kind of price inflation, which is rampant, just hit 8.1% in the Eurozone, do you think that could erode? And we already hear some voices in Europe, particularly in Germany and France, from industry, not particularly from politicians, saying that we want this to be over, we want a negotiated solution, we want to go back to business as usual. I don't think we are going to go back to business as usual, but are you worried about that things could really start to unravel as time goes on?
Well, clearly one of the challenges of the war is the staying power of the United States and our allies to stick with Ukraine. But we have no choice. Why do I say that? If Russia can violate the territorial integrity of another country, change the map of Europe by force, and nothing happens, believe me, it will not be the end. And the next set of countries will come closer and closer to NATO nations. And in that regard, we are obligated, we, the United States, and Europe, is obligated under Article 5 of the NATO treaty to respond that an attack on one is an attack on all. And the only time that that provision has been invoked in its 75-year history of NATO was on behalf of the United States after September 11th, where Canadian Air Force flew our airspace until we got an understanding of what was happening, and where NATO countries joined us in Afghanistan in pursuit of bin Laden and the perpetrators of September 11th. So I would rather help the Ukrainians, help them defend their country, so I don't have to send America's sons and daughters to a third European continent war, and the Europeans won't have to fight themselves on their continent for their security and their freedom. So this is about much more than Ukraine. So yes, do I worry? Yes, but I think it is leaders who must make the argument why it is important to do so. Even in the United States, $40 billion is a lot of money. And that's the package that we passed 2 weeks ago. But it is critically necessary in order to secure the rules-based international order. Because if not, if force is what makes right, then ultimately we're in a world of hurt. And so we have to help on the energy front. That's why we have been engaged. You know, the Emir of Qatar is now ramping up production, liquefied natural gas into Europe. We are looking at how do we assist in the liquefied natural gas space. This is a tremendous error by Putin long term, because Europe is rethinking its energy security and diversifying away. That will have an enormous consequence to Russia, which is basically an extracting economy. As Europe diversifies away. It also, in my mind, because of the large fines off of the Greek, Cypriot, and Israel exclusive economic zones, is an opportunity to help be part of the solution on the energy front. And the interconnectors that are taking place in Androxopoli and other places in Greece is a tremendous opportunity to help diversify as well. So, but it is a challenge, and it's one of the things that we're going to have to confront and make the case why, yes, there is pain, but there will be far greater pain if Russia succeeds.
You mentioned Turkey, in recent months we've seen Turkey taking positions on various issues, and which suggest that it's a rather unreliable ally for NATO in the region and in relation to the war, not least the threat of a veto on membership of NATO for Finland and Sweden. How does the US manage a relationship like that, when you have on the one side these very strong relations with Cyprus and Greece and Israel, and then you have a NATO member right at the heart of this very big and quite influential country, not towing the line, if you like. So how does the US manage that?
Well, our relationship with Turkey is a difficult one. Turkey under Erdogan, because I like to differentiate the Turkish people from its leadership, Turkey under Erdogan is not what we aspire Turkey to be. As a country, we have aspired Turkey to be the bridge between East and West, a secular country committed to democratic principles, a NATO ally that works well within the NATO context, which is also about a shared system of values. It is not, from my perspective, it has not been that country. And so we must make it clear to Turkey that violations of the international norm, including overflying Greek airspace and invading territorial waters, is not acceptable. There are consequences for that. Turkey aspires to buy more military equipment from the United States. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee has jurisdiction over arms sales. I will find it very difficult to agree to arms sales based upon the present conduct of Turkey. And so we have to keep pressing Turkey to be what we expect it to be, which is a strong NATO ally within the rules-based order. Not that it can make its own rules. I think at the end of the day, they will withdraw their objections on Finland and Sweden. I met with both of those countries' leaders a couple weeks ago in Washington. I think they are trying to leverage that for some issues they have with Kurds, with some of these countries and their recognitions, and maybe other things. But at the end of the day, if the totality of NATO wants to grant admission, and them the only outlier, I think that is something that they will have to yield on.
Okay, thank you. And you talked about Russia and China in tandem. And what you said is that we're heading towards really an acceleration of this decoupling between two blocks. We're heading to a kind of two-block situation or a bifurcation. And that's something that's been accelerated by the pandemic and now by the war in Ukraine. I mean, it seems all these months into the war that China is not going to forsake Russia, that it sees Russia, it's not got that many allies in the world, and it's not going to do anything to jeopardize that strategic relationship. So we're living in much more dangerous times, it would seem, if we're talking about heading out of a multipolar order into this bifurcation. Is there anything that can be done, do you think, to bring China back? At the moment, it doesn't look that way, and the position that China's taken on the war is also undermining its relations with Europe, too.
So here's the question in my mind. Let me take your question and transform it a little bit. The question is, what type of world do we want to live in? This is not a choice between the United States and China. It's not a choice between the United States and Russia. It's a choice of what type of world do you want to live in? Is it a world where you are free to worship as you please? Is it a world where you are free to seek your enterprise through hard work, through intellect, through innovation, and make your money that way? Is it a world where you are free to believe that your country's territory will be respected? Is it a world where you get to choose who you love? Or is it a world in the 21st century where 2 million Uyghurs are in a concentration camp? They didn't do anything wrong, they just have a different belief. Or where electronic surveillance is the reality of daily life of its citizens. Or a world in which you are told how many children you can have. And I could go on and on. That's the choice. That's the choice before us. So it is not because we seek conflict, for example, with China. As a matter of fact, it was the United States and the West that invited China into the international order, that invited China into the World Trade Organization, in the expectation that by having it participate, it would acclimate itself not to a Jeffersonian democracy, but it would participate in the rules-based order. Well, it took advantage of the invitation, but it never followed the rules-based order. Anyone who has done business in China understands some of the incredible challenges of doing that. So we look at China as strategic competition. We seek no conflict, but by the same token, we cannot have a violation of the rules-based order. China seeks to rewrite that rules-based order in its own image. That is not our image in terms of what we believe are the essentials: freedom, the rule of law, the respect for individual liberty. And so we must compete with China because they are an economic powerhouse. So we must compete with China, which is why the United States right now is in a conference, I'm on that conference, on something we call the Strategic Competition Act, which is how we dramatically change our supply chain in the United States? How do we deal with the manufacturing of chips and semiconductors? How do we continue to drive an economy on innovation that can meet those challenges? How do we organize our international development entities in the United States alongside with our allies in the world to be a counter to China's extortive investments? They go to a country, they make these investments, and then you never can pay it off. And now the next thing you know is you got to vote this way and that way and do this and do that at the end of the day. So these are elements of it. So we want China to be part of the international rules-based order. If it's willing to do that, then we welcome it. We have no problem with competition. But you cannot rewrite the rules of international engagement and order. You can't violate freedom of navigation on the South China Sea. For Greek shipping to be able not to travel the South China Sea without being interfered with, or for that fact, American shipping or international shipping. When Taiwan is threatened, I was recently at Taiwan, Taiwan makes 90% of all of the world's high-end semiconductors. Everything we do in our life now, the car that you drive, the refrigerator that cools your food, the phone that you make your calls on, the equipment that you manufacture, all of them have semiconductors. If China can overwhelm Taiwan and now have the world's 90% of the world's semiconductors, we're in a world of hurt. So these are the challenges that we have, not because we seek them, but because that's where we're at. And so we keep the door open to the hope that China will be part of the rules-based orders, but we must be ready to confront it when it violates it and to compete with it otherwise.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask you one final quick question, if I may, and we can have a quick answer. It's about the EastMed pipeline, because earlier this year, this was something that the US said was not really viable, economically, environmentally, and from a security point of view is also problematic. Could that come back on the agenda in the light of the war?
I think the EastMed pipeline has, if it is economically feasible, it should be considered. That's my own personal view. And the economics will determine whether or not it can come back in line. But I think we're in a whole, look, I am a big aspirant for renewable energy. I believe there is a real challenge in our globe on the question of climate change. You see it in wildfires in Greece. You see it in flooding in other parts. You see it in erosion of coastlines. You see it in islands being overtaken by rising sea levels. So that's real. That is real. When the United States Department of Defense says one of the most critical security challenges to our nation is climate change, these people are not tree huggers. They are looking at what is the national security of the United States. They say it. They say it. Having said that, we're also in an energy paradigm right now that requires both security and the preservation of economic opportunity so we can build to that renewable energy sector. So I think the viability of such a pipeline will depend upon its economic viability, and then it will flow from there.
Okay, thank you very much
Thank
indeed,
you.
Senator. Thank you for spending the time with us. It was great having you. Okay, thanks once again. A great start to the event. I'd like to move on now to our first panel discussion of the day. Can the Eastern Mediterranean nations get closer? And I would like to invite to join me now on the stage. We've got a great lineup up here. Charalambos Petridis, Minister of Defense of the Republic of Cyprus. Welcome. Welcome, Minister. David Harris, CEO of the American Jewish Community. Please. Welcome.
That's committee, not community.
Committee. Of course, I think I said community. American Jewish Committee, David Harris. Andres Borges, State Senator, California State Senate. Welcome.
Pleasure.
Please take a seat.
Nice to see you.
Next up, Menendez, Executive Director, Hellenic American Leadership Council. Welcome. Thanks. Have a seat, gentlemen. And we're also going to be joined, I'm very pleased to say, by connection, Amikam Nakmani, author and professor at the Department for Political Studies at Bar-Ilan University, Israel. Great, welcome. Can you hear us by connection?
You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I hear you okay, but I do not see you, by the way.
You don't see very good.
No.
Okay, it's great to have you with us. Thank you very much. So the way this is going to work, which is how it will be through much of the day, is that all our speakers are going to take 5 minutes or so. Well, I have to be quite strict, actually, with the 5 minutes to give time for discussion and questions and make sure we get through the day and all our discussions and stick to our time. So let me invite you, Minister, to kick off this panel.
Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here in the panel. And of course, as already the keynote speaker, Senator Menendez, says that there is a strong interest and focus on the Eastern Mediterranean issue, considering both Cyprus and what we can do to share these common challenges and threats. Also, with the Energy Security Act that is already been mentioned, we have a new window for collaboration. As Cyprus, we are acting as a pillar of stability, both to Europe and the Middle East and the Gulf. Location while we can play this role, it's of paramount importance to see how with the different collaborations, either bilateral or trilateral or multilateral collaborations, including the US, we have participating in various trilateral collaboration, and it is an issue that we need to face now, especially with the Ukrainian war and the invasion that has been taking place from Russia. I should mention that Cyprus had a similar situation in 1974. We know that people are very sensitive on this issue. And of course, we have complied with all rules and regulations of the European Union. As Mr. Menendez already said, we have actually proactively rejected any port calls before even there was an adoption from the European Union. So having said that, we have acted proactively. We can see that the challenges are there. The threats are, we can see how we can create these threats to opportunities. It is something that we're working on. We believe Cyprus, through both people that we're collaborating with and with the neighboring countries, we can give a way out to the energy issue, that it's a crisis that we're facing now with the increased inflation. We have the supply chain of food crisis that is coming up. There are many challenges, and there are ways we need to react unanimously, keep the teamwork, and see how we can actually proceed on to solve this difficult situation. Can the Eastern Mediterranean nations get closer? The simple and the short answer is, of course, yes, but we need to align our regional and national interest in order to be able to have a long and lasting security. I believe that a safe and secure East Med contributes to a safe and secure Europe, as well as to a secure Indo-Pacific. It's already been mentioned that we have to maintain the rules and regulations of the EU. both the international law and the law of the sea should prevail. And it's something that, of course, is to the benefit of everyone to maintain security and defense. Energy security and collaboration between all relevant stakeholders is something, of course, that should be of top priority, especially now. And therefore, Europe is in need of clean and reliable diversity of these energy supplies. We believe that via Cyprus and other neighboring countries, there is an alternative way to the energy corridor to Europe. And now it's the time to explore these different options that we have in front of us. We should mention that we have complied with all the rules and regulations, unlike Turkey, that they have not closed the airspace. They have not actually proceeded with respecting all the international law and the law of the sea. We are also facing violations to our exclusive economic zone. We are facing violations to our national airspace. We have a serious problem with the migration issue that is being instrumentalized by Turkey. And over the last couple of years, we are faced with a very high percentage, around 5% of the population being illegal migrants. And therefore, all these issues is something that we are facing with the global instability and security. Let me close by saying that we have a rapidly evolving Cyprus-US defense and military collaboration. So it's, this is my visit, this is the first visit to the US, and we believe that it's a milestone to our relations. We are here to act as a pillar of stability together with the US. We belong to the West, and we want to make the investment and the security and the stability of the region to make it happen as soon as possible. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Over to you now, David Harris.
Kalimera, Boker Tov, good morning, and thank you for having me once again here at this conference. For those of you who may not have heard me speak before, I need to dial back for just a moment to 40 years ago, 1982. Some of you weren't yet born, I think, Andy.
I was born.
Or close to it. I was a believer. There were a few of us in the Hellenic American community and the American Jewish Committee who believed that the triangle we're talking about today was not only possible, but necessary. It seems obvious from the perspective of 2022. However, in 1982, this was completely impossible to imagine. The relations between Israel and Greece and Israel and Cyprus, in diplomatic terminology, were chilly. So much so that in 1982, when Yasser Arafat and the PLO were driven out of Lebanon, they did not go to another Arab country. They came to Andreas Papandreou's Greece because they believed that he was more supportive of their cause than most of the Arab world. 10 years later, we had the first fruits of a thawing, but the question remained, was this personal to the leadership of the time? In the case of Athens, Mitsotakis the father and his foreign minister Samaras. And we learned 10 years later that indeed this was becoming more institutionalized in both countries, as we witnessed changing administrations in Nicosia and in Athens and in Jerusalem. This went beyond the personal to a recognition that this was indeed in the vital core strategic interests of all three countries to develop a more coherent and consistent and deepening policy. 10 years later, in 2012, however, there was a big bump in the road. Greece became synonymous in the English language with decline. So much so that Republican nominee Mitt Romney in the 2012 presidential debate used the word Greece as the warning to America of what would happen if indeed America went in the wrong direction, meaning voted for his opponent. Now, as we meet, and the defense minister knows far better than I, the commander-in-chief of the IDF has arrived in Cyprus and is participating together with hundreds of Israeli soldiers, including special operations units, in joint exercises with the Cypriot Defense Forces.
That's right.
That's how far we have come. And one can go further in describing the depth and the breadth of the strategic partnership that has evolved among these three countries. I'm a believer in 2022 about a future. The future begins with these three countries, which are tied not just by common strategic interests in the East Med, but fundamentally, as was said by Senator Menendez and repeated by the defense minister, by core shared values. What's the vision of the future? In my estimation, it's a series of concentric circles, beginning with these three nations at the heart. Quadrilaterally, it's the United States, which under the previous administration and now the current administration is no longer becoming an observer or an occasional visitor, but is beginning to institutionalize its own participation in the relationship, and we continue to encourage it. It's expanding it to several Arab countries, particularly through the East Med Gas Forum, and it's now the opportunity to further integrate the countries of the Abraham Accords. Morocco, the UAE, Bahrain, we hope one day Sudan, and I would add, in the spirit of hope, other Middle Eastern countries that are not quite there yet, but are watching very closely the evolution of the Abraham Accords. So I believe that this series of concentric circles built around common interests, strategic interests, energy interests, economic interests, tourism interests, has enormous potential. Finally, a word about Turkey in the mix. I believe, and we have said so consistently, that 4 U.S. administrations in a row have underestimated Mr. Erdogan. They've too often succumbed to a kind of wishful thinking, expressed in the notion that Turkey can become not just the bridge between East and West or North and South, but the bridge between Islam, modernity, and democracy. I think events until now have proved that notion desirable, but short-sighted. And it's time, we believe, at the American Jewish Committee, and I know we're joined with HALC, the Hellenic American Leadership Council, and others in this respect, it's time for this and other administrations to follow to get serious with Turkey. Yes, to talk Turkey. To be serious in terms of, we want you in the club, we count on you and your membership in the club, including in NATO, but you don't get to write the rules. You don't get to weave in and out. You don't get to seize 2 Greek ships, Iran to seize 2 Greek ships while you look on. We will not accept the fact that your overflights of Greek airspace, your circumvention of sanctions with Russia, your violation of the exclusive economic zone, your continued occupation of up to 40% of the Cypriot island, that we can coexist with these consistent violations of the international order and at the same time call you an ally and a partner. Someone has to find the spine to talk Turkey to Turkey, and the time is now.
Thank you very much indeed. Strong words. And we'll come back to some of these points. Over to you, Senator.
Fantastic. I'd like to express my appreciation to the economists, my fellow presenters, and all those attending today's New York Mediterranean Business Summit. Throughout this summit, no doubt, we will have heard how the geopolitical landscape has been dramatically altered following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. No doubt our security and energy calculations are being forced into expedited evolution. Yet how these how these energy evolutions will materialize remain very much in a state of play. The purpose of my brief presentation is to identify select criteria America and Europe should consider in evaluating energy proposals in the Mediterranean. They range from traditional fossil fuel pipelines to a variety of proposed alternative energy networks. But I submit to you today that given our energy circumstances and our extended security priorities, that electrical interconnection represents a promising set of practical opportunities between North Africa and Europe to service the energy demands of the Balkans and Eastern Europe. After an extended period of apparent disengagement, American policymakers have sharply renewed their interest in the Mediterranean. The U.S. has reasserted its commitment to transatlantic partnerships, and a newfound purpose exists in the corridors of Brussels, Washington, and the Mediterranean capitals. One such project gaining attention is energy interconnection between Greece and Egypt, whereby solar electricity generated in Egypt can be transmitted underwater into Greece's electrical grid, extending energy service throughout the Balkans and Eastern Europe. An electric interconnection project between Greece and Egypt helps effectuate the Paris Climate Accords, and of course, given the events in Ukraine, is of heightened geopolitical importance to the US, EU, and NATO. In this fashion, Greece can play a vital role as a new energy hub. And we heard Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis, when he addressed a joint session of Congress a couple of weeks ago, he indicated his plan was to interconnect Greek electrical grids, not just with Cyprus and Israel, but also Egypt, as it will serve as an important link to the Balkans and Eastern Europe. But by which criteria should America be evaluating energy proposals in the Mediterranean? I respectfully submit to you and my colleagues the following 4 criteria that might be a successful framework for such a consideration. Number 1, is it in the U.S. interest to support an interconnection? The U.S. should support an interconnection because it is within our statutory foreign policy. We heard from Senator Menendez, the author of the Eastern Mediterranean Security and Energy Partnership Act, which already provides that it's in the national security interest of the U.S. to promote, achieve, and maintain energy security with allies, and that Greece is an invaluable member of NATO and a key pillar of stability in the Mediterranean. Just 2 weeks ago, the Atlantic Council, a prominent transatlantic think tank in Washington, issued an in-depth study on this very topic. The report indicates that there is now an alignment of interests and priorities between the U.S. and Greece to lead the way in Europe to carbon neutrality, that such a project would have strategic benefits of creating new important energy corridors to wean Europe off Russian reliance, all of which, of course, are in U.S. interests. The second, who should be affiliated with the project and who should be precluded? It is in the best interest of both Europe and the U.S. to prevent entities affiliated or cooperative with foreign adversaries from having a stake in such a project. Our common interests are best served through transatlantic cooperation and protecting investment in critical infrastructure from potentially adversarial parties as well as potential domestic proxies. Substantial information exists in the public domain that there are companies in Greece and Europe strongly affiliated with Russia and state-owned and state-controlled enterprise. Therefore, there should be a transparent and public process that allows American, European, and African entities to compete for equity involvement in this project, but that it's in everyone's interest to preclude entities with questionable ties with Russia from being involved on security grounds. The third, should an interconnection project be consistent with international law? The international rules-based system is experiencing unprecedented challenges. Therefore, to mitigate potential challenges, any proposed transmission line should be consistent with the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, of which both Greece and Egypt are signatories. Furthermore, an interconnection project should be consistent with the delimitation of the exclusive economic zones pursuant the August 6, 2020 agreement between Greece and Egypt. This agreement is already on file with the UN Secretariat, and it gives legal effect to party intentions. And lastly, should support be reserved for projects in the most advanced stages of regulatory approval? Multilateral infrastructure projects of this nature are indeed complicated, bureaucratic, and prone to delays. Potentially years of regulatory and administrative review should be reduced by supporting projects that have already been included in the EU's National Development Plan. Competitive projects should achieve high rankings by these authorities in the European Union's Electricity Infrastructure Plan, as well as be a candidate by the European Commission as projects of common interest. To pursue projects outside of advanced regulatory approval is to invite critical project delays, potentially putting at risk our strategic interests. In conclusion, no doubt there are many compelling criteria for the relevant parties to consider a Greece-Africa interconnection. But the criteria I have submitted to you today, I think, could serve as a helpful framework. That the U.S. should look upon interconnection as a strategic priority. That such critical infrastructure exclude Russian involvement. That such a project be consistent with international law, and whichever is most advanced in the respective regulatory process should be preferred as a course of action. Not only should political support be lent to an interconnection, but American resources should also be dedicated toward ensuring long-term energy solutions in Europe, of which interconnection is but one very important part.
Great, thank you very much. Lots of food for thought there for our later panels as well on energy and green transition. Lots to think about there. So over to you, Mr. Menendez.
Thank you. Thanks for the economists for putting this together, and a great place. It's hard to follow Bob Menendez, but be on a great panel. But I really have to point out, because my colleague is fairly humble, when we see Cyprus, Greece, Israel, and talk about the Abraham Accords, nobody here save one man imagined that, and that's David Harris. And we are at a present in the creation moment because some people had the courage to act when nations didn't. And it's something that I'm in awe, always being on the same stage with him, but I think we all owe him a thank you, because today is possible because of the diplomacy that AJC conducted under David Harris. So David, thank you. But as we've heard, we are at a present of the creation moment that only gets more interesting. There's a Chinese curse, may you live in interesting times. We've hit that out of the park over and over and over again for you baseball fans. And I think we added a layer with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and this region plays a big role in this present at the creation moment. We've heard Senator Menendez analogize what's happening in the Eastern Mediterranean to the EU, the early EU, the European steel and coal community. And frankly, just like the EU started coming together over an energy source, the Eastern Mediterranean has come together over an energy source. But it is transforming, just like the European Union did, into a community of nations that are aligned not only on economic and energy interests, but on values. And this is where we, again, going to David's imagination, if somebody told you 40 years ago, forget Cyprus, Greece, and Israel, if somebody told you there was going to be an international forum where Egypt and Jordan, Israel and Greece and Cyprus and France and Italy and the Palestinians were all coming together with consensus decisions, the US being observer, nobody would have believed it, but that's what's happening. When you're looking at the Abraham Accord countries coming in, even last week, President Sisi talking to Christian communities in Egypt about how religious pluralism was going to be a value in the new Middle East. This is an amazing opportunity. I don't think, I'm not sure we've had a conference yet that has captured all the possibilities of a community of nations. And you know, going back to the European steel and coal, and since I'm going to try to up David's rhetoric regarding Turkey, frankly, nobody has ever said Turkey can't be part of this. Well, the body I was talking about before, the European natural the East Mediterranean Natural Gas Forum, actually had a unanimous communique saying Turkey can be part of this, but they have to play by the rules that all of us are playing by, that all of us are coming up with, and instead of saying these are the rules. So in this community of nations, Turkey has a decision to make. It can either be 1950s Germany, as Germany was at the beginning of these European institutions, or it can be World War II or World War I Germany, which is the approach that it has. And frankly, that also goes for us. We can't whitewash them. We can't give them second chances. We can't allow, I'm sorry to say because the Economist did it yesterday, Erdogan to have space to lie through his teeth. There is space for all of us to come together, but it's got to be in this community of nations. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much indeed. So we're going to go to the remote connection now. Amikam Nakmani, who I introduced earlier, professor at the Department for Political Studies at Bar-Ilan University, Israel. I hope that you managed to follow all the introductions so far, and we're very much looking forward to hearing your thoughts.
Yes, thank you. I did follow. I see myself, I talk to myself, but I hear you. That's perfectly okay. I do not see you, but that's perfectly okay. Okay, I thank the conference chair. I thank the Economist Impact for inviting me to this important meeting. I'll try now to do the impossible and in 5 minutes to turn to history, culture, politics, and society in Greece, Turkey, and Cyprus, no less. But anyhow, something like 11 years ago, we witnessed a surprising initiative by two prime ministers, George Papandreou of Greece and Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel. Reportedly, the personal relationship and chemistry between the two, both American educated, helped to build that promised, something that promised to be the improving relations between Israel and the Hellenic world. I should state right at the outset that it is fitting that Greco-Israeli Cypriot relations should have their own raison d'etre, and they do have, and not only as a result of a crisis in Turkish-Israeli relations or because of a shared American educational background of Israeli or Greek or Cypriot heads of state. Now, pertaining to the question, can the Eastern Mediterranean nations get closer? My answer is strongly positive. The shared interests and common denominators that I'm going to mention should produce closer relations between the three. In my brief opening remarks, I'm going to refer just to four shared interests or common denominators, and I will just mention them. First of all, of the four topics, three, we hardly hear about them in the context of Greco and Cypriot and Israeli relations. The fourth one, concerning energy, etc., and the East Mediterranean resources, of course, we hear. So it is fair to say that in the 20th century, the first topic that I'm going to mention, it is fair to say that in the 20th century, no other two Western or European peoples were victimized more cruelly and suffered more profoundly, caught up in the grip of rising nationalism and the resurgent nation state, i.e. one state for one nation, as were the Greeks and Israelis. Okay, now I'm not going to mention the disasters that happened to these two peoples, but this is something that from time to time we relive it and we remember it, and we shouldn't forget it, and we do not, of course. Okay, I will come back, if time allows, I'll come back and elaborate a bit on this specific point. The second point is that Greece, Cyprus, and Israel push back attempts of external coercion to resolve the conflicts and problems in which they are involved. Just to mention that this is the position of Israel in its conflict with the Palestinians and that of the Greek Cypriots in the conflict in Cyprus. But we also heard it or experienced it, Greece experiences the last decade when concerning getting financial help from the European Union or from other financial bodies. No doubt that the two countries, for sure, Israel, Greece, and Cyprus, wouldn't like other people to intervene in their own business. So this is the second one. The third one, and I titled it as the Mediterranean Sea and quote unquote, the main artery, if not the aorta of Israel. This is a quotation taken from a certain source. This means growing energy and military cooperation between Cyprus, Israel, and Greece. As from the 1990s, Israel has turned to the Mediterranean Sea. That is to say, gas fields or discovery or excavation of gas fields in the Eastern Mediterranean during the 1990s and 2000 results in a situation, the present contemporary situation, that 50% of Israel energy comes from the sea. A second source is that 50% of Israel sweet water comes from the sea. That is to say, Israel drinking water comes from the Mediterranean Sea. 8 desalination projects have already approved. 6 of them have already been built. So this is the second source that Israel enjoys from the East Mediterranean. And the third source is the Israeli Navy, a powerful force nowadays in the East Mediterranean with the task of defending these and other Israeli interests. It has already ordered 9 brand new German-made submarines and 4 German-made corvettes. So, and the fourth one, this is something that probably a good motto would introduce us into the mood of this. And the fourth issue is Christians in the Middle East, a crisis of cataclysmic magnitude. That is to say, if we, the three nations, the 3 countries, if we, the 3, we do not think that we share something in common, so probably there is somebody who will remind us. And I will give you a quotation about it. We are in the same boat. First of all, we'll take care of the Saturday people, then the Sunday people, quote unquote. That is to say, the fate of Christians in the Middle East is something that should interest the entire, of course, the entire humanity, but for sure, the entire East Mediterranean era and the people and the nations and countries that live there, and probably I will just mention that the contemporary precarious situation of Christians in the Middle East nowadays shows a crisis of cataclysmic magnitude. And just to finish my short presentation or short remarks, if you go to Israel, we are the only country in the area here that the number of Christians increase each year. Because if you go to other countries in our region, go to Syria and go to Iraq, and unfortunately also go to Egypt, and you find exactly the other way around. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Great to have that perspective. So we've got about 15 minutes now for discussion. So before I wade in with questions, I would like to also open to the floor. If anybody from the floor has a question for our panel, please can you stick your hand up and indicate, and I will try to take your question. We'll have a mic that will be circulating. So, or have a think if you do have a question. Otherwise, I'm going to kick off with some questions from the panel. So just wave your hand. Maybe it's a bit difficult to see some of you round the corner from this podium, but I'll do my best. Yeah, to get started, I think, David Harris, you really reminded us very forcefully that we shouldn't take anything for granted. Several speakers have alluded to this, that, who would have imagined now this group of countries that are cooperating in this region, expanding a group of countries, beyond the 3+1. I have 2 questions related to that. One is, are all issues resolved among this friendly group of countries, and what are outstanding ones? For example, there's still, as far as I understand, there's still some territorial issues between Cyprus and Israel. I may be wrong about that, but is there anything outstanding, even among friendly countries that are cooperating? And when we talk about expanding this group, this kind of concentric circles approach that you talked about, David, are you worried at all that that might dilute the coherence and unity that's been established in the existing format? Or do you see simply that that's just going to strengthen what you have already? So that's a kind of opening question. Are there still unresolved issues that actually need to be resolved to strengthen, to take these relationships further? And if you do succeed in expanding beyond what exists already, could it actually weaken the whole project? Oh, well, I probably shouldn't call it a project. But,
So thank you for both questions. And I just want to give a shout out to Amikam, because if I remember correctly, we were together in graduate school in
Absolutely.
England. Am I correct?
Absolutely. Yes, you're absolutely right. St. Anthony's College.
That you haven't aged at all. that was in 1977, 78.
Absolutely. Exactly.
To the second question first, because the moment I hear a question that begins, I don't wait for the end. More seriously, beginning with the second question, I deliberately use the term concentric circles, because I believe that there are varying overlapping sets of interests that need to be navigated, and we're seeing the evolution of that already. But at the core are countries that are united by shared values and not just interests. And that goes back, Andy, and we've had this discussion on many occasions, to the vision of Robert Schuman and Jean Monnet, and the vision which came out of the French Foreign Ministry of the coal and steel community, which, let's be clear, was not really about energy in the first instance. It was really about creating an interlocking structure that would prevent future war. This was the instruction that Robert Schuman, as French Foreign Minister, received. Simply expressed, go find a solution. But go find a solution to 3 eruptions of war on the European continent involving France and Germany, beginning in 1870 in the First World War and the Second World War. So what we're talking about, at least at AJC and in our conversations with our friends here in the US like HALC and overseas, is how do you build a set of interlocking structures, concentric circles, if you will, of nations that are fundamentally committed to a peaceful order, and then a legal, a rules-based order, of course, with it, to peaceful conflict resolution. That's the challenge here, as opposed to those countries, and we've named some of them, that are intent on regional disruption for the purpose of regional ascendancy. So I come then to your first question. I don't know of any 2 nations on earth, maybe Norway and Denmark, but I'm not even sure, where there are not always going to be ongoing issues. These are allies, but these are not necessarily identical nations. So sure, there are always going to be issues, and I will tell my Cypriot friends, we've already told the Cypriot leadership before, please don't take this as an anti-Cypriot measure, but a number of us at AJC have been pressing for civil marriage in Israel for many years. Now, why is that relevant to this discussion? Some of you know, because one of the backbones of Cypriot tourism are Israeli couples that don't want to get married under the current religious structure, so they travel to Cyprus to get married. Now, our proposal is for them to get married in Israel, but then to insist that they have a honeymoon in Cyprus, so that we don't completely undermine the tourism business. But please, if you see AJC advocating for civil marriage in Israel, do not consider it an anti-Cypriot act.
Okay, thanks. Now,
But to clarify, there is no territorial issue.
Okay, yes, good.
The territorial issue that you may be referring to is Turkey's occupation of Cyprus, and that Turkey wants to somehow with Israel by violating or pretending that the occupation doesn't exist. So there is no territorial issue between Israel and Cyprus.
Okay, and I'm going to throw in a couple of additional questions before I ask others, Minister and also Amikam, to come back, which is about, especially for Israel, Russia. I mean, not just actually Israel, but for Cyprus and Greece. Russia's been a very important, historically, ally, with much in common. So where does this war leave relations between all your countries and Russia? Is there no way back? And I know it's quite a difficult balancing act at the moment for Israel, given the situation in Syria. So that's one question to throw in. And the other thing about Turkey, I think everybody's made it quite clear that the issue here is that there's, you're open to Turkey, but on the terms on which everybody else is allied and cooperating on the basis of these shared values. But is it not the case also, or is this an important factor? Is Turkey just not too big for an organization like this, that it would become the kind of too dominant within it? Is that a factor at all, or is that not an issue? So who to come back first? Would you like to, Minister?
Yeah, first of all, I would say that Turkey should be placed in the legal framework of how to all work together. I mean, if there is no legal basis and a legal framework, which is, of course, the legal basis there is the international law, and it's the law of the sea, and we should all respect the rules and regulations. Otherwise, there is a problem, and surely the destabilization of the whole of the area is happening because Turkey is not following these rules of the international law or the UNCLOS. And therefore, we've seen what we've seen lately with the Aegean Sea and what's happening, also violations in the EEZ of Cyprus. So I think there is room for accommodating everybody that respects what we're here to address to, but provided that this legal framework is followed by everybody. Otherwise, we have seen the Turkey nowadays is asking for a two-state solution in Cyprus, which is contrary to any kind of UN Security Council resolutions. They are actually not following international law. They are instrumentalizing the migration issue, which is a huge problem for us over the last couple of years. So yes, we want Turkey to be back on track. We need to find a way out, but we need to, everybody's accepting that there are some engagements that they have to follow. Otherwise, there is no common ground to sit on the table and discuss. So this is actually the situation currently now. So if you ask me my opinion, yes, it is a very difficult situation, and we cannot see how we can find common ground, considering that they are not following the framework that it should be implied for everyone to follow. So by saying this, this is what actually brings us to a dead end, and we are not quite sure how we can proceed.
Thank you. Professor Nagmani, can I ask you to come back?
Yes, thank you. May I add something? I think that the three countries, time and again, and although they cooperate even a lot concerning security issues and military issues, etc., they time and again stress and state that this so-called cooperation, or let's call it for the sake of discussion, entente, has got nothing to do against Turkey. It is not aimed against Turkey. And time and again, you can find a lot of declarations that this cooperation has got nothing to do against Turkey. This is one thing. And another thing I believe that adding Turkey to this context is that we are not going to see in the future, let's say, an entente, Greco-Cypriot Israeli entente a la NATO. That is to say, we are not going to see Cypriot and Greek soldiers coming to Israel to fight against Israeli enemies, and vice versa. We are not going to see Israelis fighting in the Cypriot conflict. So I believe that from the point of view of adding Turkey to this discussion today, these are two points that should be made clear.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come back to all of you again, but there is a question here at the back, if we can have a mic. If you could just introduce yourself, please, and ask your question, and direct it to whoever you would like to answer. Thank you.
Good morning. Nikolai Ragakis, president of the American Hellenic Institute in Washington, D.C., and this is for the Defense Minister of Cyprus. Welcome, Mr. Minister. I know the balance of this week you will be in Washington, D.C. having meetings, and I believe it's a historic first for a Defense Minister of Cyprus, so I congratulate you on that. However, as you meet with your interlocutors in Washington, D.C., and as your country is occupied with 43,000 NATO troops, because Turkey is a NATO member, so it's a NATO force occupying an EU country, you've signed agreements with the United States of intent. Victoria Nuland, number 3 of the State Department, recently went there and inaugurated the Cyclops Center, which is very important, and so forth and so on. But yet you are still on the ITAR list. So there seems to be a little bit of, misconfusion here. Can you please tell us how important it is for you, as you have 43,000 troops in the occupied area just a few hundred yards away, and you cannot properly defend yourself as a country by purchasing weapons? How important is it for you to get off this ITAR list, and what is the message you're going to be bringing to Washington?
Thank you very much, Minister.
Yeah, as already said, we had an excellent collaboration over the last year with the US. I think there is a huge progression going on, and that's why tomorrow we're visiting both the Pentagon and the State Department. We are already, as you said, we had Cyclops, IMET, and now ITAR, that we have proceeded with the partially lifting of the arms embargo. So we have taken the opportunity for the second year. This is the second year that we have actually purchased non-lethal weapons. It is a paradox. It is an anachronistic law. We have complied all the rules and regulations that we should comply. And as Senator Menendez said, we have done this proactively before the EU has actually said so, by closing our ports, and not only by actually coherent to all the sanctions of the EU, and we are willing to do anything else that is implied to proceed with the uplift of the embargo, complete uplifts. We need to proceed on with our armament sector and purchase some contemporary weapons that will give us the opportunity to have interoperability, not just with Europe, but with the West. We are heading clearly to the West, and we are expecting this to happen as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thanks. Any final questions from the floor? There are. So I'm going to take this very quickly. We're actually at the end of the session. It always goes too fast, unfortunately. So please put your question briefly and say who you'd like to address the question. Thank you.
I hardly hear.
There we go.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paola Batelli. I worked traditionally with United Nations, and I worked with the Regional Commission's New York office, which represented the 5 regional commissions, the 5 regions of the world. So working with the UN, I often found that the regional dimension is overlooked at the global level. And I'm wondering how this regional cooperation, trilateral or the 3+1, regional, international, or regional cooperation would be represented somehow at the global level and within multilateral institutions. How would that nexus happen? And I don't know if it's even a pertinent question, but I'm just wondering what the global regional nexus would be. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to take this. There's 3 questions, I think, at least. So I'm going to take them and then ask the panel to respond briefly. There's another gentleman here, right next to the lady who just asked.
So just a very quick question. Basically, right now, the interest in what's going on in Cyprus has been greatly increased because of the invasion in Ukraine. But we need to realize we had a warning already with Crimea. We have another now massive warning with what Putin is doing in Ukraine. The interest needs to be extremely increased because Putin right now is emboldened by the fact that Europe is so heavily dependent on his natural gas. And so my question to really the panel is how do we move forward rapidly to start to diversify, if you will, Europe's dependence on Russia away? So that, for example, Israel becomes a massive exporter to Europe, or Cyprus could do the same, et cetera, and begin to limit Putin's power. Because right now, the European Union is going to say, we're not going to accept oil, but they can't say the same thing about natural gas unless they're willing to turn the lights off. And this is going to continue to be the case today, 10 years from now, as it was 10 years ago, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you. And there's a lady here, I think, who had her hand up. Can we have a mic here?
Thank you. My name is Nikki Zavella. I'm a former member of the Greek Parliament and the European Parliament. Gentlemen, a week ago, the European Union announced the new plan for energy in Europe. Everything is changing. Hundreds of billions of euro are going to be invested in new projects. Greece and Cyprus are eligible members that they can have access to these funds and really implement projects. Now, we have other players in the region that they're very important partners, and this is Israel, Egypt, as the senator repeatedly said, and Egypt is a very important player, Algeria and some other Northern European countries. My question is, Mr. Harris, Mr. Menendez, Senator Bergeas, Minister, how would you see to form a kind of a union with a special affiliation relation to the European Union so companies and states around the neighborhood can have access to these funds and know-how, and they can collaborate easily with companies from Greece and Cyprus that they're eligibly members of the EU and they have access to all this. This is the Repower Europe I'm talking about, and it's a big opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have to stop now. The questions from the floor. I hope I haven't missed any. Energy. We've got 2 need to go into that in great detail, but please, try to answer the questions succinctly. Just in about a minute each, because we're running into the next session. So who would like to start?
Sure. So on the regional question, a body is being formed. It's an East Med gas forum. It's going to, I know state wants it to become an East Med energy forum, and I agree, and that's going to evolve. In terms of the urgency with energy, I actually think that people are moving with urgency. If you look, there was a question before about the East Med pipeline, but the same policy said, let's do more with the Alexandroupolis FSRU, which they have. Let's the Bulgaria-Greece interconnector, the Greece-North Macedonia interconnector, which the Bulgaria-Greece, I think, was just inaugurated. The U.S. finally got a confirmed, because everything moves slowly now, through the Senate, a confirmed DFC head, and he's been quite clear that they are going to incentivize things like the interconnectors. But to connect all this to your question before, is Turkey too big? Mm-hmm. Are you just comparing them to Cyprus, Greece, and Israel? Because Egypt's bigger. right? If you look at the community of nations and you're thinking, we didn't even mention the initiative between Egypt, Israel, and Saudi Arabia last week. You bring the Abraham Accord countries in there is nobody too big in that, including the United States, in that equation. So the question is, do we take these institutions, this matter of urgency, and create a rule of law system and answer decisively? And to your question about Russia, everybody should watch Prime Minister Mitsotakis' speech. He answered the question that Senator Menendez posed before: what kind of world do you want to live in? And I think that's what everybody here has to answer. What kind of world do we want to live in?
Thank you very much, Senator.
Yeah, I'm circling on those comments. I think what we have here is what California has experienced for the last 10 years, is that it desires to lead in alternative energy, and it doesn't realize how dependent it remains on traditional energy. And now we're seeing that at the national level, and frankly at the international level. So frankly, from my standpoint, we have to maintain a diverse network of energies. That includes traditional as well as newly evolved. The idea that, and I think the Biden administration is learning this as a very painful lesson, that you can't just move ahead in one direction when your fundamental weakness is in your flank is revealed. And I think we're seeing commentary out of Greece to that effect as well. At one point in time, I think the Med pipeline was deemed to make its way to the cemetery, and it appears that discussions have been revisited on that very subject. The reason I bring up California is because California tends to lead national policy when it comes to energy, and the mistakes that we make should be learned at the national and international level. But getting to some of the quick question that you posed, the Chinese, through the Belt and Road Initiative for the last number of years, have made very splashy, very influential investments, sometimes debt trap diplomacy, if you will. But for our purposes, we have to maintain a strong capital fund that looks after this, but specifically streamlining EU regulations. Just like it strangleholds California, the Brussels stranglehold is very real. So if Europe is serious about diversifying and expediting energy facilitation, so it can look after its security interests, Brussels needs to change as well, and quickly.
Okay, thank you. Now, I do have to wind up the session because we're running into the next one and our next speaker has to leave. So I'm just going to give Professor just 20 seconds. If there's anything you want to add, literally we can't go into detail. Any final thoughts?
Okay, I believe that you refer to me. Again, I do not see you. But what I want to say is that a lot has been accomplished during the last 10 years, the last decade, between Greece, Turkey, and Israel. And add to this the cooperation with Egypt concerning within the broader context of energy. So a lot has been done, and the speed is rather amazing, because 10 years ago, practically nothing existed. And during the last decade, a lot has been accomplished, and probably we are going to see much more in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us as well. David, any final comment from you? One last final thought.
I think to answer the energy question, the pragmatists in politics are going to have to dominate the purists. And that has not always been the case, especially of late. And especially when there are a number of coalition governments in Europe and elsewhere in which environmental parties are critical to the stability of governments. But we see it here as well. The pragmatists must take over now. There are short-term solutions, there are medium-term prospects, and there are long-term investment strategies. And wise, cool, calm, open-minded heads need to dominate this discussion if we're going to succeed and if we're going to isolate Russia, as we must.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And final thoughts from the Minister?
I think it's evident that now we have to proceed as fast as possible. I think there should be the political will to endorse all the options available and see how to proceed. It's a matter of urgency, and this is what people want. I'm sure that our minister and Adasabilities will joining you via VTC and will give her own thoughts about the energy issue. Thank you.
Great. So please join me, everybody, in thanking our panel today. It's been a great discussion. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks again. Thanks again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great, thank you. Okay, moving swiftly on. We have our second keynote address of the morning, and we're going to be focusing in on US foreign policy in the Eastern Mediterranean. And we're delighted to have Erika Olson, Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs in the US State Department, speaking to us now. Welcome. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to apologize at the beginning for my voice. I will do as best as I can. My daughter was in the Scholastic National Championship rowing event over the weekend, and unfortunately I cheered a little too loud. So please bear with me. I'll do the best I can. It's great to be here this morning, and thank you for the introduction, Joan. It really is my honor and privilege to participate in this year's Economist New York Mediterranean Business Summit, particularly in person with all of you. It's great to see many friends and colleagues here today. As Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Southern Europe and the Caucasus, I can say that our goal for the region is very clear. The United States is committed to ensuring stability and advancing prosperity in the Eastern Mediterranean. This is a strategically important region where we regularly engage with Greece, the Republic of Cyprus, Turkey, Israel, and other allies, and partners to advance shared interests and U.S. foreign policy goals. And I am proud to say that our relationships in the region are at historical highs, but there is still much for us to do together. The theme of today's conference, Investing for Stability and Pluralistic Growth, appropriately reflects our shared optimism for the future of the Eastern Mediterranean, despite Vladimir Putin's attempt to subvert the rules-based international order that has provided the foundation for stability and economic prosperity since World War II. Indeed, the first of the three topics I will address today is Putin's unprovoked, unjust, and premeditated war against Ukraine. Second, I will discuss, as many of my colleagues have before me, the 3+1 format that is strengthening regional cooperation in the Eastern Mediterranean. And finally, I will highlight aspects of U.S. bilateral cooperation in the region to include high-level political engagements, energy security, and climate issues. The world will soon mark 100 days since Putin ordered Russia's forces to further invade Ukrainian soil. Since that tragic day, we have all witnessed the brutality and violence that Russian forces have unleashed on civilians, schools, villages, places of worship, and shelters. The United States stands proudly with the people of Ukraine as they defend their country from this brutal war. Ukraine has the right to defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity, and we pledge to continue our assistance to help them win this war and hold Putin to account. The effects of Putin's war of choice are not restricted to Ukraine and Russia, but have ripple effects around the world. It calls into question security and prosperity for all countries on issues ranging from the very existence of independent states to human rights, energy, and food security. That is why the United States is committed to working with our partners and allies around the world to stand united and defend the democratic values we hold dear. During a recent UN Security Council open debate on food insecurity and conflict, Secretary Blinken highlighted how the food supply for millions of Ukrainians and millions more around the world has quite literally been held hostage by the Russian military which is using food as a weapon. Putin's brutal war has not only created an appalling humanitarian and refugee crisis, but made the need for Europe's energy independence through a clean energy transition paramount. We cannot stand by while the Russian government uses its cash cow, the fossil fuel industry, to exert political influence over Europe and finance its war of choice. As Putin's war injects chaos and unpredictability into energy markets, the United States stands ready to work with our European partners to diversify gas supplies in alignment with our shared climate goals. You see that in President Biden's announcement in March that the United States would work with international partners to ensure additional LNG volumes for the EU market of at least 15 billion cubic meters in 2022. In the face of Putin's brutal, unprovoked, and unjustified war against Ukraine, we welcome Greece and the Republic of Cyprus's strong leadership, including speedy political, security, and humanitarian support to Ukrainians, as well as progress towards finding solutions to European security challenges. We also appreciate efforts of other allies and partners in the region to support Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Putin's war also highlights the importance of regional efforts that enhance cooperation and regional stability, such as the 3+1 mechanism that started in 2019, through which the United States cooperates with the Republic of Cyprus, Greece, and Israel, 3 nations which share our democratic values. Our 3+1 discussions are not limited to energy and economy. In our expert-level technical working groups, we also discuss climate and emergency response to natural disasters, such as wildfires and earthquakes. These 3+1 discussions will foster resilience, energy security, and most importantly, interconnectivity in the Eastern Mediterranean. Secretary Blinken affirmed our strong support for the 3+1 format during a virtual foreign ministerial with his counterparts from those countries earlier this month. The foreign ministers reaffirmed their shared commitment to the 3+1 format to promote peace, stability, and prosperity in the Eastern Mediterranean. We welcome the broad support for the 3+1 that we have seen in Washington, Nicosia, Athens, and Jerusalem. We also welcome Senator Menendez's efforts to include the parliamentary participants in the process as well. With our partners, we have committed to developing a 3+1 roadmap with tangible deliverables for the coming year, and this will help us set the stage for the follow-on meeting that Senator Menendez mentioned before the end of 2022. Our 3+1 cooperation is even more critical in view of Putin's full-scale invasion of Ukraine and the threat this represents to our collective security. Let me now turn to our strong bilateral partnerships in the region, which are critical to stability and growth in the Eastern Mediterranean. Greece and the United States have a very close, very strong friendship and partnership. We welcomed Greek Prime Minister Mitsotakis to Washington just 2 weeks ago for his meeting at the White House and historic address to a joint session of Congress. This is the highest honor our legislature can bestow upon a visiting foreign leader, and it is testament to the tremendous bipartisan support in the United States for the U.S.-Greece relationship. The Prime Minister's visit underscores the positive, multifaceted nature of our bilateral cooperation. Last year, the United States and Greece celebrated 200 years of friendship. So much of what defines our relationship is centered around our enduring commitment to advance the shared democratic values and freedoms that unite us. Just last October, Secretary Blinken had the pleasure of hosting Foreign Minister Nikos Dendias for the 3rd U.S.-Greece Strategic Dialogue, which covered security cooperation, trade and investment, energy environment, disaster response, counterterrorism, and people-to-people ties. As part of that strategic dialogue, the United States and Greece signed an update to our Mutual Defense Cooperation Agreement, which has been extended for 5 additional years. This is further proof that our defense relationship is stronger than ever, and U.S. and Greek forces continue to enhance their interoperability. Greece's climate engagement and leadership align perfectly with U.S. goals in the region. As the greatest challenges and opportunities of the 21st century come clearly into focus, we are grateful to have a partner in Greece with whom we can work together on the climate crisis and the green economy, as well as on emerging technologies and the digital economy. We are encouraged by Greece's ambitious and achievable goals of phasing out lignite plants by 2028, decarbonizing its vast maritime sector, and launching its Green Island initiative. Moreover, the transatlantic pipeline and the Retuhausa LNG terminal have helped Greece and other regional partners diversify their sources of gas. Today, the United States accounts for almost half of Greece's LNG imports. Greece will have increased energy options following the completion of the floating storage regasification unit at Alexandroupoli, expected to go online in 2023. Greater connectivity among Greece and its neighbors can help to diversify energy supply routes, to balance variability of renewable resources, and to keep energy prices down. We're also pleased that the interconnector between Greece and Bulgaria will come online this year, and that there is agreement for a Greece-North Macedonia interconnector as well. The Republic of Cyprus is working in concert with the United States and our EU partners on Russia and Ukraine. We are proud of the huge growth in our bilateral relationship since the signing of the 2018 Statement of Intent for Security Cooperation. 9 officers from the Republic of Cyprus have participated in our International Military Education and Training Program. In September, the Republic of Cyprus hosted the U.S. Department of Defense in Nicosia for the inaugural Security Cooperation Dialogue, hosted by Minister Petrides. And I was honored to be part of the Cyclops, the Cyprus Center for Land, Open Seas, and Port Security project that we opened in Cyprus earlier this year to help in protecting key infrastructure and enhancing and advancing maritime security in the Mediterranean. Our cooperation with the Republic of Cyprus has grown in other ways as well. In the last year, we signed a bilateral science and technology agreement that I was honored to recognize together with Deputy Minister Kokkinos, who is here with us today as well, and jointly develop an economic plan to broaden and deepen bilateral trade and investment relations in key sectors, which will enhance the prosperity of both of our nations. In February, I was pleased to join Secretary Blinken's bilateral meeting with Foreign Minister Kassilidis. That meeting and the recent virtual meeting of the 3+1 underscored the fact that the United States and Republic of Cyprus have a strong and ever-flourishing partnership. The Secretary and Foreign Minister discussed bilateral and regional issues, including the importance of coordinating actions in support of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The United States continues to support Cypriot-led, UN-facilitated efforts to reunify the island as a bizonal, bicommunal federation with political equality to benefit all Cypriots. It is our long-standing belief that resource development in the Eastern Mediterranean should promote cooperation and provide a foundation for durable energy security and economic prosperity throughout the region. We see both Greece and the Republic of Cyprus as invaluable partners to reach those goals, working together with private and public sector U.S. partners. It's been an honor and a privilege to speak to you all today, and I look forward to working with many of you to ensure stability and advance prosperity in the Eastern Mediterranean. And again, I apologize for my voice. I hope it wasn't too painful, but thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Erika. Yes, I think we've got time for a bit of Q&A. Very briefly, I know you have to leave. You have to leave at 11 or 11:05?
I think 11:05 was probably the latest.
Okay.
I apologize.
So let me first of all then go to the audience to ask if anybody has a question. Please raise your hand if you do. If not, I'm going to go straight in and ask a couple of things. I wanted to ask you about the roadmap. and these tangible deliverables that you mentioned. But before that, I just wanted to ask again about the East Med pipeline. And the reason I want to ask is because I believe it was a State Department report that addressed this issue earlier in the year, if I'm not mistaken, that in a way kind of scuppered the whole idea of the East Med pipeline as something that was not commercially viable and economically viable. Environmental problems. I mean, in retrospect, with the benefit of hindsight after this war, was that maybe not the thing to do?
So I want to start by saying, and again, I'm going to hold this really close so hopefully you can hear me. I'll start by saying that the United States remains absolutely engaged and dedicated to energy security in the Eastern Mediterranean. And we have always said that we support whatever infrastructure enhances that goal that is financially and technically viable. I think that Senator Menendez said well, talking about the importance of interconnectors in the Eastern Mediterranean. I think from our perspective, what's most important for all of us now as we look at the future of energy in the region is what's achievable, and what's achievable quickly, and then what can be the longer term infrastructure that will lead us not in 10 years or 15 years, but in 30 or 50. And that's how we see particularly the electricity interconnectors that were talked about earlier between Asia and Africa and Europe. I think when it comes to the question of gas, if the partners in the region and private sector investors in the region feel that the pipeline is commercially viable and environmentally viable, then that's a discussion for them to have. I think our point is we want to see things that advance security, energy security in the region, and also advance the energy security of broader Europe in bringing Africa, Asia, and Europe together.
Okay, thank you. And I'm keeping a lookout for any hands from the audience, so please raise them high, so in case you. Okay, let's go straight.
I'm not sure you should take that question.
Yeah, can we have a mic here? Thanks.
Andy Zamanides, just because we talked about it's going to get. Do you guys have a timeline? That I talked about the DFC, because the Euro-Asia, Euro-Africa are also longer-term projects. Are there timeline? Are you able to increase some of the green projects? Do you have a new operational rhythm? Are we going to hear announcements on that anytime soon? See, I gave you a softball. Turkey ain't going to be part of them. I know that.
Well, thanks for that. What we're doing right now is actually working with our European counterparts, as well as the countries in the region, to figure out what is the most viable and what can be done in the quickest fashion, and at the same time looking at where the renewable base is of energy. And I think this is where Israel and Egypt are important as being part of those interconnectors, but at the same time. And this is, I think Minister Kokinos is still here. One of the things that we talked quite a bit about in the several times I've been to Cyprus this year alone is enhancing renewable energy production in Cyprus. I mean, we have what is the sunniest country in Europe that produces the least amount of solar energy. That's just an example. So at the same time, we're working on trying to determine what are the best routing and what would the feasibility look like. You mentioned DFC, but of course there's also EBRD, and then the European Union, which dedicated considerable sums to advancing the Euro-Asia interconnector earlier this year. But we're also working on what can be done bilaterally to enhance that renewable baseload.
Was that an add-on question?
Well, the timeline question. I mean, I mentioned in my remarks the roadmap for 3+1, and I know you wanted to ask about that as well. This is actually an important part of that conversation, and what we have scheduled over the next 2 months. We will host the second renewables working group of the 3+1. And Greece will host the inaugural infrastructure working group of the 3+1, which is very important in terms of getting to some of these very technical questions about what can be done with the interconnectors. And then we are very hopeful that Israel, I don't think we have a date yet, but also this summer, Israel will host the cybersecurity working group as part of this, which is also incredibly important, especially in terms of what we're seeing from Russia and how they use energy as a weapon.
Yeah, so just 2 minutes left. So maybe, if there's more to say about the kind of next steps and deliverables, what are the priorities now? You've mentioned the 3 working groups.
Well, I talked a little bit about energy already, but maybe I'll talk a little bit more about what we're doing to try to expand work in mitigating environmental disasters. This is an area I think we saw last summer in particular with the disastrous fires across the region, something sadly we in the United States are very familiar with, is what can be done to enhance cooperation to not just responding to natural disasters, but to actually work in advance to prepare the countries of the region to mitigate, but also to be able to react proactively and not while these are happening. I talked a little bit about food security in the context of the horrible war in Ukraine. But I think this is going to become a question, as we discussed under our UN Security Council presidency last week, or maybe the week before, I can't remember now, up here in New York in the food security ministerial. We are also looking in the 3+1 context on what more can be done when it comes to the economy. I know that Cyprus and Israel both have held some very interesting working groups on that question when it comes to actually aquatic and ocean food. So that's another area I think that factors into the larger challenge that we're confronting.
Okay, fantastic. So I know you've got to go, but thank you so much for joining us today, Erica Olson. Really good to hear some of that detail about next steps. We're going to have a little break now. I suggest, so you can stretch your legs and get a coffee, and I suggest we reconvene here at 11:15, so 5 minutes after what is in your program. Bring your coffee back in if you want to, because we're going to start sharp at 11:15. And please join me now in thanking our keynote speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Your voice was fine, absolutely fine.
Ecom BX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me. You see, better days are here.
Ecom BX. With us, the future is today.
You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me. You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me.
Please. Okay, we're going to now go to the remote connection. Can everybody sit down and let's have some quiet, please? Thank you. I sound very bossy, I know. Very bossy. Thank you very much. Do we have our connection? Oh, here we are. Thank you very much, Nikos Papathanasis. Thank you very much for joining us. This is the alternate Minister of Development and Investments of Greece, as I just mentioned. So the way this is going to work, the Minister is going to give us his thoughts for 5 minutes or so, and then all of our panelists, and we're going to have a dialogue and discussion and take Q&A. So please do think of any questions that you would like to ask the Minister or the panelists. And let's kick off. Over to you.
Thank you, Joanne. Good morning to everyone, dear co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen. It's with a great pleasure to be here with you today discussing a very important issue regarding business and enhancing business ties across the Atlantic. And of course, I would like to congratulate the economists for the organization of the Mediterranean Business Summit. Following a very successful visit of our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, to the United States, his address in the Congress and the bilateral discussions with President Biden, it is more than clear that Greece is back. And the most important thing is that we are a significant partner for US in a very difficult area of the world. Saying that, I would like to point out that we are a stable country. We abide with international law. We are a member of EU and NATO. We play a role in the Balkans. We have very good connections in the Middle East. We are becoming a regional energy hub that would provide gas in the Balkans and in Europe. We hold a very important geopolitical position, and therefore we are a very strong ally and a partner, and a strategic partner for Cyprus, an ally and a partner for Israel. And of course, we have stood in the war in solidarity with the Ukrainian people. We are always with the US in the right side of the history, and we are working together. We are working with the US for the peace and stability in the region. And since we are discussing business ties, it is important to follow the efforts of Greece to support the ties by creating a better and, of course, a friendly environment for businesses to flourish. Going now to some economics and following up the new releases, according to the European Commission and the 2022 economic forecast, the real GDP for Greece will be 3% growth, or 3.5% for 2022. And of course, we will stay at 3.1 for 2023. And we are coming back with a very strong touristic season, something that we had missed the last 2 years. Now, of course, the energy crisis is expected to impact Greece's recovery efforts, and we are working very hard to recover from this crisis. Of course, as a country, as a government, we are placing the foundations to become a country to be trusted by the businesses. We are creating a friendly environment. We accelerate the recovery after the pandemic. We have gone through a shock during the pandemic. And of course, we are moving with a lot of reforms in order to create a better environment. We have passed legislation in order to make things much more efficient and much more easier for businesses to start. We have reduced taxes. Now we have a corporate tax rate of 22% and a dividend tax rate of 5%. And of course, we are providing a lot of incentives for digital and green capital investments. In saying that, in Greece, we have received a lot of interest for FDIs. And of course, we have improved our position in the global index for receiving FDIs. Now we rank 23rd in the global category among 55 countries. In the last 2.5 years, we have a significant leap in attracting FDIs. Now, we have very strong American companies like Microsoft and Pfizer, of course, Cisco and other companies, technological protagonists like TeamViewer, Amazon, JP Morgan, that trust us, especially as I spoke about Microsoft. Now, Microsoft is in the process of developing 3 data centers and creating in the country a technological hub. Cisco also is creating a digital transformation center. Pfizer is multiplying the investment in Greece. And of course, we have Amazon Web Services and JP Morgan placing themselves in our country. We are providing incentives, as I have mentioned, with tax incentives and grants, spatial development incentives in order to make businesses easy to be established in Greece. We have a development law with state aid schemes that would support all type of investments in Greece. Of course, that includes agro-food and green investments, digital investments, and we align with the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, having in total 77 billion euros in European funds that, of course, will attract approximately another 40 billion euros in private funds. Now, we are leaders in the Just Transition program, which is the deliquidization program. It's an ambitious program. Of course, this is a phase that we are moving smoothly, although the lignite production, for security reasons, continues to occur, and we plan this to stop by 2028. And to close, I would like to mention that Greece, as I said at the beginning, is becoming an energy hub, a regional energy hub, with the participation in the 3+1 mechanism, and of course, enhancing its capacity in adding FSRUs in Alexandroupoli in order to provide, as I said before, a gas in the Balkan and then to Europe. And of course, with the East Med pipeline, we are supporting the pipeline, and we believe that we are in a geopolitical partnership with Cyprus, Israel, and the United States, and we are moving forward in order to create an energy hub as for stability and for growth in the region. Thank you very much, John.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. It's really good to start off, obviously, with that kind of top-line macro outlook for Greece, and a quick look at the business environment, and also the importance of the regional relations, and particularly in the energy sector. And we'll come back to some of these things in the discussion. But I'm going to turn straight now to our panelists and take your thoughts, and then we'll open it up to discussion. So Rafi, Carmeli, first of all, let's start with your view. How does it look for you, the regional perspective and prospects for growth and investment?
Yeah, I think there's a lot more potential probably than that's utilized in the potential to collaborate and extract economic growth and value for all parties that's actually utilized. All the countries sort of in the region are individually are smaller countries, population-wise, and also in terms of their economic power and political power. But combined, they probably have more influence. So I think that the more ways these economies find to collaborate and enhance their business ties, that obviously will benefit everybody.
Okay, great. And next, Rachel.
Yes.
First thoughts from you.
Sure. So we've been talking a lot about the Eastern Mediterranean and Greece as being kind of an energy hub. That is very much kind of what Black Summit and our foreign direct investments are trying to do, not only to bolster energy security, but also defense security. I mean, the issues of food security. The Black Summit-led consortium called the International Port Investments Kavala was recently awarded the tender for the sub-concession of the port. And in the next couple of months here, we're also planning to submit a binding bid for the port of Alexandroupoli. And so these two ports are going to be really key assets for development. They're at this crossroads of Western geopolitical and geoeconomic issues, and they're going to become pillars for these the multifaceted areas of security. So if that's renewable energy projects, FSRUs, not only is the Port of Alexandroupoli going to be a critical asset for energy, but our consortium aims to make the Port of Kavala a main, with a source of energy security, with perhaps an FSRU there as well.
Okay, great. And finally, Roman.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I guess just to give some context, I work at a fund called Prince Street Capital, which is an emerging markets focused investment firm headquartered here in New York and in Singapore, and we've been investing all across the world for the last 20 years. Now, Greece became an emerging market only 10 years ago, so we again began to focus our attention there, and it's been a very interesting time, obviously. The country came out of a very deep depression following the economic crisis, and there was an enormous amount of optimism when Prime Minister Kyriakos took over in 2019. In some ways, he's been, I think, quite unlucky. He was struck with COVID, which for a tourism-dependent economy like Greece was quite a big deal. And then just as COVID was receding into the rear view now the war in Russia and Ukraine has again gotten in the way. For us as portfolio investors, one of the things that we look for when we make our bets across the world is policy direction and policy leadership. And in Greece, I think there's been a huge shift. Having invested there over the last 10 years, and having seen, in particular, the big shift in domestic sentiment. The people that we speak to. I was actually just in Greece 2 weeks ago for a trip to meet with corporates, and the same enthusiasm that we saw in 2019, I think continues today, and the business people that we speak to are quite happy with the performance of government and where they're taking the country. So I guess I would just echo Rafi's comments. There's an enormous amount of potential there. I'm sure we're going to speak about where that is in the economy. So I think Greece is very much headed in the right direction. Cyprus and Israel, I guess, are slightly different cases for us specifically. Cyprus is, I think, classified technically as a frontier economy by the index providers. And Israel.
What is the difference between frontier and emerging?
That's a great question. In some ways, I think the difference or the distinction has been somewhat artificially drawn over the years. But in terms of how the indices are constructed, it's primarily to do with market access. So the places that are most easy for foreign investors to access are typically classified as emerging. Those that are still a little bit behind and still trying to get to that same level are classified as frontier. In an ironic way, you would think that it would be about the level of development. So the wealthier countries would be emerging and the rest would be frontier, but it doesn't always comport with that. But just to come back to the point, so I think for Cyprus, being a smaller market, its fate is a little bit more so than Greece out of its hands, so it relies a lot more on what's happening in the neighborhood. And Israel, for us, is graduated to be a developed market now as of more than 10 years ago, so we've been less involved there, but I think Israel also has done quite a good job at shielding itself from some of these macro headwinds in the region and being able to make its own path.
Right, so thanks very much, all of you. And I believe the Minister is still on with us and can come back on some of the questions. Obviously, we've got a lot of people here from the region who can also maybe answer questions as well as ask them. So I will open it up to the floor as well. But I guess, the first question for all of you is, prior to this, the region, all the individual countries were recovering actually quite strongly from the pandemic. There was actually very strong momentum, growth momentum, towards the end of 2021, despite we were already seeing obviously still supply chain difficulties, increases in energy prices, but still that momentum even carried through into the first quarter of this year. So that was looking good. So now how worried is everyone about the headwinds caused by the war in Ukraine? I mean, we in our forecasting, this is my business, it's economic analysis and forecasting. I'm the head of a big team of people covering the region, the whole Europe region, East and West, and including this region. We have been downgrading our growth forecasts, as of course, Minister mentioned as well. Everybody's been downgrading the growth forecast because what the headwinds that we're facing obviously is the supply chain difficulties are being compounded now by the war that was still persisting after the pandemic. They've been compounded by the war in Ukraine. We've got the China situation not looking too good with the zero COVID policy and lockdowns and so on. Then we have, obviously there's the sanctions and direct sanctions on Russia, and then the kind of indirect ones where we see many companies just avoiding doing business with that part of the world because they don't want to be caught out. And then finally, obviously the big one, commodities prices, and not just energy commodities, but other commodities which, from this part of the world are very important, metals, nickel, so on. So we're seeing this huge surge in inflation, and that is the main headwind to growth, especially in Europe, but globally too. And that is what is causing these downgrades in the growth forecast, because that's going to hit private consumption. So my question, really is, how worried are you? For example, we have our global growth forecast, we've downgraded from 3.9% prior to the invasion. It's going to be, in our latest forecasting round, about 2.8% global growth this year. The region that is most hit is obviously Europe, where we've downgraded our growth forecast for Eurozone to 2.3%. So we've shaved off about more than 1 percentage point of growth. And then some countries like Germany are going to be hit very, very hard, and we've a forecast of 1.3% for Germany. Now, that sounds okay, actually, that the kind of annual figures are all right, but that conceals quite a lot because of what I said earlier. We have this strong growth momentum going into the year, but gradually as the year progresses, we're going to see this slowdown, and which will carry through into 2023 as well. So that's on the one hand, but on the other hand, there seems to be quite a lot of pent-up demand, especially for tourism, I think, in the region, and maybe Mr. Papathanasis can talk about that, because actually we're seeing a very positive momentum in tourism in Europe, which suggests actually that maybe the savings accumulated during the pandemic will cushion the impact on the cost of living crisis. So I'd like to just get your feel, really, from people from the region and from you guys here, investors, about, are you feeling that things are looking, much worse now, or do you think there's still actually some positive momentum for the region? So maybe first over to you, Minister, to give your thoughts about that. How worried are you? You've obviously downgraded, but not too much.
John, for sure. We have headwinds. There's no question about that. And I think this is an issue that we have to face. Although our basic pillar, which is tourism, is doing excellently this year. We are expecting to get back to what we had in 2019 and maybe surpass that. So in 2021, we had a growth of 8.3%. And of course, going back to the discussion, and I think it is true, I said, Greece is back. And it was said by the distinguished panelists that it's all about policy, and it's all about a government that believes in making things easier for investment to come. And in the 2021, we had the pillars of investment being strong, and also we had the pillar of exports being strong. For the first time in our history, we had the exports of agro foods being positive. So this year we have another pillar. We don't have the consumption, although we have the accumulation and of surplus of money in the banks, but the consumption is still low. But we will have the investments, we will have the exports, and we will have tourism. So we are very optimistic about 2022. And as I said, we are expecting a 3.5% growth, followed by 3.1% for 2023. Of course, there are many unknowns in the equation, and we are still supporting the economy, the families, the businesses. We are very careful. We have to be, and we have to stay within fiscal, in a logical fiscal region in order to be able to get money. We still need money. We are in a deficit. So we are very careful, and we will continue to be optimistic. We are a reformist government, and of course, the pandemic. And don't forget, we have a naughty neighbor in the region. We are spending a lot of money for our defense, it is very important for us. And because it was said about Alexandroupoli, Port of Kavala, we like to be strong because we have enabled with revisionism ideas. And in that aspect, I repeat, we are very careful with our fiscal dealings because we have to remain in the right path.
Thanks. Does anybody want to come back on this question of overall? There's lots of doom and gloom talk, end of globalization and so on, but
I'm happy
not
to,
really feeling this.
I'll wear I'm a partner in a venture capital firm that invests in technology, specifically Israeli related. So in that context, obviously a lot of stuff going on macro and geopolitical wise, but from the technology or investment in technology aspect, I think we're very optimistic. And yes, there are always bumps, in every cycle. Sometimes they're caused by different sources of dislocations around the world. But the overall trend that the world is adopting more technology, people, businesses are looking to innovate, invest in technology, transform the way they operate, et cetera, looking for efficiencies operationally. That mega trend is not going to stop, and I'd argue even that in harsher times, people tend to focus on what has the most impact, and technology historically has proven to have significant impact on the ability to change. So I think there's probably pain along the way, but overall, I think we should all be optimistic that this is sort of going to resolve itself. And from our perspective as technology investors, I think that the opportunity has never been more bright than it is now.
Okay, Rachel?
Yeah, I would say from more the perspective of port investments, really these headwinds and Russia's invasion of Ukraine have created some great opportunities for Greece and the region, most specifically in the ports of Kavala and Alexandroupoli. There's this wonderful opportunity to assist in supplying LNG to Europe through Greece and through these American-Greek partnerships in the private sector, but also in the public sector. The port of Alexandroupoli is being used as for military exercises between NATO and U.S. forces. It's been, I think, mentioned a couple of times here. The Greece and the U.S. have just renewed their mutual defense cooperation agreement. So you've got the energy possibilities there. You've got defense possibilities there in bolstering U.S. Greek relations, but also NATO relations and the rest of the region. Also along the energy side, we have this, everyone was talking about, and still is talking about climate change, but we really have an opportunity to continue that and to really push Europe's green energy transition, and ports are going to play a very critical part in that. So renewable energy, when it comes to the offshore wind supply chain, ports are part of the EU's plan towards the green energy transition. We also aim to make the port of Kavala, and then if awarded, the port of Alexandroupoli, some of Europe's first green ports. And we would do that through various different renewable energy projects, such as a power generation station, rooftop solar panels, biofuels operations, hydrocarbon operations. So in this sense, there's some great opportunities that these headwinds have created for Greece and the region.
Thanks. Roman?
Yeah, it's a good question. In the 3 days that I spent in Athens a couple of weeks ago, energy security was definitely front and center in almost every conversation, in almost every meeting that we had. And I think for Greece, the issue would be more manageable if it was just a Greek issue. But because the issue is about Europe as a whole, relying on LNG at a moment when all of Russian gas might be cut off for Europe might become a much more difficult thing to pull off. So it's definitely something that Greece and Europe are struggling with at the moment in trying to figure out what a plan B might look like. I think Greece has a relatively more flexible grid, I would say, than the rest of Europe. The reliance on Russia is much lower. There are the lignite plants, which were meant to originally come off, but are still available to be used in case of emergency. But the nice thing, and I think both the minister and Rachel mentioned this, that there's some real silver linings in what's happening. And one of the major ones is that the government was well prepared coming into this event. In particular, the fact that the fiscal balance of the country was moving in the right direction now creates some space, some opportunities to try to offset the inflationary headwinds in terms of how seriously they impact the spending power of the population. And in an ironic way, I think some inflation for Greece is actually a good thing, because for a country with a large debt load that is relatively long duration and fixed in cost, a bit of inflation allows them to grow out of that debt trap that it found itself in previously. So I think that'll be a good thing as well. But cyclically, certainly, the higher inflation is a headwind at the moment.
Great. I'm looking all the time for any hands from the audience as well. So please, if you do have questions, raise your hand.
I think he's raising his hand.
Is there somebody?
I have a pre-written question from an audience member that they asked me to share. This question is specifically for Rafi. I'm wondering if you could maybe share a little bit more about your business strategy, particularly for business leaders in Cyprus and Greece that are trying to attract more VC investments and are looking to emulate the Israeli startup model.
Yeah, great question. What can Greece and Cyprus learn from Israel, which is actually bucking the trend globally in terms of FDI, certainly.
Yeah, I'm happy to try to address it. I think, first of all, there's lots of similarities between the countries in terms of their mindset and the people, the culture, and so forth. So the fundamentals, I think, are there. What has worked for Israel over the decades, I believe, is investing a lot in supporting an entrepreneurial culture it takes probably decades to cultivate, and it doesn't happen overnight, but you really have to think about all aspects of the economy of the country to cultivate this entrepreneurial culture, support it with action, whether it's capital or programs that enable investment in technology, attract foreign capital at all levels, and also attract multinational companies. The minister mentioned a few that participate in Greece. Israel has over 300 multinational companies that have different levels of activities in that small countries, whether it's innovation hubs, accelerators, development centers. So they benefit from the talent that's located in Israel, but Israel as a country and as an economy learns from them as well and transfers that knowledge. So I think finding ways to attract large multinational companies in mass goes a long way. It trickles into sort of a ripple effect into other areas of the economy. I think one thing that Israel has sort of based on fact that not all countries have is everything related to the military service and activities in the country, which I guess young people get to do things that normally young people around the world don't. They develop leadership skills and teamwork skills and responsibilities that educate them how to deal with the business life, I think, early on, and also sort of actual training, and if it's in cyber defense units, etc. But it's all things that I think can, in some way or another, be replicated. It just takes a lot of time, and I think also seeing success, right? As you see success, more capital will flow, and then that will feed itself, and people will get confidence that it's working.
Great, thanks. I'm going to put that question to the Minister as well, because I believe you have to leave us quite shortly. And to throw in another kind of element to the question, because I absolutely agree with everything that you just said about Israel. I mean, Israel, is the leading country in the world in terms of investment in R&D. That's the basis for everything, the innovation, the development of its high-tech sector, its ability to attract FDI inflows and investment of all kinds, venture capital firms, and so on. It actually, in the pandemic, when global FDI was falling, it was increasing into Israel. Now we're starting to see some of that in Greece, and it's much needed, obviously. 2019 was a record year, $5 billion US dollars, and maybe that sounds like small fry compared with what's going into Israel. But still, that was an improvement, bit of a dip in 2020. But how do you see the outlook for FDI? Is it going to pick up again? And is the EU next-gen funding going to make a difference, do you think, in terms of your ability, to Greece's ability, and Cyprus for that matter, to attract more investment of this sort into green energy, into energy transition, into technology for Greece and Cyprus?
For sure, John. EU next-gen funding will make a big difference. But going back to Israel, I would like to say that we learn. We learn from Israel many things. They are the protagonists in R&D, innovation hubs, spin-offs, startups, and as in a way, we are copying a lot of what they have done. Of course, they are way ahead in this sector. We do have the talent. We have something that you cannot find easily in other countries in Europe. We have a very strong talent. Of course, this is a result of the 10-year crisis and the unemployment, which was very high. I would say that, of course, we are going down drastically. Now, today is at 12.2%. It started in our governance at 17.2%. It's going down, as I said, drastically. But so we do still have the talent, and also we do have a pool of very talented Greeks that have left during the crisis. We approximate the total number in 500,000 Greeks, and a lot of them are returning. So we are reversing the brain drain we have undergone, and this is very important for us, you see, because we do have a demographic problem. So we have to create this environment for these innovational companies to come, because they attract approximately 15 to 20% of the people that they hire come from abroad. And there are Greeks that have left and they're returning back. So I would say that we are very optimistic. We see a lot of interest because the companies and the investors and the foreign companies see a very friendly environment, a government that speaks in one frequency, that is the frequency of an investment-friendly location. And I think right from the beginning, Kyriakos Mitsotakis have said that this is his effort to create a friendly environment. And we are very optimistic. There's high demand. Of course, size matters. We are trying to build up in size, because a lot of the companies, in order to come and invest, need bigger size in projects. We are working on that, making things, as I said, easier, faster, and more convenient for the investors.
Thank you very much, Minister. And if you do have to leave us, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us all today. It's been great having your participation, but if you can hang on, that's also great, because I'm going to turn to the audience again. I think somebody had a hand up here at the back, if we can have a mic there.
Thank you very much, Joan. I will stay on.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
It's very interesting, the discussion, very interesting, so I will stay to participate.
Go ahead.
Hi, okay, great. Iris Leopoulos here. I have a question for Roman from Prince Street. As an experienced equity long-short investor across emerging markets, how would you compare your experience across different markets with that of investing in Greece, in equities in Greece? And what advice or general commentary might you have about the regulatory environment and how has that evolved over the past 10 years that you've been involved in the country? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess it's a kind of big question, so maybe I can divide it up into parts. You know, in some ways, the experience of Greece has been typical for me, for us, of emerging markets in general. So the fact that it found itself an emerging market over time kind of made sense. You know, in emerging markets, you typically have these enormous up and down swings. The cycles can be very exaggerated. And that's certainly what we've had in Greece over the last decade. I think in emerging markets as well, as I mentioned earlier, policy direction from up top also tends to be quite important. And in Greece, that's certainly been the case, much more so, I would say, than in the rest of Europe, where kind of governments come and go, but it has much less bearing for the direction of the country. This government, I think, has done a great job of trying to steer the ship in the right direction, and you know, the things that they've done, starting with the success they've had with PPC, for instance, the Public Power Corporation, the big state-owned utility company, which was almost on the brink of insolvency when the government came in, and there's been a wholesale transformation of the business. And I think the government realized that this company can really be a driving force for transforming the electric grid, and fixing the company, returning it back to health would be an important part of that, and they've done that. And so companies now raise capital, the balance sheet's in a much stronger position, and they're accelerating their push into renewables, which is something that is really overdue for a business like that in a country that sunny, so to speak. But I guess abstracting out from that, the one piece of advice or the one thing that I think is still missing in Greece is a real focus on pushing ahead capital markets development. And one of the things that we heard a lot about over the time that we were in Athens meeting with companies is just a lack of new listings and a lack of incentives, I think, from government in trying to bring new companies onto the exchange. And this is to the point that we were just discussing earlier in terms of the formation of the venture scene, which in Greece is starting to take off. I think an ability for local companies to come and raise equity capital on the local exchange would be a big piece of trying to push that ecosystem forward. So I think this is one of the remaining agenda items, I think, for government over the next couple of years.
Yep. We're coming to the end of the session, always running into the next session, unfortunately. So I just want to give the Minister the opportunity to come back, and Rachel also, to hear any reflections that you have on the questions that have been raised or what your co-panelists have said. Maybe start with you, and then I'll come to the Minister.
Okay, sure. It sounds like, you know, Greece is moving in the right direction. I think you've both said that, and same with Israel. And there's lots of opportunities to continue pushing, you know, to continue supporting entrepreneurs, to continue moving Greece in that direction, so that investment continues to come into the country, so that increases. Sounds like there's opportunities not only in the private sector, but the public sector also, as we've heard from many of you today. So even though, you know, we have the inflationary headwinds, we have security really being threatened in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Black Sea, there's opportunities for Greece, Cyprus, and Israel to really step in and be the catalyst for development in the region.
Okay, well, maybe the final word then to the Minister. We've got an election coming up in Greece, so there's not that much time left, at least for this administration, to implement this very ambitious agenda. it would be good to hear what will be the priorities of the government for the next 12 months with regard to the questions we've been discussing today, improving the regulatory environment, the business environment, to actually try and compensate, if you like, for the kind of headwinds that we are all facing, every country is facing at the moment.
You're very right, Joan. We have 12 months until next elections. We are a very stable government, and in the polls right now, you will see that our party is way ahead. Therefore, this sends a message that this government is working and the people is accepting the work. Of course, headwinds have kind of created a cloud that partially hides all the very strong work and the reformist work that has been done through these 3 years. But we will continue. We will continue with changing things, making Greece an example. We are planning to bring in bills that will make things much easier, faster, and efficient. And of course, we are building a comfort zone between the state and the investor, moving outside of the government, moving outside of the state, work that was previously done by the state. Of course, keeping the supervision. Now, one thing very important to see our prospect is that we would, as I said at the beginning, we have 77 billion euros money coming in through the RRF, the national, European program of that Greece participates, and with the common agricultural program with Europe, 77 billion that will attract approximately 40 billion of private money. At the same time, we have a very strong program of PPPs, the strongest ever in the history. And the challenge now is how efficiently we'll absorb this money in the economy, because our history is not so strong in absorbing money. And that's why I'm saying that we are working towards a more efficient state in order to be able to absorb quickly the money and put the money in the market in order to advance our economy. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you all of you for this discussion today, which have been actually quite an optimistic one in the circumstances, so that's always good to hear. And thanks for your questions, and please join me in giving a round of applause to all of our speakers. Thank you. Thank you, and goodbye. Thanks for joining us again. Do we need a photo? Thanks, all of you. Is this a phone? Somebody's phone? Thank you. At least it's not the senator's phone. That's good. Okay, we're going to change the format a little bit now, and we're going to have an in conversation. And it's my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Jeremy Balkin, who's the Global Head of Innovation and Corporate Development at JP Morgan Chase. And we're going to have a little talk on stage about innovation and banking and the banking sector. So please join me on the stage. Okay, nice to meet you. Have a seat. Okay, so this is a very big topic, and I'm really glad to have you with us with so much experience in the sector. So my first question, is quite a broad one, I guess, which is how much has technology transformed your world and your industry, the world of big banking, in the course of your career? And for you, when was the period of most rapid change in that respect, or have we seen nothing yet?
Start with the tough ones. I think, Joan, clearly, 2007, I think, is an important milestone, because that was when most of us became familiar with the smartphone, and I see many of you with them right now. When you put a supercomputer in the palm of everybody's hands, you create entire new business models. Who here took an Uber to get to this conference today? Without the mobile, you wouldn't have Uber. So when you create mobile communication in the palm of people's hands and you connect people, these peer-to-peer networks create platforms, vertical and horizontal. So in 2007, the smartphone as we know it came out. In 2016, a decade later, 3.67 billion smartphones in the world. By 2026, a decade from there, there's going to be 92% of the world will have a smartphone subscription. When you create peer-to-peer networks, you create platforms. Now we have these horizontal and vertical platforms. The challenge is now to connect those platforms. Connecting platforms is about API, interoperability, and exchanging data. When you exchange data, you exchange value. When you exchange value, you make a payment, because we're in a digital world. And so that's why we believe payments are eating the world. And I think the rate of change, one could argue, is only going to get greater in the years to come, maybe in the next decade. I think that's going to be exciting for both consumers and businesses. And I think banking is at the forefront of that. And certainly payments, which is the space I'm in.
Yeah. It's quite a competitive environment. So do you see the largest tech platforms as competitors or collaborators? Because they're all dipping their toes into the world of finance, your world. And how do you see that?
So I authored a book about a decade ago before joining JP Morgan, where I said banking is the metaphor for trust in society. And I think that is still true today. I think consumers are quite happy, the evidence shows, to exchange texts and post photographs and use the big tech platforms to search for things. It remains to be seen whether consumers also want to trust these companies for financial services. I will say that in America, where we are today, there are very, very robust consumer financial protections, and rightly so. We haven't seen that necessarily in the case of technology and people exchanging data, their data, which is highly valuable. And I think that would be something that I would hope over the years to come we would see the same robust consumer protections for data exchange.
Right. And how can the big banks respond to this challenge, if that's the way we want to see it, from the fintechs, which are nibbling away at bank revenues and profits in a wide range of activities. So there's quite a lot of competition. That's a big change in recent years.
Absolutely, Joan. And I think there's a lot we can learn on this side of the pond from what's happening over in Europe and the UK with regards to open banking, that I think is a fantastic case study. I would also say that here in the US, there are, give or take, 5,000 banking charters in the country. I think you could say the top 50 banks here in the US can both simultaneously spend whatever is required to be both compliant and then innovate. Think about it as they can, both run the bank and then change the bank. I think the next kind of 4,950 odd banks, it's a long tail of the 99%. Compliance is not an option. They have to be compliant. It's the innovation that's the option. So therefore, rightly, there has to be partnership with fintech, and I think that's a good thing. I think payments, the space that I focus on, is the natural kind of tip of the spear for financial services as it relates to intersecting with the new world, with fintech. I think it's the ideal space to co-create, to collaborate, and to build new business models to move money faster, more safely, and more efficiently anywhere, anytime around the world, because payments are eating the world. And I think very much this is an illustration of that. And we see it every day.
Yeah, so can you give some examples of this kind of cooperation and, from your own experience, developing, new apps, new tools, and forging alliances? Is it through making acquisitions or how? just a few examples maybe from your recent experience.
I mean, we at JP Morgan, I guess, do all three between sort of traditional buy, build, and partnership. I think we made a pretty significant and historic investment in Greece, which we announced in January of this year. It was historic not only because of the investment and the quantum of the investment, but also because of a once-in-a-100-year snowstorm that we had in Athens that day, which was very memorable. Certainly in contrast to the many, many trips I've done to Greece, where it's been 40 degrees plus and sunny. But suffice it to say that that was historic because we recognize that the region has some of the world's best technology talent. Being from Australia myself, originally the path less traveled and searching off the beaten track for opportunities, and in the region, in the Mediterranean, between whether it's Greece, whether it's Israel, countries with 10 million populations, with high-tech, highly educated, externally facing mindset, looking to export technology. We think it's a phenomenal opportunity. As I said, we made the historic investment in Greece in a leading cloud-based omni-channel merchant acquiring payments company. We hope it'll be the first of many in the region, and we're very excited about it, and we want the deal to close, so that's all I'll say for now. But directionally, we think this region in particular has some of the world's best tech talent, and it's off the beaten track. I've been to the region every month for the last 7 months.
Wow.
In particular, I go back there once a month now because we think the opportunities are phenomenal. Some of the most attractive in the world, actually.
Great. That's another vote of confidence then for Greece and the region. Just coming back to the question of the non-bank competitors, PayPal, Blockwise, and so on. They do seem to be capturing a lot of consumer attention and activity. So what you're saying is that the best approach is not to see them as rivals as such, but to learn from that, to innovate, to basically collaborate. But when you look at what's happening, the money, the venture capital money, is going into, and a lot of public markets have been very generously funding such firms. So is that going to continue, do you think? Or have we seen, has there been a high point already?
Well, I mean, time will tell that, but I think in the last decade you've seen close to $1.5 trillion with a T of investment across all things fintech. I think the demand and supply imbalance between, meaningful, sustainable businesses and the investment, there is clearly a mismatch in the supply and demand curves. I think going forward, some of the really successful fintechs that you've mentioned, have done an incredible job penetrating the consumer market. The question happens, what happens, in this new environment where interest rates are not zero and cost of capital is not free, including investment capital. How many of them will survive? Time will tell. Only a few of them are profitable today. I will say, though, if you think about all that $1.5 trillion of investment across all things fintech, I suspect if I was to sort of just put anyone on the spot and say, what's the one name of that fintech that that first springs to mind, that's successful, that's sustainable, that's a real business, it's probably a payments company. And I think so. You'll probably see that the payments companies probably continue to thrive and survive in the same way in the 99 sort of tech boom. You see the Amazon and the Google of today, but the others will probably consolidate, and it'll be a survival of the fittest. It'll be a race between sort of who has got raised capital and can sort of see through the next 12, 18 months without having to raise, because we're already seeing down rounds with a number of sort of very high profile and notable fintechs. It'll be certainly a challenge. And some of these entrepreneurs who've built fantastic businesses haven't necessarily been through the downturns. So time will really test the durability and sustainability of not only the business model, but the entrepreneur.
Yeah, great. And what do you see as the next main tangible development in terms of a technological change in your industry, in the banking industry? And secondly, big question, digital money, which not necessarily crypto.
Sure. Look, I think I heard someone once say that the digital transformation journey in financial services is only 1% complete. I mean, I'm seeing various smiles and so on, so maybe it's more or less depending on who you bank with. But I think digital transformation, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, but there's also no finish line. It's perpetual, it has to continue. So I think, as I said before, I think payments are the tip of the spear between sort of the old and the new, where sort of incumbent financial services interacts with, co-creates with and collaborates with the insurgency, the fintech piece, which I think is really healthy for the industry. You know, I think if there's one thing that we've learned over the last few years, it's that digitization of new and creation of new business models, where businesses previously may not have had a direct-to-consumer business model, and have then had to pivot with lockdowns and so on, because you have to get paid. A business doesn't exist if it can't either pay or be paid. So I think every business today is a payments business, fundamentally at its core, with these sort of value-added services and adjacencies layered around it, which then leads you to the movement of money. And as I said before about this sort of payments are eating the world analogy around, we see data being transferred and value being exchanged in a sort of a 360-degree way for any business today or any platform. So in many ways, this is the era for payments. I think you'll only see more digitized payment and more innovative digitized payment business models emerge, which will also in some ways level the playing field for markets that are off the beaten track, because the technology and the technologists and the entrepreneurs are, whether it's in the Mediterranean or in the Southeast Asia or Australia or wherever the case may be, can build platforms that are borderless. Payments are borderless by nature. So therefore, and the innovation is such that it's really, the curve is so steep. At the same time, humans still want to interact with each other. So you may see a sort of a reversion to the mean in terms of actually wanting to go to a physical store and using physical cash, especially for younger, I mean, I think of my kids, you know, 3-year-old twins, what's the world going to be like for them one day? They might actually think it's cool to use a piece of paper to pay for something.
Well, yeah, I am actually
I don't know.
I'm here in New York with my two youngest children, who are 21 and 23, and the youngest, my son, Luca, 21, he can't get enough of the dollars, you know, the greenback. You know, he loves the feel of them and everything. And yeah, says, I wish we had this in the UK, you know, where we don't have really, we have these slippery notes now, these, you know, that just fly out of your pocket, these £20 and £10. He likes these, you know, really soft, you know, $1 bills, $5 bills. So yeah, I think that there might be something in that. But just to finish up, what advice have you got for people working in the region, in Cyprus, in Greece in particular, in terms of the banking sector there, where, you know, they've been up against it for certainly for the past decade or so, but emerging, you know, from a very difficult period. Pandemic changed quite a lot of things, obviously, in terms of, you know, digitalization in this industry as well as others. So, but what, you know, to really, you know, move forward, what's the best advice that you can give for people working in this sector in Greece and Cyprus?
Yeah, and Israel, I think, you know, if you think about the last decade, I mean, the phenomenal growth story that maybe the rest of the world doesn't appreciate. I think tell the story even better, and maybe that's why summits like this are so important. But if you think about sort of 2008 to 2020, between financial crisis and the COVID, you know, I'm less familiar with Cyprus, but certainly from a Greece and Israel perspective, the growth story has been phenomenal. The way it's withheld the resiliency, withheld the challenge and the shocks externally, and more importantly, invested in itself, invested in its human capital in a world where rapid pace of technology change. And I think a lot of, if we look at the major continents around the world, the pace of change with human capital has been very flat, whereas the pace of technology change has been like this. Whereas I think in those two markets in particular, Israel and Greece, I think we've seen those two curves at a similar growth rate. I think that's been part of the success between empowering your people to be technology literate, entrepreneurial, think about exporting those technologies to markets like the US or the UK or otherwise, have been really successful. And I think the advice would be continue to focus on payments, because I think that's a space that's borderless. The markets to move money are everywhere, including in outer space now. And so therefore I would focus on that area and continue to export it, and let us know if you've got anything interesting. We'd love to see it.
Jeremy Balkan, thank you very much indeed. It's been great having you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And we've got one more session before we're breaking for lunch. Oh, Jeremy, hold on. Sorry, we need to do a photograph. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Okay, so let me now call all the speakers for the next session to join me on this stage. So the next session is Investing for Inclusive Growth. And again, we're going to be looking at US relations with the region. So the first speaker I'd like to call is Christos Dimas, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Development and Investments of Greece. Next up, James Birchfield, Executive Vice President, American Central European Business Association, and President of the US-Greece Business Council. Welcome.
Thank you.
Please take a seat.
Good to see you.
Anat Katz, Economic Minister to North America, Government of Israel, Economic Mission in New York. Welcome. Thanks. Take a seat.
Okay.
And we have two connections. Shelley Porges, who was originally going to join us by connection, but I think is going to send a message. Yeah, she's going to show a video, that's what it is. And we have Deborah Wynne-Smith, President of the United States Council on Competitiveness, who's going to join us by connection. And also Dimitri Argyropoulos, CEO of Avant Global, joining by connection. So we've got a very rich panel, lots of experience here to talk about in more detail about this very important relationship between the US and the region. So same format, everybody's got about 5 minutes, and then we've got some time for Q&A. So first of all, over to you.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. What I do want to say is when the government was elected, one of our main goals was to transform Greece into a country that is very friendly to business. So improving our rankings in indices like the Global Competitiveness Report, the Doing Business Report, and we have significantly improved them. But apart from improving the indices, we have attracted important investments. And being more specific, 2 years ago, Pfizer employed 0 people in Thessaloniki. Today, they employ more than 710 people. And by next year, it will be more than 1,000 people. And we're talking about skilled individuals. Similarly, we have attracted important investments from US companies, including Microsoft, Applied Materials, Cisco, EY, JP Morgan, Amazon Web Services, and the list goes on. So we are very happy on that. But of course, there is a lot to do in order to increase this, this flow of investment towards Greece. However, one of our goals has been to try to have inclusive growth. And that's why, apart from having good growth rates, we had one of the highest growth rates in the European Union last year. Allow me to mention that we have significantly reduced unemployment, the unemployment rate by more than 5 percentages. We have increased youth unemployment more than 13%, which is extremely important if you take into account that Greece was in a financial crisis in the last decade. But we have also raised the minimum wage by more than 10%. We have decreased taxation, having as our main goal to increase the disposable income for individuals. And we have significantly reduced the brain drain. We are starting to repatriating many of our skilled individuals. And actually, one of our strategic goals was to invest in R&D. And the reason we want to strategically invest in R&D is because we believe in our human capital, in our talented individuals. Allow me to say that we have one of the most competitive frameworks in terms of tax incentives in tax super deductions for R&D expenditure. We raised the percentage from 130% to 200%, making Greece a very attractive country for R&D investments and also boosting R&D investment from companies that already operate in Greece. At the same time, we're doing good use of the EU cohesion money, promoting innovation clusters, creating competence centers, creating technology transfer offices at our universities and our research centers. We recently changed all of the legal framework on the way spin-off companies operate, simplifying the procedure in order to allow talented researchers and academics to transform their ideas or research into companies and products or services that have a financial impact. At the same time, we are creating physical grounds of innovation. I used to visit many, mostly European cities when I was a member of the parliament for the opposition, and I would always meet Greek entrepreneurs, Greek start-uppers in physical grounds of innovation. And my question was, why can't this happen from Greece? Why can't Greeks be competitive at a global scale from within Greece? So we are creating an innovation district in Attica, a physical ground where we will have startup spin-offs, companies that invest in R&D in order to create matchmaking opportunities. We have a similar project in Thessaloniki with Thesintech. And finally, closing my remarks, up until recently, the Greek state did not know how many startups we had, in which sector they were, how many people they employed. We had no data about the startup ecosystem. So we created Elevate Greece, which works as a startup registry, but in fact, it has achieved much more. So through Elevate Greece, we have legislated incentives for angel investors, for stock options. We increased the liquidity of the startup ecosystem through them, but we also attracted a very important group of official partners, mostly from the private sector. That might be banks providing the startup ecosystem with specified banking products. It might be multinational companies giving access to their global innovation networks. It might be companies providing business mentoring or other opportunities to the startup ecosystem. So Elevate Greece has acted as a tool to connect public and private policies. Our goal is to make Greece the main hub for research and innovation in the Balkans and Southeastern Europe. I will leave it here and continue after with the questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So James, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And just open with, I think this panel is really well situated to sort of dovetail what was happening with the earlier government conversations and policy conversations with the follow-up on private equity and investment opportunities. So really well organized. I think from our perspective at the American Central European Business Association, the opportunity in Greece and throughout the region has never been better. And we saw this as, echoing what has been said over and over again today, with the new Greek government and administration really leading the way. And so we've been very excited to, help support the U.S. engagement, U.S. business engagement in the region, and particularly in Greece. The reason that we took a mission to Athens last year with a dozen Fortune 500 companies from the United States, and we're going back in November this year, and are excited and hope that we'll be taking more than a dozen companies this time. And moreover, we're going to be forming a standalone U.S.-Greece Business Council outside of the American Central European Business Association. I think, and to be very clear, we're a member-driven organization, so this is a calling from private companies that are asking for this, and I think that really demonstrates the interest from U.S. private sector in strengthening commercial relationship in Greece. I guess I'm opening with optimism. I'm going to dip low for a few minutes and then come back up. But I think that we need to be very clear-eyed about the situation in Ukraine and Russia and what that means for the future of global order. And I'm not a proponent of the idea that globalization is dead, but I think that countries and companies are going to be forced with a very, very hard choice as potentially global economies bifurcate. And they're going to be often faced with a binary choice, which is going to be extremely difficult. However, there's opportunity in that. There's opportunity in that for Greece and Cyprus and Israel, and there's opportunity in that for companies in Greece and Cyprus and Israel and in the United States. And without delving too much into the challenges that we face with inflation and sort of the trajectory that the economy is expected to be on, global economy is expected to be on over the next 18 to 24 months. The supply chain issues are not going away. They're going to get worse as this bifurcation of global orders occurs. And this is where I would really be focusing, particularly from the startup and innovative tech sectors, for countries like Greece, emerging markets where they can show real added value to the supply chain. I mean, as I recall, Greece is the second or third largest producer of nickel in the EU, which everybody's talking about that in the United States. Frankly, I think it would be easier to increase exports of nickel from Greece than to start mining it in the United States. And those are the types of conversations that we should be having from the private sector perspective. These are the opportunities to show value for Greece in the overall global ecosystem as things unfold. And I think that there's tremendous opportunity beyond just things like critical minerals and rare earth extraction, right? I'm not suggesting or a proponent of reshoring jobs from East Asia into places like Greece and Cyprus that are low skill. I'm talking about advanced manufacturing, new technologies, new equipment that's being produced. This stuff can be produced in emerging markets that are not only closely aligned with Western values and ideals, but also logistically make sense, right? This is how we unlock a lot of the supply chain challenges that are on the horizon. And I think Greece can play a critical role in that. I think Cyprus and Israel, Israel's already a leader in the technology piece, but as it chooses new advanced manufacturing locations, there are places that that Israel can look, and other Western European countries in particular should be looking as they look to the Eastern Mediterranean. And then, I would just close with, I spent, my background is actually, my foundation is in government. So before I was working with private businesses from the US, I worked with foreign policy in Congress. And so I've got a unique perspective on how we can meld the two and help each side sort of understand the other's priorities. And there's been a lot of talk today about prioritizing, energy, support for energy. This is really the critical issue. And I think one of the challenges, particularly for VCs and private equity investors and traditional bank investment, is the mixed messaging that we often see, frankly, here in the United States on what types of technologies are going to be the future. And it's from my perspective that the green future, electrification of mobility, is not mutually exclusive to continued production and exploration of natural gas. And in fact, they're going to really rely on each other for the foreseeable future. And I think that this message is a message that will tremendously help financial institutions as they try to decide where should we put our money, and businesses try to decide where should we invest in our innovation efforts. And I think that this is particularly true. If we take a step back and just look at all of the talk about the EV market and the future of the EV market here in the United States, powering the charging systems to power all of these cars, especially as I think we're going to be, the goal is 50% of vehicles on the road EV by 2030. It's going to take tremendous, tremendous energy. And it's not going to be produced solely by solar and wind for the foreseeable future. It means natural gas. And if we're beholden to adversarial countries, not just in the United States, but in the EU and other parts of the world, to make that possible, we're not going to actually have a viable EV, electrified mobility infrastructure. And so it's really important to keep these things in mind. And this is the opportunity I see for Greece and the Eastern Med, or East Med region, to manufacture, the actual hardware, to manufacture not just the EV chargers, for example, but also the transformers and the parts that people don't think about that actually make the entire utility system work. So this is what really, the direction that excites me most about the future of the U.S.-Greece commercial partnership, is these innovative advanced manufacturing and technologies that we see people talking about and looking for manufacturers.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Annette.
Thank you so much. First of all, I just want to, other than saying thank you for having me, I want to say that this is a very optimistic panel. And I think that increasingly we're listening to more and more optimistic content, since this morning. It's a natural fit, I think, for me, for Israel. This is where we like to be. This is where we thrive. And I think that this is, to a large degree, a large part of our strength and what have led us so far. The title, at least as I saw it, of this panel was "Where Do We Stand?" And thinking about this title, I was thinking, well, we should probably focus more on where we could be heading together in this trilateral collaboration supported by the U.S. I'm very happy to hear about the delegation that you led with the companies. I feel that the U.S. Definitely will be a driving force in this trilateral collaboration and has a unique position in making many of the things that we're talking about in these panels into a reality. I did want to start on where do we stand. So just looking at the dry bilateral trade figures between the countries, the pictures seems pretty plain and simple. Roughly $600 to $900 million of bilateral trade between Israel and separately with Cyprus. And if you look at the content of this, we trade primarily in chemicals, oil, fuels, and so on, a little bit rubber, plastics. We import some food products from both Cyprus as well as from Greece. I think that these plain trade figures mask a much more complex picture of the things that are happening currently. The 3+1 framework that was established, I think, has been giving a great boost to collaboration between the three countries. 2 weeks ago, a meeting was held between the ministers of foreign affairs of our four countries, and the parties really reiterated the commitment of the 3+1 format and decided to intensify cooperation in areas of energy, economy, climate action, emergency preparedness, and counterterrorism. I think that each of these areas is an area of opportunity for our countries, both from a strategic standpoint, but definitely from an economic standpoint. In energy, and I think that this was mentioned before in previous sessions, there are large-scale projects to connect Israel, Cyprus, and Greece that are undergoing economic viability survey and analysis. And to the extent that these surveys conclude that they're economically viable, these projects will not only promote, energy and connectivity, as well as renewable energy, because Israel wants to utilize this in order to meet its renewable energy goals. But obviously, these are private sector-led projects. So to the extent that these are viable, it's going to give a huge economic boost to the collaboration, the trilateral collaboration. Tourism is another area that is key, obviously. I mean, tourism is a key contributor to the GDP, both of Cyprus as well as Greece. In Israel, it's a key element of the non-tech service industry. And I think that what's interesting about tourism, if you look at this in the context of all three countries, is that we all enjoy tourism, but it's a very different kind of tourism. So tourism that goes to Cyprus and to Greece is seasonal, right? It's usually more of summer kind of tourism, whereas in Israel, it's pilgrimage-led, business-led, and we see this year-round, which means that we're very compatible. And if we collaborate, we can leverage and tap on each other's audiences and create a bigger pie for all three of us. And I know that the ministries of tourism in all three countries are discussing closer collaborations, joint packages to Israel, Cyprus, Greece, as means to boost more tourism. And I think that really, this could be a fantastic direction for all three countries. In climate, I think we all bear responsibility to act on climate, obviously, but at the same time, I think that this could be a huge economic driver for collaboration between our countries. Cyprus has been specifically very active in this and has initiated the Cyprus Government Initiative for Coordinating Climate Change Actions in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East. Again, it was referred to earlier this morning. In June 7th, I understand that the ministers of environment from all the region will convene under this framework. And this can provide another platform for joint discussions that can promote new projects in this area. Another example is cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is a huge need. It's a huge need worldwide, whether you're emerging economy, whether you're a developed economy. You have to have cyber protection. Cyber is part of our trilateral discussions, and this is really a key sector because in the end, both the solutions as well as the demand for cyber solutions is both in the private sector. For us, and I can tell you Israel is really a leader in cybersecurity, and we engage with many, many, many different countries, both with developed economies and with developing countries. And what we see often is that it starts in discussions between the governments, and very, very soon the private sector comes in. There's nothing that is just in the discussion of the government when you talk about cybersecurity. And I think that as soon as the private sector would start interacting, we would see more collaboration and more growth. I think that the more that the governments of Cyprus and Greece invest in R&D, and we heard this here, and this is something that is great, the more compatible we would be for collaborations. We heard earlier from Veolia a little bit about the startup nation and a little bit about the innovation in Israel. I can tell you from our own experience that these are challenging times. And I say challenging times in really the most optimistic way possible. The experience of Israel has shown that we came to where we are because in many occasions we were with our back against the wall, right? In very unusual circumstances, we had to address water scarcity, we had to grow water in the desert, we had security challenges, we were geopolitical island, and it was extremely challenging for us. And this is where we found our internal resources to basically rise to the occasion and reinvent ourselves as the startup nation. While this experience is very specific to Israel, I think that there's a common denominator, that can be shared with other countries. Countries that are facing, that have faced economic huge challenges such as Greece that need to reinvent themselves, the entire Ukraine situation, the challenges in supply chains. All these challenges basically I think are a call for all of us to come together and to join forces and see how together we can create more than what we can do individually. So just to kind of conclude this part, and I also wanted to acknowledge a few private sector players that we have in the room here today. We heard from Veolia, a large VC company. You're going to hear later on from Travexy, it's based here, a tourism tech company. We have here Climate 180. This is a climate initiative between Israel and the US. And we have Kando, which is a company that utilizes the power of AI to promote environmental causes. Basically what they do is that they are able to scan through wastewater and, for example, predict COVID. So all these fine examples that you may see later on in this conference are really just testament to the fact that we do have a very robust private sector that is very, very eager to engage, and I just call on everybody to leverage this.
Thank you very much, Anat. So we're going to have our virtual connections now, and the first speaker is Shelley Porges, co-founder, managing partner, Beyond the Billion and the $1 Billion Fund for Women. Welcome, Shelley.
Thank you. Thank you so much, John. Really appreciate it. It's so exciting for me to be here with you this afternoon. I do wish I could have been there in person. Having said that, just to say that as a native-born Israeli who's done a lot of work in Cyprus on the Presidential Advisory Council, as well as some work in the entrepreneurial community in Greece, both during my time at the U.S. State Department and afterwards, couldn't be more excited to be here today. Well, I know that many of you are investors, so I'm just going to continue on and say, how many of you are concerned about the impact of inflation and obviously regional conflicts on your investments? I imagine that we're all thinking about that. And how many of you are exploring new strategies to ensure you achieve your return targets? Well, if you're not, you better start now. Well, I'm going to share with you a strategy that has delivered in good times and in bad. As Joan said, I'm Shelley Porges. I'm the co-founder and managing partner of the $1 Billion Fund for Women and also Beyond the Billion. We represent a global consortium of over 100 venture funds that have pledged to invest over $1 billion into companies founded or co-founded by women. And in our first 2 years, we have invested over our partner funds, and we have invested over $638 million into almost 800 female founded or co-founded companies. We're obviously proud of our track record, and we're going to continue to build on what we believe is an unparalleled track record in terms of investing in women. Now, you can find our fund partners on every continent except Antarctica, and investing in sectors across the spectrum of ag tech, clean tech, cannabis, blockchain, cyber. I mean, name a sector, and we've got investors investing in them. You can also find them, of course, featured on our website, beyondthebillion.com, and you can see all of them there, find their descriptions. You can even filter for their sector, their geography, and their stage of investments, whether it's seed, series A, B, et cetera. So now let's go back to our alpha strategy. If you haven't guessed it by now, it's investing in female-founded venture-backable companies. Let me highlight that, venture-backable companies. As one of our male VC partners said in Canada when he signed the pledge, he said, let's face it, women are the most undervalued asset in the world. So even if you don't care anything about equity, this is a huge arbitrage opportunity for investors. Well, we believe that when you invest in women, you're in good company, and the data backs that up. So let me share some of that with you. In 2020, according to a report published by PitchBook, on which we at Beyond the Billion partnered, during the first 9 months of COVID, a time when we were all so concerned because we didn't really know how long would it last, when were we going to get out of it, when would we have vaccines, et cetera, if you remember, just to take it back there. Not as optimistic a time, I might add. One group was outperforming all others in the venture asset class, and you guessed it, it was female founders. Women continue to outperform all white male teams with earlier exits and higher valuations per dollar invested than any other slice of the pie. Despite this, teams comprised of all male founders continue to get 88% of all venture capital. And in fact, during the same 9-month period, funding for female founders actually dropped, while overall VC funding increased by double digits. It's insane. It doesn't make any sense. What is wrong with this picture? We as investors pride ourselves on data-driven decision-making. Yet if this were true, funding for women should have gone through the roof, as it did overall last year in VC. As investors, we can change that. But first, the data for 2021. And I will start sharing with you not just what it is for Europe, but what it is for Southern Europe and the Mediterranean. The fact was that 2021 was a record year for the venture asset class. As many of you probably know, venture capital flooded in from high net worth individuals, family offices, private equity, hedge funds. Everybody was turning to venture because they saw that VCs had been the best performers over the years, and so and certainly over the growth years. Now we're getting some hits now, like everybody else, granted, and valuations are going down, granted, but that could be great for investors, right? This was true, this trend of flooding of capital in 2021 was true in Europe and the UK overall, as well as for Southern Europe, as we see from a brand new report I just received this week, very timely, from a group called Women in VC. And I encourage you to read it, and I'm happy to share the link. through our economist friends here. In Europe and the UK, from 2018 to 2021, the compounded annual growth rate, or CAGR as we call it, for venture funding increased 42% overall over those 3 years, 44% for all male teams, meaning the growth, 37% for gender diverse teams, and yet only 17% for all female teams that were, to begin with, starting at lower levels. Now, how did we do in the Mediterranean? Well, increases for the total asset class over the same time period were even higher than all of Europe, but almost all of it was represented by increases in funding, you guessed it, for all male teams. 47% growth over those 3 years overall, but 45 of that was for all male teams, which were already getting, as I already mentioned, a lion's share of the pie. 4% for gender diverse teams, and only 2% growth for all female teams. Now, we do have to ask ourselves, what is driving this? Why? Why is this happening? Well, part of it can be explained, and I'm sure some of you are thinking and wondering, what are the levels of female entrepreneurship? Not to mention venture-backable females. And you're right, there has been a lower level of female entrepreneurship. That's a conversation for another panel and for another story. But I will add that even the venture-backable businesses founded by women still got on average $1 million less in their early rounds than did men. So just start there. How do you get to a growth stage if you're not getting funded in the early stages? And let's be clear, women are innovating, as I highlighted earlier, across the spectrum. They're innovating in areas we need, and I'm going to give you some examples of that in a minute. And yet, for those women who did get funding, what did we see? What were the outcomes? The answer is great success. For those that got funded, at least 87 female co-founders founders or co-founders have overseen successful exits in the past few years across Europe, including 19 female-led IPOs. I bet you didn't know that. 2021 was a record year for female exits in Europe. A full 23 of those 87 I just mentioned happened in 2021. Collectively, the value of Europe's female exits totaled $22.3 billion, largely fueled by the IPOs, and most of those having only gotten funded through early stages before they IPO'd. So imagine the returns for an investor. Some of these female-founded unicorns included companies I'm sure you're familiar with, notably BioNTech, acquired by Pfizer and producing their COVID vaccine in record time, was one of those female co-founded companies. By the way, that female co-founder also started another company at the same time, which also had an exit. Darktrace, a leading cyber company invested in by Hoxton Ventures in the UK with its $2 billion IPO. And Orchard Therapeutics, a wellness company exiting at a $1.3 billion valuation. So I could go on and on, but I do want to highlight the fact that women are innovating across the spectrum. And the things they're innovating with are saving lives. They're changing lives. It's not just about women. It's for all of us. So I hope you now understand why we say when you invest in women, you're in good company. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Smith, who's the president of the United States Council on Competitiveness. Welcome, and I'm handing over to you.
Thank you, and good afternoon. It's very early for me here in Hawaii, and we have a 6-hour time difference, so I am delighted to be here with you. Sorry I couldn't be in person in New York. I am the U.S. Council on Competitiveness president and CEO, but I'm also the president and founder of the Global Federation of Competitiveness Councils that is now bringing together leaders of competitiveness councils, government organizations, companies, and universities from some 35 countries around the world. And we're very, very excited that Greece has become an active member of the Global Federation of Competitiveness Councils. In fact, the new Greek Competitiveness Council has recently established itself, private sector led, and we're very delighted that in November, we will be holding our annual meeting of the Global Federation in Athens in November with leaders from around the world. So this is going to be a very exciting time to come to Greece and really see on the ground the tremendous transformation that is underway that has already been highlighted by our previous speakers. I mean, obviously, we are living in a time of tremendous turbulence, transition, and transformation across multiple fronts, the geopolitical, economic, and social. And the Mediterranean world, really throughout human civilization, has always been at the fulcrum of these turbulent times and transformations. And I think now more than ever, the national security implications of the strategic positioning of the Mediterranean world, and Greece, Cyprus, and Israel in particular, has really come to center stage. Obviously, coming out of the global pandemic, the so-called virus economy that shattered supply chains, that has accelerated disparity and access to digital connectivity, learning, education. We're still grappling with that, but hopefully we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, but also dramatic transformation as a result of that, moving to new ways of work, the hybrid economy in terms of how people are actually learning, working, engaging. Many of these things that we developed through the COVID years really have added value to our innovation and competitiveness, even though at the time they were great disruptions. Moving forward in the last, not quite 6 months, we have to say that the Russian Putin invasion of Ukraine has been an absolutely transformative event that will really take the world into places we had not envisioned 6 months ago. Obviously, energy prices, but energy security has become the issue of the day around the world, including in the U.S. As I said, I'm here in Hawaii, and gas prices are already almost approaching $6 a gallon. Inflation is amazing. And of course, Hawaii's always been a place with higher prices because of its location. But these issues of energy security and inflation, interest rates in the United States are also a symbol, of course, of what's happening globally in terms of the aftermath of the invasion of Ukraine, but also other issues coming out of the COVID pandemic. Food scarcity, food prices. I think we are moving into a period where we will potentially see famine in parts of the world, and we're going to have to come together in very strategic ways. And this also is going to have huge implications on how we deal with our climate goals and our ability to move as fast as we would like to a decarbonized, dematerialized world. So I know some of my colleagues, particularly my colleague from the U.S. Greek Business Council, has talked about the reality now of a bipolar world. And it is absolutely true. With Russia, China, and I would add Iran and North Korea, really in one camp, as it were, of authoritarian command and control and very difficult environments for their people, coupled to the liberal democracies that have come together in unprecedented ways to deal with the tragic and terrible invasion of Ukraine. And then we have many countries that are still sitting on the fence. And I would say, as a leader in competitiveness, at some point they're going to have to decide really where they want to be, because the new alliances, the new partnerships in trade and investment driven by this turbulence are going to reshape global supply chains and really determine who in the world is going to attract the high value investment to perform high value economic activity. And so ethics and standards and regulations that enable transparency in investment as well as in outcomes are going to play a huge role. And as our previous speaker, Shelley, said, where venture capital is going to go will also be determined by this new bipolar world and the decoupling that is very rapid vis-a-vis our relationships in the U.S., but I would also say in the Mediterranean world, and I want to emphasize this, with China. President Biden just returned from a very strategic visit to Korea and Japan, and the new core partnership between the United States and Japan around innovation and resiliency is something that I believe will be expanded and replicated in other parts of the world. Turning to Greece quickly, it is a time of optimism for Greece. Greece had gone through the tremendous economic crisis and of course has weathered and really did a very good job early on in controlling COVID. But what I see in Greece now with the optimism and the new policies of the Mitsotakis administration is really a turning the corner to private sector-led innovation and developing new models of high-value manufacturing linked to services. We've heard about the very significant investments of major corporations coming to Greece, from pharmaceuticals to the digitization and sustainability, as well as the new entrepreneurship that is unfolding. The Greek Confederation of Industries is really recognizing that the deindustrialization of Greece really not only has to stop, but it's an opportunity to leapfrog into an advanced manufacturing future where services are completely integrated. Greece, of course, has a tremendous opportunity, as does Cyprus, to use the billions of dollars. In the case of Greece, it's about 30 billion coming from the EU for next generation pandemic recovery. I think it's ultimately can go up to $1.8 trillion. This is a tremendous, I would say more than once in a generation opportunity for the Greek government and private sector to really redesign and rebuild a 21st century economy around innovation, entrepreneurship, and increasing the inclusivity of all Greek citizens in this new transformation. I am very excited and had the opportunity to be with the new dynamic woman leader of the Hellenic Development Bank. This is a new entity in Greece that is not only developing the strategic platforms for how to invest at a government level in the catalytic growth of new businesses, but to do so in a way that will develop all regions of the country. The funds for digital transformation are going to be tremendously valuable as well, building on the assets of a highly trained, highly skilled population in the digital economy. Also, as we heard from Minister Dimas, it is very significant that Greece is investing tremendously now in its research and development capability in the private sector, matched with government funds. And I can say from the US perspective, we have so many Greek leaders, of course, in industry, but in our universities, in our national labs that are poised to collaborate in very high value research and development activities with their partners in Greece. And that is something we're going to feature at a very high level when the Global Federation meets in Athens in November. On the energy front, Greece, of course, has many challenges. It's well positioned in the renewable space with wind and solar, but as we've heard, you can't power an economy on that. And I hope sooner than later the gas in the East Med, the partnership between Greece, Israel, and Cyprus can be accelerated. I know Turkey's hanging out there as a problem on this, but it's very good that President Biden's administration has reversed their earlier position and is now supporting that, because we have to access all sources of energy in a sustainable way as we move to a transition to a renewable world. And this really makes me bring up
Deborah, sorry to interrupt you. We've got a final speaker online and we're actually running into our lunchtime. So I have to, ask you to wind up your remarks now so we can take our final speaker.
Thank you. Let me just say that building the regional assets in North Macedonia and Albania and Bulgaria and the Balkans, and coupled to the partnerships with Israel and Cyprus, is really going to give tremendous momentum to growth and competitiveness in this region.
Thank you very much, Deborah. So turning to our final speaker online, Dimitri Ayuropoulos, CEO of Avant Global. Welcome. You've got the floor for the last 5 minutes of our morning session.
Morning, and thank you for that. Good morning to all. While I'm sorry I could not be with you in New York this morning, I'm delighted to be able to join you from Athens and to participate in your discussions and with all distinguished company. A big thank you to Nektaria Pasalivakis and her amazing team for all her efforts. I was summoned to share with all of you some thoughts regarding sustainable innovation and investment from the perspective of a U.S. company already operating in the VC arena in Southwestern Europe. But to do that, and just before I do that, I would like to explain who we are at Avant Global and what we do. Avant Global is a relationship-driven private investment firm founded in 1999. We have a presence in Santa Barbara, San Francisco, Tennessee, Athens, and Manila, and we invest in hedge funds, private equity, venture funds, operating companies, direct investments, and other private investments, including real estate. We invest in opportunities resulting from a proprietary deal flow model. Since our creation, we've been bringing together the most promising opportunities with the individuals and groups most capable of executing this vision. Our network is our most cherished asset, developed over more than 2 decades of trust building across industries and geographies through some of the world's most impactful people. While remaining industry and geographically agnostic, but our investments are primarily in fintech, IT, AI, biotech, consumer internet, healthcare, CPG, and real estate in North America and Greece. This allows us to have an educated understanding of the two realities and to facilitate the development of business between the US and Greece. With that in mind, please allow me a few observations as a food for thought. In recent years, we have experienced a rapid material increase in the funds allocated by the government in Midwestern academic programs for research and development. More than $15 billion have been allocated in 2020 alone in research programs across the Midwest of the United States. The ideas generated are often more than the current infrastructure can process, and most importantly, their commercial viability may often go unnoticed. The North American perspective to commercial viability may often be oblivious to the material impact innovative ideas may have in other geographies. In the course of the last 10 years, Greece has become the perfect test market for technology development, concepts and innovation, for niche consumer goods, for business services that cater to the needs of the younger generation. But it is a small enough market to allow for sensible economics, a market with material size to allow for safe conclusions, a market diverse enough to mirror most of the consumer needs throughout the EU, a market in which you may find most of the social classes. The needs for testing the commercial viability of innovative ideas generated in the US and Greece's characteristics as an ideal test market render foreign direct investment in opportunities in Greece a very enticing prospect from our point of view. It comes to no surprise that the Hellenic government has been very proactive in facilitating and enhancing such a process by enhancing the existing FDI incentives, establishing additional programs for financing and facilitating ventures in Greece, especially startups, securing national and EU funds and grants for investments, sponsoring the employment costs of companies that fit the criteria, and establishing a forward-looking fair tax regime for corporate taxation. As a result, investment subsidies can actually match up to 80% of the investments, depending on the program. A proliferation of foreign direct investment in Greece can work in a multitude of beneficial ways, as a very opportune way to reverse the talent drain, which we've experienced, as a very effective way to attract human capital from the region, and also as a springboard for entrepreneurship, permitting Greece to become a hub for young entrepreneurs and young professionals who can earn a competitive salary in a post-recessionary economy that is geared to experience and rapid growth. What do the numbers tell us? In 2021, Greece welcomed a $5.2 billion increase in FDI, 72.3 year-over-year increase. The U.S. accounted for less than 5% of that. Greece, on the second hand, Greece's export of goods and services amounted to $41 billion, a 25% increase year-over-year. The U.S. accounted for less than 2% of that amount. So what do investors look for? A robust and transparent regulatory framework, especially when it comes to taxation laws, employment laws, legal systems, rationalization of bureaucracy. The current government has made remarkable progress in all of these areas. U.S. investors also look for reliable and trustworthy partners with visions, ambitions, and motivations, a medium to long-term outlook, a versed knowledge of how to do business in Greece, including cultural nuances and knowledge of the framework, a hands-on approach that focuses on results and accomplishments, a global perspective, and the willingness to adapt and evolve in an ever-changing environment. We are looking at the specific strategic pillars in our company: IT and fintech, quality food, and CPG, consumer products, life sciences, and food that serves the potential North American clientele. Life sciences, as I mentioned, strategic real estate opportunities in order to create a win-win opportunity for all stakeholders and render Greece an attractive investment destination once again. As I mentioned at the beginning, Avant Global has an educated understanding and an established record of doing business both in the US and Greece. We are uniquely positioned partners for interested parties on both sides of the ocean. One final thought. Ancient Greece formed the foundation of much of Western civilization and culture today. Everything from government, philosophy, science, math, art, literature, and even sports was impacted by the ancient Greeks. We should aspire to make our homeland a hub once again, a hub for technology, energy, professional services, quality food, tourism, and entrepreneurship. I'm grateful to be part of this program, and I think that the progress that's being made between Greece and the United States and other countries to once again bring Greece back to the spirit and the economic vitality that it once had is incredible, and I thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. Now, as the chairperson, I hate to say this, but I'm not going to take any questions, and we do not have time for discussion, which goes against everything that I usually want to do, is to have the discussion. But we've run into the lunchtime, and we only have 1 hour for our lunch. So we have to break now at 1:15, and we have to reconvene at 2:15 because we'll be joined by the Minister of Energy and the Environment of Greece and our speaker, of course, from the US Bureau of Energy as well, which is, and we can't keep them waiting online. So I'd just like to say thank you to all our speakers. I'm very sorry that we can't pursue the discussion, but I think everybody had an awful lot to say, and I think you did get your main points across very well. And there will be opportunities, of course, in the afternoon to pursue many of the points that you've made. So thank you very much for joining us in the panel, and please give a round of applause, everybody, to our speakers. And can I remind everybody that we do have this poll that we showed at the morning, the question, here it is. And I ask you to go to the website, the Hazlitt Economist website, and you can vote there, and we will announce the results at the end of the day. But please now, thank you very much for following the discussions this morning. Please go and enjoy your lunch and have a good conversation, and see you at 2:15. And thanks once again, everybody on the panel.
You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me. You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me. You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me. You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me. You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me. You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me. You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me. You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me. You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me. You see, better days are here.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me. You see, better days are here.
Wherever you like. Okay, so this is the lineup for the session. We have Harry Kamian, who is the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Energy in the US Bureau of Energy Resources in the US State Department, who'll be joining by video connection. And we have Kostas Skrekas, who is the Minister of Environment and Energy of Greece, will also be joining by a video connection from the Netherlands. He's in the Netherlands with the Prime Minister, Mitsotakis. We have a video message, which we will play at some point in the proceedings, from Natasha Pelidis, the Minister of Energy and Commerce and Industry of Cyprus, and also the President of the EastMed Gas Forum. And Natasha's about to give birth, so she thought it best maybe not to join in person. But we will be definitely hearing from her because she's prepared a special message for us. Then we have Niki Tsavella, former member of the European Parliament of Greece, who we heard a little earlier asking a question. Welcome. And last but not least, we have Ricard Skoufias, non-executive chairman of Hellenic Hydrocarbon Resources Management Greece. So it's great to have all of you with us, and we're going to hear from, first of all, from Harry Kamian, and the minister will have a bit of a Q&A, and then I will bring you two into the discussion also, and we'll be open to questions from the floor. So let's get started, and let's go to our two speakers. Welcome, Harry Kamian.
Thank you.
I hope you can hear us okay.
I can hear you well, Joan. How about you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, excellent. Yes, thank you very much for taking the time to join our very important discussion today. I believe you're going to give us your thoughts for 5 minutes or so to kick off the discussion.
Great. Thank you very much. And it's an honor and a privilege to participate in the event with such a distinguished group of panelists. And my apologies in advance for not being able to participate in person. Putin's brutal war of choice on Ukraine poses considerable challenges for global energy security. It highlights the need for Europe's energy independence through a clean energy transition and the importance of regional cooperation to meet these challenges. The United States government is actively working with our allies and partners to address these challenges and to support efforts to accelerate the energy transition. This strong U.S. commitment extends to the Eastern Mediterranean region, where we have witnessed how regional cooperation can enhance nations' energy security. Today, I wish to highlight one example of such regional cooperation where the United States government is playing an active role, and that is the 3+1 format. The 3+1 format involving the Republic of Cyprus, Greece, Israel, and the United States is a format that is designed to promote peace, stability, and prosperity in the region. Earlier this month, Secretary of State Blinken affirmed the strong U.S. support for the 3+1 format during a virtual foreign ministerial meeting with his counterparts from these countries. There, the foreign ministers reaffirmed their shared commitment and agreed to develop a roadmap with tangible deliverables for the coming year. Energy is one key component of the 3+1. We see the 3+1 format as an important mechanism to advance our mutual interests of energy security through increased regional integration and decarbonization to achieve our climate ambitions. Last year, we hosted the first meeting of the Renewables Energy Working Group, and we look forward to deepening our discussions later this summer. We're also looking forward to our Greek partners hosting discussions on energy infrastructure in June. This is an area where we believe electricity interconnections can bolster the region's energy security. The United States government supports the efforts by the countries of the Eastern Mediterranean to physically interconnect the Eastern Mediterranean energy to Europe. Electricity interconnections to Europe will link Eastern Mediterranean countries to each other and to Europe. It will allow for future exports of electricity produced by renewable energy sources and benefit the nations of the region. In our view, regional cooperation through mechanisms such as the 3+1 are even more critical now in view of Putin's full-scale invasion of Ukraine and the threat this represents to our collective security, including our energy security. In closing, I wish to reiterate the United States government is strongly committed to working with allies and partners in the Eastern Mediterranean region to meet these challenges and to address our shared energy security needs. Thank you very much, and I look forward to participating in this afternoon's discussion.
Thank you very much indeed. So we're going to go straight now to Kostas Grekas, and then we'll open up to a bit of discussion and conversation. Okay. Okay. The minister is not yet connected, so we'll connect when we can. Maybe this is a moment then to hear from Natasha Polides, and at least then Mr. Kamian will be able to hear what she's got to say. So maybe we can listen to that video message.
Participants in New York and everyone connected digitally from around the world, a very good afternoon.
I would like to begin my short address by thanking the organizers of today's summit, Hazliz and Rilvas, and of course The Economist, for the kind invitation to address today's summit. Although I was unfortunately not able to join in person, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to address this prestigious annual event from afar, as it provides an excellent opportunity to join good colleagues and close partners in presenting the crucial role that the East Med can play towards mitigating the effects of the ongoing energy crisis in Europe. Having worked hard over the past few years to build concrete multilateral energy partnerships in the region, Cyprus and our neighbouring countries share the belief that we can help the EU in its efforts to phase out its dependency on Russian gas and at the same time maintain a firm handle on its ambitious response to climate change. Through coordinated and collective action and with the support of the US, we are confident we can secure for the Union alternative sources and routes so that we can contribute as the East Med Energy Corridor to this huge effort that is currently happening. And that, of course, includes the synergies that are required for viably exploiting both our hydrocarbon and renewable resources in Cyprus and, of course, those in the area. As I have mentioned, the mechanisms to achieve this are already in place. Cyprus's presidency of the East Mediterranean Gas Forum, for instance, could facilitate the examination of all possible ways to better monetize the gas resources in the region, having also in mind the importance of the energy transition to a green economy and the need to safeguard this, its momentum. With gas, of course, having a vital role to play as a bridge fuel in achieving our 2030 goals, and of course the big target of net zero emissions by 2050, and as the most environmentally friendly conventional fuel, it definitely will play a part in this transition, as well as in the production of hydrogen, which is also a very important part of our strategy. We can leverage on strategic relationships with Greece, with Israel, with Egypt to engage in discussions to define a plan for alternative energy routes and sources for the needs of the EU. And this can be done by connecting our various gas fields in Cyprus, Israel, and Egypt. We're already looking at specific scenarios of how this can be done, and also finding ways to export to Europe and to encourage the companies active in our respective EEZs to expedite their procedures, particularly in Cyprus. This is something that we very much want to engage in with the companies, and we have had quite a positive response from all of the companies operating within our EEZ, with very constructive discussions to this end. Cyprus does have the potential to export up to about 15 to 20 BCM of gas per year to Europe in the next decade, depending, of course, on the development options of current and future discoveries. In total, between Cyprus, Israel, and Egypt, more than 2,100 BCM have been discovered since the 2009 Tamar discovery. And of these, around 500 BCM are estimated to still be available for exports. It's also important that most of the oil and gas majors active in the East Mediterranean are operating projects in all our EEZs. So this certainly creates the opportunity for synergies that can be exploited towards common infrastructure, but also a sustainable regional gas market. And of course, the role of the EU is crucial, both in facilitating this and also in acting as an important client in the future. Recently, the East Med has also become much more proactive in pursuing and enhancing goals for the green transition, of course, as part of the Green Deal. Cyprus, Greece, Israel, and Egypt are all progressing with very important RES projects, some of which are common, such as the electricity cable, for example, between Israel, Cyprus and Greece, as well as a second electricity cable between Egypt, Cyprus and Greece. So in the next 5 to 10 years, regional electricity interconnections could actually become a reality, and that opens up opportunities, huge opportunities for the export of renewable energy to Europe as well. All of the countries involved are committed to making these key infrastructure projects a reality. We have agreed on bilateral, trilateral memoranda of understanding, which map out our next steps. And based on the provisions of these memoranda, we have also proceeded with the formation of technical committees of national experts, which are meeting on a regular basis to ensure that timeframes are being kept and to also facilitate the licensing processes in the different countries. Dear participants, I will not take up any more of your time. I would like to reiterate the point that geopolitical turmoil caused by the Russian invasion in the Ukraine, as well as the challenges posed by the ongoing pandemic, do present, as unfortunate as they are, of course, do present an opportunity within the East Med region. However, we need to protect and safeguard the momentum for the green transition and really integrate natural gas into the holistic strategic plan for our transition from fossil fuels to a net zero environment. I believe that we can leverage on the very solid collaboration that we already have to achieve these goals, and that the EU can also benefit from this by having alternative sources of energy from the East Med. Wishing you all a very successful conference, and hopefully we'll see you in person very soon. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's very good to get the perspective from Cyprus, even if Natasha Polides couldn't be with us in person. We're going to try again now to connect with Minister Skrekas. I believe that we're going to try and get a sound connection at the very least, even if we cannot see the minister. So we may not have an image. So let's try once again.
Yes, I can hear you very clearly. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can.
Okay.
We can indeed hear you. Thanks so much, Minister Skrekas, for joining us. I know you're really busy on your trip with the Prime Minister in the Netherlands. So it's great to have you. Even if we can't see you, we can hear you. So I will ask you now to make a few opening remarks, and then we can have a discussion. Thank you.
Okay, let me say that indeed it is a very adventurous connection. So I really apologize that I cannot be with you in person, and also I apologize that you cannot see me through my video camera. It's true that currently I'm in the Netherlands in the European People's Party conference, where we are going to vote for the new president. It is the larger political party in Europe, the EPP. So let me thank you again for the invitation. I think that this event is taking place in New York in very difficult and very tough times. We have a devastating war which threatens our society, our civilization. I think that the world is totally different since the beginning of this war, and we cannot be sleepwalkers. We cannot let people taking initiatives that are against our principles, the principles of democracy, of solidarity, of equality, of freedom. So I think that we have to be united in this, in the same direction. This devastating war that has created, of course, a humanitarian catastrophe on one hand. On the other hand, has also fed a tremendous energy crisis in Europe, and not only in Europe. So currently we're suffering of huge increases in the prices of natural gas and in the electricity prices in Europe because of the increase in natural gas. So we have to design immediately, we have to take actions, preventive actions. We have to take actions to secure the supply of energy, and we have to take also actions in order to secure and to safeguard affordable prices for the consumers, for the households, especially for the most vulnerable households, but also for the businesses. So the first one, we strongly believe that the basic elements for a really viable energy strategy are three. First, it is energy security and security of supply. The second is the decarbonization of our energy mix. And the third, of course, is the affordable prices. So regarding the first one, let me say that currently in Greece we have taken specific actions in order to secure the supply in natural gas. So we have a regasification facility in Rebithousa near Athens with 7.5 BCM capacity. Let me tell you that Greece's annual demand is around 6.5 BCM. So currently Greece, through our regasification plant and through the TAP pipeline, this pipeline that brings gas from Azerbaijan through Greece to Italy, we are delivering almost 70 to 80% of the Bulgarian demand in natural gas every day. So currently, you know that Russia has totally interrupted the flow of natural gas to Bulgaria. So Bulgaria currently is taking 70 to 80% of its consumption from Greece. In order, of course, this to be even more viable and more sound in the future, we have already planned and we inaugurated a few weeks ago the commencement of the construction of a new FSRU, a floating storage unit, an LNG terminal north of Greece with an additional 5.5 BCM of capacity and a new interconnection pipeline, the IGB, the interconnection between Greece and Bulgaria, a pipeline with a 3 BCM capacity is going to be fully operational by the end of next month. So after the completion of those interventions, of those infrastructures, of that infrastructure, we will be able to fully support Bulgaria, and not only Bulgaria, but also northern countries from Bulgaria, even up to Ukraine. The other thing that we're designing here in Greece is the upgrading and the expansion of the electricity interconnections with Bulgaria again. We're doubling our electricity interconnection by the end of this year. With Albania, we are tripling our electricity interconnection there. I was there a few days ago by 2030. And of course, we have the electricity interconnection, the submarine cable that will connect Greece with Cyprus, a very ambitious project which is almost ready to start being constructed, and from Cyprus to Israel. And we have another very ambitious interconnection of 3 gigawatt capacity, a submarine cable that will connect Greece with Egypt and will give us the opportunity to import green energy, green electricity energy from Egypt to Greece and from Greece to the northern countries. So that is what we are preparing about the energy security and the security of supply in natural gas in the short term. Of course, we have long-term plans, and that is to, let's say, reduce our dependency from fossil fuels, from natural gas, and thus from the Russian gas. How are we going to do it? By, of course, increasing the penetration of renewables into our energy mix. Let me tell you that the last 3 years in Greece, we have deployed more than 3,500 megawatts of new renewables in Greece. That means that every year, this year, we will build and connect to the grid approximately 2,000 megawatts of new renewables. Let me say that Germany deploys every year 1,400 megawatts in total. So Greece is now has a faster pace than many larger Western European countries. We also plan, in order to be able to receive 70% of our electricity demand from renewables by 2030. Currently, 44% of our electricity demand comes from renewables currently this year. So in 2030, 70% we want to come from renewables. We are expanding our electricity grids. We are planning 8 to 10 billion euro investments for the upgrading of the grids, of the electricity grids. We are also planning to establish 3 to 4 gigawatt of electricity storage, batteries, and hydro pumping. And of course, we are planning to deploy 1 gigawatt of hydrogen electrolyzers. So renewables plus biomethane plus hydrogen will give us the opportunity to reduce dramatically the dependence from natural gas, which we currently import by 100%, and 50% of that comes from Russia. And of course, offshore wind is in our plans, and energy saving. The cheapest and the cleanest energy is the energy that we don't consume. So currently we're implementing a very ambitious renovate wave. We're going to upgrade 600,000 buildings by 2030, and we are going to reduce by 30% our energy consumption by 2030 through the energy upgrading of the buildings, through the promotion of electromobility, and of course, we have to change also our everyday behavior and culture. And this is something also that we promote. So thank you, and I leave some more time for questions. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed. So are you able to stay with us until 3 o'clock or something like that? 3:00?
Yes, of course.
Yes, excellent. Okay. So I guess I'm going to throw out some questions. You may want to respond, my two panelists here, to some of them. Just because I think they have to leave in 10 minutes, I'm going to ask a few questions and then ask you to give your remarks after that. So I guess the first question for both our speakers, Mr. Kamian and Minister Skrekas, is how realistic this transition is going to be. Now, first of all, about LNG and the role of LNG. That's particularly, a question for Mr. Kamian, because here there is a question of, how quickly LNG can actually play an important role in substituting for Europe's dependency on Russian gas, and at what price as well that will happen. So that's really a question, given the lack of infrastructure in Europe as a whole. Greece is much better placed and therefore is in a position where it can provide some solutions to this problem. But are the expectations around LNG realistic ones? And the second one is, how is it possible to incentivize private investors to invest in gas, this transition fuel, if the EU is committed to phasing out gas by the 2030s? And the targets have just been made even more ambitious. So there's a kind of a bit of a dilemma there. So maybe I can ask you first to come back on those questions, because I'm sure the two people sitting with me here in this room have something to say about that as well. So first of all, can I ask Mr. Kamian to come back and talk about LNG?
Yeah, John, thank you very much. I'd be happy to. As you and other colleagues there may have seen, in March, the president made a very strong announcement regarding the U.S. commitment to working with EU to help them address their short-term energy needs, including with regards to gas. Through a series of steps, quiet diplomatic engagement, and some close cooperation that we've done with the private sector, we have been able to successfully help our European colleagues address some of their short-term needs. We've also been doing what we can domestically here to support efforts to help American LNG exporters get as much product as they can on the market while recognizing that there ultimately is going to be a limited amount of supply. I'll defer to the Greek minister to answer the question about the Europeans, but I would just say that the strong U.S. commitment that we have to helping Europe reduce its dependency on Russian gas and meeting their short-term needs with regard to gas doesn't mean that we're no longer committed to the accelerated energy transition. On the contrary, I think you can argue, and many people have made this point, including the minister from Greece, as well as our colleague from Cyprus, that Russia's invasion of Ukraine really highlights the importance to which we all must attach to accelerating the transition to a green economy and renewables, because that's going to ultimately be the single greatest source of our strength. Let me stop there and
Thank you.
Turn it over to the minister.
Thank you. And so, yeah, over to you, Minister Skrekas.
Okay, let me say that for sure, natural gas, first of all, is going to be with us for the next 15, 20, maybe more years, because it is a transitional fuel, because the gas power plants are very flexible, so they can help us increasing the penetration of renewables into our energy mix. Let me say also that here in Greece, we have still some few lignite power plants left that we're going to totally phase out by 2028. So we're going to replace the capacity from coal with natural gas power plants. So in fact, our national plan for energy and climate has estimates that we're going to have more or less the same consumption of natural gas by 2030, maybe a little bit later. And then the natural gas consumption is going to gradually drop until 2050, when we want to be carbon neutral. So natural gas is going to be with us. Let me also say a few data which are quite interesting. A few years ago, we were importing 70%, maybe more, 80% of our consumption from Russia. And we had no imports of LNG from the US. Last year, we managed, in the first month of 2022, we have managed to reduce imports from Russia below 50% of the country's demand. And so we're importing LNG cargos that cover almost 50 to 55% of our demand, and 40% of those LNG cargos are coming from the US. So you can see how fast the world has changed and has in the last 2 or 3 years. And this is going to change even at a faster pace after the war, because as I told you, now we are facing a totally different world. We want by the end of next year to be totally independent from Russian gas. That means that we will increase, of course, the import of LNG. And of course, a lot of this is going to come from the US. Now, what we have to do is we have to proceed to joint purchases with other member states or other countries of our region, southeast of Europe, in order to achieve better prices, lower prices with medium and long-term contracts. So this is our main aim. Of course, we need the necessary infrastructure. We are going to, as I told you, by the end of 2023, we're going to have a second regasification capacity, an offshore LNG terminal north of Greece. We have another one really mature south of Greece near Athens with an additional capacity of 5.5 BCMs. So we can indeed export more than 10 to 12 BCMs to the countries which are northern than Greece. And of course, the fields that currently exist in the southeast Mediterranean area, of course, can be utilized in order to support us and give us opportunity to diversify from Russian gas and achieve finally the security of supply that we need.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to bring in our two other panelists now and ask them to respond to anything they've heard already and to give their own views on the kind of important questions facing the region. So first, yes, Nikki Savella, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you, Nectaria, for the kind invitation, indeed. Coming back to what was said before, the invasion of Russia in Ukraine has changed the whole energy sector. This is historical. People that deal with energy, they have to know that everything changes. Now, I come back to the LNG question that was said before. America was not an exporting country, so they don't have the necessary infrastructure to export LNG. One problem is this. The other problem is that we are not sure that America can supply the necessary amount of LNG for Europe since they stopped the Keystone XL pipeline. America is producing gas, and this gives them a very good price for domestic heavy industry. Starting to export to Europe, it will create a problem. And Europe is not sure that America can cover what we need. So I see a problem with LNG coming from America. Besides, Europe is not ready with infrastructure to import LNG. So my proposal and what I see for the future is that the best thing is the FSRUs, these units that they can regasify gas. They have not, high cost of investment, and they are flexible in prices because the market is going to float, from now on. Egypt is going to play a very key role in the area because they're moving with FSRUs. Will gas remain in the European market? My speech is on the REPowerEU, the new plan for energy in Europe. This came out 10 days ago. On this, there are two goals: decoupling from Russian fossil fuels, and combating climate crisis. Europe sticks to green economy. So what do we do with gas? Because you will see in the REPower Europe that they stick to green economy even in infrastructure. So will gas stay there? Minister Skreka said it will stay for 15 to 20 years. It will stay for 30 to 40 years. If it is to stay for 15 to 20 years, nobody's going to invest on this because it's heavy investment and nobody's going to put all this money. If Europe wants, to go fast, they have to take into consideration that gas will stay as a transitional energy mixture for at least 30 years.
Thank you. I'm going to let the first two speakers come back in a minute, but first let's hear from Ricard.
Well, I think my observation is that the conversation that we are having today about gas is a better conversation than we have had for a long time. For quite some while, this conversation has had a tendency to be very binary. Is this the silver bullet? Is that the silver bullet? Is it going to be all renewables? Is it going to be gas? Gas is a tricky one because it sits in the middle. It is a hydrocarbon, but it's comparatively very clean hydrocarbon. I think what we're seeing today, driven by a number of developments, is that we're starting to get the necessary nuance in this conversation. And I think with that comes also the realization that actually I don't see much of a difference between the policymakers in the industry with respect to the end game. Of course, we need to get to a more sustainable, low-carbon future. Of course, we need to accelerate the energy transition. We know this. This is an existential threat that we're facing. Where the conversation needs to go now is how do we pragmatically get to that point in the fastest way possible? And I think that there is an increasing realization that gas is essential to get us to that result. Then there is plenty of studies. I saw McKinsey came out with a study only recently where they said actually the global peak of the gas market is going to be about 2037. Then you will see a slow decline of 0.4% until 2050. But basically what this tells us is that we are increasing gas, and then we will have the same level until 2050. In the countries in the Balkan region, there is a lot of countries who are looking at expanding gas in the energy mix, including Greece, because they want to wean themselves off dependency, and they want to get away from traditional coal. So I think gas is absolutely here to stay. What is incumbent on us in the industry is to figure out a way, how do we actually monetize that in a way that safeguards the equitable transition, because we need to think about cost, it is reality. We need to think about energy security, but of course doing that in a way that is also accelerating the end result of that green transition.
Great. So we can carry on this conversation in the room because Mr. Kamian and Minister Skrekos have left now, the connection. And I think this is the conversation that we do want to have. Do you want to come back, Nikki, on what you just heard?
Because we have some extra things to say.
Joan? Hey, Joan, it's Harry.
Oh, hi. You are still here.
I've got a couple minutes before I got to go, but if I wanted to just come in on a couple of the comments that our colleagues mentioned before dropping, if that's okay with you all.
Absolutely, yeah. I thought you'd gone. We thought you'd gone.
I just found the comments by our two panelists quite thoughtful, and maybe just a couple points to add to that. In the discussions that we've been having with our European colleagues in the run-up to, and particularly since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it's been clear that our European colleagues, including those in the Eastern Mediterranean, have identified gas as playing an important role now as well as during the energy transition. And I think that's a role that we recognize and appreciate. And I think when you take a look at the strong commitment that the president made in helping Europe address its short-term needs to help reduce its dependence on Russia, that's embodied in that. I think secondly, we also recognize that gas in of itself will not be sufficient, and that we need to work with colleagues around the world, including the Eastern Mediterranean, to diversify, including away from gas over the long run in order to address our needs. And I think this is a point where I would really like to highlight a thoughtful point that both the minister from Greece as well as Cyprus made about the important role that the electricity interconnectors are playing, not just in terms of regional cooperation, but the recognition that the leaders and the people of the Eastern Mediterranean have of the long-term benefit that those interconnectors are going to play, not just in terms of reducing our collective reliance on fossil fuels, but more importantly, strengthening our respective interdependence, avoiding a scenario where countries are overly reliant on one supplier, and ultimately producing the type of energy that our economies will need to grow over the long run and ultimately achieve some of the climate goals. But Joan, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate. My apologies for needing to drop off, but I just wanted to come in and echo some of the thoughts that I just heard. But thank you very much. I appreciate it.
No, thank you. I'm very glad that you did stay and come back on those points. It was really great to have you with us. Thank you for taking the time, for joining the discussion today, and we'll be having it, I'm sure, for the next few years, so hope to speak to you again. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, so yes, I am going to give you some more time to say what you want to say, and I also want to ask the audience if there's any questions as well, and you can come back on those when you give your remarks. So, a question here. Have we got a mic?
Hi, I'm Dan Alpert from Westwood Capital. If Ricard is correct, and we can now, we're now moving beyond a binary discussion, and maybe in polite company we can even talk about things like the East Med pipeline. Is it possible, and if we're really going to start to talk about 30 or 40-year time frames, is it possible to move forward a discussion of a pipeline of some sort, whether it's the original East Med construct or something else, to bring in Eastern Mediterranean gas on a parallel track with the electric interconnectors, so that we, because this is a political issue at the end of the day, and is it possible to sort of apply a political salve to this by advancing both on a parallel track?
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to bring both of you back in. You don't have to respond immediately to that question, but if you want to. Yeah? Ricard?
Well, so let me do this. That's a really good question. So let me take that opportunity and sort of weave this into a little bit of my points to try to bring it all together. Because I think that is exactly the kind of questions that need to be asked. How does this bring together? So I would say this. So if we, for the sake of argument, agree that this cannot be a binary conversation, there is also definitely a role for gas to play. Now, of course, wearing my Greek hat, I would say, well, then Greece is one of the countries in the region that has not really sort of made the efforts to monetize its gas assets yet. And we are talking about potentially significant assets. It's hard to put a number on it, but if we're looking at market values, we're talking about hundreds of billions of gas. Now, today, given everything that is going on, both in terms of the geopolitical situation, but as well how we're progressing the transition agenda and the green agenda, it's pretty obvious that we need to reevaluate in Europe how do we actually address these gas resources. And that is, of course, what the Greek Prime Minister did. The Greek Prime Minister in mid-April actually announced that Greece is now firmly committed to accelerate the exploration and the monetization of the country's gas resources. And he also declared this to be a national strategic priority. Now, that announcement was, of course, preceded by quite a lot of in-depth analysis between HHRM, the organization that I represent, and here today with my CEO as well as the Prime Minister's office and the ministry. And it's actually gone quite far already. So already in January and February, and I emphasize those days because they were, of course, preceding the Russian attack on Ukraine. We actually concluded 2 seismic studies already in the Ionian Sea. Now we need to see where that results, but that brings me to your question, sir. What about the infrastructure? There's been a lot of discussion about the infrastructure. Well, those of you who have known me for a while know that infrastructure is very close to my heart. I used to lead the development of the Trans-Adriatic Pipeline infrastructure as well. And as I came into that, there was an awful lot of speculation about this is not going to happen, this is going to happen, this cannot happen. That is my answer to the question of the specific pipeline as well. Pipeline infrastructure brings supply and demand together. We understand now that the demand side of the equation is changing, and we are accepting that the demand side of the equation is changing. We're working very actively with both national and international partners to address the supply side by exploiting the country's own natural resources. Then the debate is, how do we bring that to market? And I think the discussion about that particular pipeline and other particular pipelines, frankly, that doesn't excite me that much, because when we get to the point, we will find a solution to bring this gas to the market. And that could be the old constellation, the new constellation, but I think it's important to not lose track of that aspect. So I think the answer is, when we get to the point that we need to develop that infrastructure, we will develop that infrastructure. And yes, of course, that infrastructure will run in parallel to a lot of other infrastructure, be that electricity infrastructure and renewable infrastructure, because as I wanted to start off with, I think we're getting to the realization that we don't need this or that, but in order for this to be a successful transition, we need all of it.
Okay, thanks. So we've got about 5 minutes left. So, Nikki, what
I
do you want to?
I would like to say a few words about the new European strategy, because it changes everything. Even the pipelines we're talking, they're up in the air. We don't know whether they will be built or not. The Repowered Europe sticks on the green economy. Let me go back before I talk about it. We talk about Europe because this is the market for the three countries we are talking. Two of them are members of the European Union, so they have to comply with the rules. And Israel is looking to Europe as a market to export. So we have to see what Europe says. Europe says, I stick to green economy. Every transportation network I'm going to build from now on, it will be retrofitted. It has to be changed. If it is for gas, short time, and it will be retrofitted into carrying, transporting renewable energy. The plan is the following. When we have, a huge pool of projects and something, the goal is there and we have to reach the goal, we need the capital. The capital, it was announced, it will be 210 billion euro that will be allocated to this new plan I'm talking now. 100 billion euro is already being allocated, and it's running into the recovery fund that Europe established to cover all the damages from the coronavirus. So we have 310 billion euro that will be allocated, provided for new infrastructure, new technology. We are looking for new products that will minimize energy consumption, new technology in green economy. Gas is there, but the way I interpret it is short term. Now, we have to take another factor into consideration. We need the capital, we need the legislation. The European Union is changing the legislation. The legislation now, within these 2 months, to make it easier for the players so they can move in and invest. There is the EU-US task force, energy task force, that they are discussing amendments on mutual legislation so they can encourage investment from both sides. These 2 months are crucial for the ones that they want to invest, they have to turn to these bodies and propose legislation that will help investment. And then we go to the infrastructure. The infrastructure that comes out from the Repower Europe refers to renewables and how we will transport the renewables. Hydrogen seems to take the leading role in this transformation and transition. This is an ambitious plan, but it's going to be implemented. If you're interested in this area, the next 2 months are very crucial for your proposals and whatever. There are the necessary, the eligible bodies from the American side and the European side. The private sector is invited to participate, advising, consulting, etc. And keep in mind that hydrogen seems to be booming in every sector, My closing up, my personal opinion is, this is very ambitious. We cannot end dependency on Russian fossil fuels, unfortunately, very fast. It will be a bumpy way till we find the solution and be self-efficient.
Thanks very much. We are running 15 minutes late, and I know we have to be out of this room definitely before 6 o'clock. So, I'm going to give you 20 seconds, Ricard, just for one point, because we've got a green transition session after the next one, which is on innovation and technology. So we can come back to some of these discussions. But is there one final point? Literally 20 seconds.
Literally 20 seconds. Okay, it's great that we have the plans. There's an old expression saying, no plan withstands contact with the enemy. It's difficult to plan what's going to happen 50 years in advance. So what I would say is, of course we need to have the plan, we need to have the regulation, but we also need to allow for a lot of innovation, because this is how we have managed to build the green side of this equation. Now we also need that innovation to be allowed on the other side and the commercial side. So my last 10 seconds, I'll emphasize that, again, there is no dichotomy here. The two seismic studies I spoke about before, we sat down with the companies and we said, we know that there's concerns about hydrocarbons, but we also see the upside. We need to make sure that we do this to really the highest environmental, energy, and socioeconomic standards. There is no pushback. People understand where we need to get to. So let's also make sure, as we do this planning, that we allow unleashing all this innovation, because I'm absolutely convinced that's how we get there fastest.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Thanks, both of you. And thanks to all our speakers from this panel.
Thank you, Nikki.
Thanks for listening.
I'm going to move swiftly, given the time constraints. Thanks,
Thank you.
Nikki. Thanks, Ricard. We're going to move on to innovation and technology. Let me get out of your way and mind the water bottle.
My little sleeping, so I have to walk slowly.
Oh, okay, I can help you. Okay, innovation and technology on an upward swing is the question. We have 6 speakers, and I'd like to invite all of them onto the stage. And I see Lios Amar is already with us, the CEO and founder of Travaxia Accessible Travel Solutions from Israel. But let me invite Kyriakos Kokkinos, Deputy Minister to the Research, Innovation and Digital Policy of Cyprus. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Please have a seat. Next up, Mikhail Bletzes, Research Scientist, Director of Computing at MIT Media Lab. Welcome. We've spoken before. Great to have you with us again. Daniel G. Cohen, Chairman of the Board of Directors of Cohen & Company, please join me on the stage. And we have Philippos Soselos, CEO and Chairman of PwC Cyprus, and Michael Tsanas, Partner, Optimality Fund, Co-founder and former Chairman, Akithonis. Welcome.
Thank you.
Have a seat.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome. Have a seat. Okay, so we've got a stellar lineup to speak about innovation and technology. We're going to stick to our 5 minutes, all of us, so that we do have time for questions and discussion. So let's get started with Mr. Kokinos, Deputy Minister to the President for Research, Innovation and Digital Policy, Cyprus.
All right, innovation. Innovation happens by necessity. It doesn't happen because it's just a buzzword. And in these difficult times, challenging times that we are confronted with, not just the Ukraine war or the energy crisis, but because of other challenges like, for example, aging of population or other challenges, I believe that now is more important than ever to see how we institutionalize at national level and we encourage and promote collaboration, at least at the regional level. And this is the purpose of this meeting of today, how we explore the synergies between our geographies for joining forces. I believe that there is so complementary work that can be done. For example, Israel, which is just 20 minutes flight from Cyprus, is a startup nation. So they are very good on commercializing research. They're so good in innovative entrepreneurship. In our countries like Cyprus and Greece, we see a lot of intellectual capital, excellent research quality, but we are not so good on commercialization of our ideas. So collaborating and cross-fertilization of resources, intellectual capital between the three countries is crucial for moving forward and challenges. The value add for Israel through this collaboration, it's also important to be understood and it's already happening. Cyprus and Greece as member states can provide access to European Union, but also Middle East and the North Africa region. So it's a good collaboration model. There are more things to say about it, but we will come to it later.
Okay, well, that's a great point to start with, I think. So next, Mikhail Bletsas.
So all three countries share one characteristic, I think, and that is resiliency. And resilience is something that will be crucial in the future because we see what's going on, and this is not going to go away anytime soon. Where Israel can teach the other two a lot of lessons is when it comes to innovation, commercializing innovation. But I don't think we are getting the right lessons from it. Let's go back a little bit to the US in the 60s and in the foundation of ARPA. In every technologically advanced economy, defense plays a big role in commercializing innovation. That's where innovation, commercialization starts. Israel had to do it by necessity. We thought we had the luxury of not doing it by necessity. Our neighbors reminded us that we do have that necessity, and actually we are obliged by our law to spend money in defense R&D. We have our own Greek law that says we have to spend 1% of our procurement budget in R&D, and there is a European law treaty that we have signed that says we have to spend 2%. Of course, when you get through the crisis that we just went through, it is very easy to forget about these obligations, but I strongly believe that more formalizing actually defense R&D and looking into dual purpose defense R&D as DARPA did in the 80s and the 90s is the way to go for Greece because you have a customer also. What is very important is to have a customer. The Israelis have managed to do it by selling technology to bigger companies in the US and having the US companies establish subsidiaries. In Israel, there is no way to be in chip design and not having some part of the design done in Israel these days. We have to look into this kind of things. And as a country, we also have to make some really hard strategic decisions. We cannot remain a developed country based on tourism. There is no way to do that. There is not enough value added, no matter what we do. We have to get into higher value activities, and the time to do it is yesterday. It's not even now. So hopefully this crisis, this continuing crisis, will breed some opportunities and will move towards that direction. I look forward to the day where Israelis are coming to Greece to buy defense technology, and Greeks are going to Israel to build hotels. It will be a much better world for everybody.
Well, the Greeks are coming to Israel to build hotels. I also look forward to the Israelis coming to Greece to buy defense technology. Today, I can just share our own experience. I'm the chairman of Cohen and Company, but also the managing partner of FinTech Masala, which invests in companies all across the world, particularly though I'll give you my experience in the Eastern Mediterranean, where every year my father, since 1962, when he was a fellow at the American School of Classical Studies, has been going back to Athens and Greece, and we've been fortunate enough to do the same, except for the one pandemic year. Israel, where today we're able to go, and frankly, Tel Aviv is the only place investing in technology companies besides San Francisco and maybe New York City, where you can spend a full week having meetings every hour and a half with people. The infrastructure is very much there. The technology, the training in the advanced military units and the advanced intelligence units gives a special flavor to data analysis that everybody can do in Israel. And frankly, I've never seen a country where your average, it must be a subject in the first grade, product market fit, along with the ABCs or Aleph Bet that you learn as a young Israeli to product market fit. It would be, now the area has great synergies, and in fact Cyprus has benefited somewhat in financial technology and has been a heart of really some of the strong Israeli financial technology companies that have grown in Cyprus. It would be fantastic with the Eastern Mediterranean, these three countries having so much in common and easy to get along with each other, that it would be fantastic if that could expand over the entire Eastern Mediterranean. So I look forward to the day when I spend 3 days in Athens and 2 days in Thessaloniki looking at technology companies as well.
Great, thanks.
Yes, to that.
Next, Philippos Saselas, CEO and Chairman of PwC.
Yes, I'm
in Cyprus.
Not globally yet. Yeah. So, I have to first acknowledge this amazing collaboration spirit that exists in this conference and this exciting 3+1 partnership model that we have been talking about. And within that, my intervention today really will focus on 3 key messages. The one is that something interesting and worth paying attention to is happening to Cyprus right now, because Cyprus is emerging as an exciting tech hub supported by a robust national long-term economic growth strategy. The second message is that the Cyprus economy has proven yet again to be resilient and has been using this resilience to accelerate its transformation towards new sources of growth, very much looking west in the region, but also west. And the third message is that this accelerated pace of change that we have been experiencing the last few years clearly demands greater innovation, better leadership, but also bolder collaboration amongst businesses like myself, amongst within the government, amongst countries, and also in the region as we've been describing it today. So let me very quickly focus on the Cyprus economy. Some highlights, I think some data will be covered later on, but Cyprus managed to bounce back on a V-recovery in 2021 last year from what it lost in 2020. The growth prospects ahead are quite healthy. This year, despite the overall economic impact of the war in Ukraine, the economy is demonstrating that it is far less reliant on business with Russia than a lot of people expected, and it's doing well under the circumstances. We see tourism to be up from last year, despite the fact that we're losing pretty much the second tourist origin base, which is Russians, after the UK. Also, the banks are almost completely normalized after the 2013 banking crisis, with NPLs down to single digits. Real estate is holding up quite well, benefiting from an influx of businesses in the tech and other sectors in Cyprus, relocating business and their employees. And again, showing how a small economy can very quickly actually come back because of its small size. And most global rating agencies maintain Cyprus at investment grade with a positive or stable outlook. Now, the point that we need resilience and we need competitiveness is actually a story that for Cyprus and SPWC, I can confirm that we're very proud that we have been conducting a study with EU funding on the long-term economic growth strategy of Cyprus and we have engaged in a very participatory way all the stakeholders in the economy. And what has come out of this study is that Cyprus now has a very clear vision 2035. And as part of that vision 2035, there are three pillars. The one pillar is that we want Cyprus to be a business hub for businesses, and we're looking for sectors like ICT and funds that will be covered later on in shipping. Tech hub is another pillar to be high-tech capital of Europe, and also to be a leader in sustainability. The vision statement is that Cyprus is to be one of the world's best countries to live, to work, and to do business in. And we have all the characteristics for that. So what we're experiencing right now is that for the tech hub, we see digital talent to be moving around in the region as a result of the geopolitical situation that's happening. And Cyprus is well positioned for that global shift. We observe a welcome alignment between government, politicians, and businesses in supporting of that environment for a tech hub for Cyprus. Modern tech hubs are less reliant to heavy infrastructure than in the past, and now they require more softer factors like enabling immigration policies, personal and corporate tax, intellectual property frameworks, transparent legal environment, efficient state. And we have been introducing as Cyprus quite a lot of incentives across all these enabling factors, and combined with the attractive social and lifestyle benefits of being in Cyprus, that creates an overall strong case. And the collaboration with Israel and the experience that Israel has as a startup nation creates a compelling possibility for attracting more businesses. Already we have more than 250 tech companies in Cyprus, employing more than 20 to 23,000 employees in Cyprus, and more people are coming. So a quick point that I wanted to also make was these changes in this new world, the speed of decision making that it was mentioned, the pace of execution is becoming a clear source of competitive advantage. So we need cultures that are built around innovation, around trust, new forms of collaboration. The collaboration is cutting across countries and public sector, private sector. In PwC, we've built an experience center where we promote co-creation amongst different stakeholders in an innovative way. And already we have hosted a lot of initiatives between public sector and private sector in Cyprus, and that is part of our vision for the future. And I want to acknowledge the bilateral and trilateral agreements that already exist between our three countries that we're covering in this conference. And clearly, just to finish, I really strongly feel that, going back to my three key messages, what Cyprus is emerging as an exciting tech hub. The geopolitical situation is helping Cyprus having a clear vision to propel forward with its transition as an economy. And thirdly, we clearly need innovative thinking, strategic leadership, and the paradigm shift of how we collaborate, we play together, and we create value amongst us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up is Michael Tsanis, partner, Optimality Fund, co-founder and former chairman, Acusonis. Welcome.
You, good evening, everybody. So a little bit of context first. My role in life has been as an entrepreneur and a builder of companies, small companies. I did that successfully in the United States in the 90s and 2000s with a tech company that we managed to take public on NASDAQ. And then in the last 10 years, I was able to do that with a team, not by myself. The team I was involved in was able to do that with a company that was primarily in Greece. And so I've seen this trajectory of taking core technology, building a team, finding product market fit, commercializing, and creating some sort of value through an exit of one sort or another for all the stakeholders involved, the employees, the management team, the investors. And I've seen it happen in the US, and I've now seen it happen in Greece. And I can say that it's exactly the same. And this is, I think, an important message for entrepreneurs in Greece, for people who are thinking of investing in Greece, for corporations who are thinking about participating in the Greek market in whatever way, hopefully by establishing a presence in Greece. My experience was that you're dealing with people. There are still challenges. It was a long road in both cases. A lot of endurance was required. But what we were able to do in the United States, we were also able to do in Greece. And I think it's a very important thing for Greek culture to understand. One of the earlier speakers talked about how Israel has a very strong entrepreneurship and innovation culture. And that's 100% true. And we're in a panel here, and the entire conference is about this region, which is Israel, Greece, and Cyprus. Israel's in a completely different world when it comes to different class, when it comes to innovation and startups and building successful companies. Greece and Cyprus are far behind that. But the fact of the matter is that one of the keys there, I believe, is that meritocracy, which is a very fundamental part of US life, needs to be something that is appreciated and understood elsewhere. And I believe that in Greece, I don't think it was always there. I think now it is starting to emerge as something that people can rely on. And if you're going to work hard and you're going to push your way through, you will actually be rewarded. Whether you're in Silicon Valley or Austin or London or Athens or Patras. So a few more scattered thoughts, because I think we should I enjoy the questions more than anything in the panels I was listening to, so I'll try to get to those quickly. One of the questions was, for our panel, is how do we reinforce the region as a tech hub? I think if you look at Greece as an investor would look at an opportunity, what is it that Greece presents that's different than other parts of the world? And I'll focus on Greece because it's what I understand better. I think Cyprus can get tucked into this general discussion. Israel, I don't know much about to be able to make any comments. What Greece certainly has is an early stage opportunity. If you're an investor and you're looking for something that's really early, it's Greece. And if you feel like there's opportunity in globalization of technology development, Greece is certainly early in its stage of that sort of thing. So there's an opportunity. I think the culture is strong, the ambition is strong. I think we can take a lot away from what we've seen happen in Israel, and people can, in their minds, apply it logically to also be a possibility, a potential, a likelihood in Greece and in Cyprus. There are some things that Israel has done very well that we can certainly learn from. Mikhail Blitz has touched on the combination of defense funding and R&D funding. That is something that Israel and the United States have done very well that I think Greece could improve on. As an investor, again, looking at Greece as an opportunity, I would certainly encourage you to apply the same metrics you apply anywhere in the world, whether you're looking at a company in California or you're looking at a company in Greece. You can apply the same desires as what you're looking for as an investor. You will find companies in Greece that can meet those desires, that can tick off the boxes you're looking for. You don't have to lower your standards. You don't have to make it a charitable investment. It can be a robust, legitimate investment. My last topic is, which I'll touch on, which relates also to looking at Greece as a sort of as an investment opportunity. One of the other bullet points in this panel was working hand in hand, the government, business, and citizens working hand in hand. There's been some initiatives, and I believe this is true, it might even be unique of Greece and Cyprus, agriculturally, from a defense perspective, from a cultural perspective. You have a very diverse and yet very compact location. And using this as a test bed of technologies, of products, of services is with a single government that's overseeing what you're doing and is certainly open and encouraging investment from foreigners, I think is a real opportunity. There's a fund in Greece called the Festos 5G Investment Fund that was formed when the Greek government sold 5G spectrum. They took a portion of the proceeds from the sale and they formed a venture fund. And this venture fund not only invests in companies with money, but also gives them access to 5G spectrum in Greece. So you have Greece as a test bed where you, if you have a product, you have an application, you have a technology that you want to try on 5G, you can actually come to Greece and run a live test on real spectrum in a real place. I think there are other opportunities where Greece could take that initiative and provide value, both as a place where innovative technology can emerge more quickly, and also as a place where investors can see additional value investing in that particular place. And with that, I'll stop.
Thanks very much indeed. So I'm really pleased now that we've got a case study from Startup Nation, Israel. And we have Leos Amar, CEO and founder of Travaxi Accessible Travel Solutions. This company is the winner of the UNWTO Sustainable Development Goals Global Startup Competition. So tell us all about that.
Thank you. Presentation, please. Let's take a journey together. Imagine that you're doing the booking of your next holiday. You've gone online, you booked your holiday, and you're ready to go. It's the big day. You packed your bags, you're disconnecting from the familiar and the known, from your daily routine, and you land with excitement and anticipation, brought on by reading Welcome in a different language. In the taxi, on your way to your hotel, you see the bars and restaurants, you hear the music, and it fills you with anticipation. Then the taxi stops. You arrive at the hotel entrance, and what do you see? A red carpet, I see that I can't enter. There are 5 steps at the entrance without a ramp. I am instantly denied of my independence during my holiday. My holiday from a dream became a nightmare. This is what we're dealing with when we travel, barriers and stress. My dream is to create a reality where all assisted travelers, seniors and disabled, can travel all around the world without being constantly reminded of their disability. My name is Lior Zamar. I was injured during my Army service. I am a former Paralympian swimmer, represented my country at the Beijing Paralympic Games, and one of the top swimmers in the world in my category. I am married to Natalie and a father to 6-year-old Amit. Now, I'm sure that you may have had nightmare travel experiences, but for us it's the norm. Let me give you a few examples and a glimpse of how complex it can be. Shockingly, there isn't one standard for an accessible room in the world, and each room looks different. This sets travel agencies up for failure, as they may see an accessible room and book it, thinking that it's suitable. But in reality, most accessible rooms don't fit most disabilities, and we usually discover that when we check in. Travelers inevitably decide to travel to the same destinations over and over again in order to reduce their barriers while traveling. Here, for example, you can see a pretty nice hotel room. I see a bed that I can't get onto. Or here, I can see inadequate clearance and wonder if I can get to the back of the room. Or inadequate space to perform a 360-degree turn. When we talk about disabilities, we usually think of a wheelchair. But there are more impairments than that. For example, the hearing impairment needs a light to indicate a knock on the door. Or a TV-based room service calling, as opposed to using the phone. These are complete game changers. My dream is to create a reality where all travel agencies can book a holiday for assisted travelers, seniors, and the disabled. A dream where assisted travelers will go on a holiday and from the booking process till the returning home won't be constantly reminded of their disability. A dream where a holiday is a holiday for everyone, always. We're talking about the biggest and fastest growing minority in the world. There are 1.2 billion people in the world which are disabled. 650 million out of them lives in developed countries. Let me tell you that before the COVID pandemic in 2019, only in Europe and the US market alone, this market was valued at $70 billion annually. The market presents a huge opportunity. It was historically viewed as a less appealing market or a doing good market, but that's not the case. The business opportunity here is incredible. These are 2 old segments, travel and assisted travelers. To date, other companies have tried to solve this problem from a different perspective, from the end customer side or the B2C side. So what is so innovative about us? A 2-way perceptual change. Industry to the assisted traveler and the assisted traveler to the industry. We at Travaxi took it from a more holistic approach, addressing the problem upstream and enabling travel agencies, hotels, and airlines to better service their customers. The innovation is that Travaxi transforms every travel agency or provider to an accessibility expert instantly. Our algorithms knows to offer the most suitable room to any disability based on our unique data sets that are one of a kind. Travaxi is also tackling the problem with technology, an AI ML-based solution to fine-tune the data, triple information check from the hotels to the end customer side. Our data is being gathered from 2 different sources. Digital survey filled by Travaxi and hotels and contains more than 90 accessibility parameters. In addition, travelers rate their satisfaction while visiting the hotels, and with the help of Travaxi's unique information and the wisdom of the crowd, travelers receive a personalized recommendation based on our machine learning tool. I am very proud of our achievements to date, including the validation of leading organizations worldwide. Travaxi has won the largest competitions in the world and received the stamp from the biggest competition among them, the UN SDGs. Out of 10,000 startups in 138 countries, we won in the category of reducing inequalities. Travaxi also got the acknowledgement from the biggest global distribution system in the world, Amadeus. I would like to thank Israel, the first airline to join our customer base. With Travaxi, any travel provider can become an accessibility expert instantly, thanks to our unique technologies. I took it upon myself as a mission, but it's not just my responsibility, it's the responsibility of all of us. I invite you to join me and take part in reducing the gap. Thank you.
Thank you very much and congratulations. So we have some time now. We have at least 10 minutes, maybe 12, for some discussion and questions. So if you have a question in the audience, please raise your hand and I will take you. I can wait. My first question, first of all, I want you to respond to things that you've heard from others, because there were some quite novel ideas raised by various people. I wanted to ask you, first of all, what is happening with this tech sell-off in 2022? After a very good 2021, big losses are being sustained, and it seems that investors are actually turning to other sectors, tangible assets, energy, obviously real estate and so on, which, given the inflation environment and other things that are happening, I guess is understandable. But is this something that you're worried about, that we might see some kind of broader backlash there or not?
Yeah.
Or is it nothing to be concerned about?
No, I mean, I was saying to another investor today, because we're working on a project in financial, building a second generation or fourth generation digital bank, that, they said to me, they're a more traditional investor, they said, hasn't the technology market fallen out? I said, well, in the late stage technology, it's like your upstairs neighbor had 3 feet of water in his apartment, and you find out about it, going from the public markets to the private markets, by the ceiling crashing in on your head and having 3 tons of water fall on you. So there has been a large change that people in January thought was not really happening, and people in June are now finding out really affects everything that they're doing. There's a lot of mediocre tech companies out there. There's a lot of startups that don't really serve a need, or alternatively don't have a viable business plan, to get really to fruition, but yet the future was coming so fast that everybody had to have a piece of it. So I think that this is sort of a very, very painful but healthy corrective, probably like a 3-month juice diet for somebody who really has a problem. And but that we will see the companies that are able to be sustainable and have real business plans for moving forward to actually, do very well. So I do think it is a real issue, but one that probably is healthy for the marketplace.
Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts on this, or different view?
It's a difficult market today than it was like 2 years ago, definitely. I think, like my partners here said, that at the end of the day, when the startup is sustainable and it really serves a goal, I think that it will find the right funds, even if it's a little bit harder than what's used to be 2 years ago before the pandemic.
Yep. Any other?
I'm not a professional investor, but certainly quality is going to matter more now, and I think that's a good thing. Mm-hmm. The problem with bubbles, or whatever you want to call what we were dealing with, was, all boats rise, all salaries have to rise, everything rises, and regardless of whether you have the quality or not, you have to pay for that. And now there may be a little bit of relief for quality companies to be able to survive and succeed.
Right. No more points on that then. What about the, yeah?
No, the point of correction, I think, is what sums everything up. And from a sustainability point of view, It's really about real commercial ideas that are based on quality and on real commercial grounds. And I think that's a good thing for the long term.
What about this idea that Mikhail raised about dual purpose R&D, and that's the way to go maybe for Greece? What do people think of that idea?
I think it's applaudable. I mean, that there's, Greece faces, the Greek fisherman story, that why would anybody really develop anything when really life is so much better as a Greek fisherman? But on the other hand, it's been, Greece has over the last 15 years turned much more outward and is, progressive in so many different ways. And it's a great country that will continue to transform itself and where there's a lot of sense. So in as much as the R&D can be very sustainable and focused, and then the companies will be good. We've looked at a hotel technology payments company based in Greece, focused on the Greek market. We thought that was very interesting. So we'd love to see more stuff from Greece overall.
Greece has been, over recent decades, it's been a bit of a black hole, really, for investment. If you look now at investment levels, capital investment in Greece, plus FDI, it's been extremely disappointing. So we're all being quite positive, I think, about what's happened in the last few years, but actually, there's a long way to go up to compensate for this dearth of investment and innovation, and does beg the question about whether the right things are being done in terms of the business environment, the regulatory environment, and so on, to whether we're really going to see a substantial or real sea change here. Yeah, is there reason really to be optimistic about this?
Well, there is a reason to be optimistic. The question is at what derivative are we looking at? Because in this world, we have become very meta. We're not looking at the fundamentals. We are looking at derivatives, and we have lost count of what derivatives we are looking at. And that's the reason that we are seeing this correction in the tech sector. The expectations for future revenues are completely out of control, and people are still buying these things. So in Greece, we have to change course and build things. That's why I was talking about dual purpose technologies, because we procure a lot of things for defense, and if the defense forces take only a small piece of that, a very small piece of that, and actually ask for real products from the companies, everything will improve in the pipeline. Right now, we are relying on creating abstract technologies and maybe selling them somewhere else. You're not going to capture too much value. You're not going to create too much value added unless you build integrated solutions that solve real problems. The world has become very, reliant, or the investment world has been looking into investing into solutions that don't have problems yet. Crypto is one of these places, for example, and we see the correction that's happening over there. So it's important for the culture of an economy to create real solutions and in real problems, and not to become a monoculture. And unfortunately, right now, we are sort of a monoculture. We have tourism, shipping contributes a few things, but it doesn't capture a lot of value within the country itself. We have agriculture issues, and we shouldn't say that to the Israelis. The Israelis are making tons of things out of the desert, of a small patch of desert, and our productivity is very low. So we have room to improve, but you're not going to be remaining a rich country selling olive oil.
So how is it? How easy is it
Depends
to?
on how difficult it is to get sunflower oil, I guess.
Well, there is not enough olive oil in the world to substitute sunflower oil or corn oil or other things, or canola oil. So we'll keep olive oil for very luxury uses from now on.
Okay, but it's not so easy to diversify, as many countries have found out. Not just the kind of natural resource cursed countries, but countries that have become very reliant on a particular industry. It's not easy. So what can change that? What's the kind of magic? Is there a magic, solution here? No? Any other thoughts?
I don't think it's magic.
No.
I think it's baby steps.
Yeah.
We're taking some good steps in the right direction. I was impressed by I heard that there are 300 companies that have presence in Israel. I think we've all heard multiple times the 7 or 8 that are in Greece listed by people, because it's only 7 or 8. So a lot of room to grow. I think it's a lining up of various stars that happens after the baby steps are walking. I'd love to see a little more FOMO out of the corporations for missing the opportunity, FOMO from the investors for missing the opportunity. When you look at something like Greece as an investor or as a corporation, the first thing you do is figure out whether this is something I even want to touch. Is it too risky? And these baby steps help reinforce that it's not risky. When Amazon shows up, or Microsoft shows up, or the companies that have shown up show up, they do this intense diligence to make the decision to make the steps that they make. So, and all the other companies know this. It's not a willy-nilly decision. That's a very serious decision. So I'm hoping that the baby steps lead to bigger steps and maybe a little jogging at some point, and a little FOMO sets in from the rest of the world, and you start to see things coming together and building some real momentum.
So we built, a very quick comment, we built our lab on the motto, demo or die. And people have seen successes already in Greece right now. So even people in Greece are realizing that they can make it in a different way.
Yep.
Minister.
Yes, I fully agree that, every single small step is important as long as you maintain focus on where you are heading towards and to what you are aiming at. But there is another foundational and very important attribute that we didn't touch in this panel, and it's a challenge for all 3 countries and probably for most countries in Europe, which is the talent and skills gap. And the small steps will not get you anywhere unless you revisit, at least for Greece and Cyprus, this is more of an imperative rather than in Israel, the educational system and how you create the future worker, the future talent, not just quantitative but qualitative, to be more innovative and embrace innovative entrepreneurship from the high school and the elementary school. So there is a reform requirement. It's a prerequisite to make this reform if you want to reach the 2035 target that Philippos talked about for being successful knowledge-based economies. And for innovation, this is very, very important. The small steps are important to keep you going towards a direction. But at some point, if you want to run, you need to start working today, revisiting your educational reform approach.
Well, I mean, you have Cypriots and Greek running the largest. I mean, if you look at Pfizer, for instance, when the head of Pfizer was elected to be CEO, he said, only in America. Now, Israel has overcome a lot of oligarchic tendencies that have been in the economy since the founding of the State of Israel, which are now going away. And there are oligarchic tendencies in both Greece and Cyprus that also, to a certain extent, are going away. But Greece and Cyprus tends to export more of their talent than keep them at home, whereas Israel is bringing them back very strongly.
final word, because actually, unfortunately, we're at the end of
One
our
last
time.
thing, you talked about baby steps. So in Israel, they literally took it to the baby steps, and we are teaching innovation from very young age at school. I think it's a key factor in order to innovate and to take a country that doesn't look at that way and to show it in a different direction from the kids themselves.
Yeah. Very quick point.
My point is that in conferences like this, the strategy, what needs to happen becomes always clear. So I think the differentiator is really strategic execution, is the pace by which you really do the changes in education, like the minister said, and everything else. And for economies in our region, which are small, we need to play more globally outside our markets. And we cannot afford to have siloed thinking within our economies. We need to be transforming very, very quickly.
2 stats. Israel, biggest export market. US, what is it, 28% or something of the total. Biggest FDI investor in Israel, US by a mile. So it is a different league. But Israel was down there at some point. So baby steps then is the way forward. But thanks very much, all of you. Great panel.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Great presentation. Good luck with the company. Really cool.
I think we need a photograph. A photo? We need a photo. Yeah, come to the middle. Yeah. I think we go closer. Thanks, everyone. Cheers. Okay, it's a bit difficult to get down the step here. Baby steps.
Baby steps. Here they are.
Yeah, be careful. Okay, moving on. And we've won back some time, which is great. Our next session is the green transition, unlocking new business opportunities and capital. We've got 3 speakers: Gabriel Alonso, President and CEO of 547 Energy. Please join me on the stage. Aristos Konstantin, Trade Commissioner of the Republic of Cyprus, North America, and Antonios Pepas, CEO of ETME, ETME. Welcome again.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again. Take a seat. And I think we're getting mic'd up. Welcome. Yeah, good to see you. Please take a seat. Here is fine. Social distancing. We're not doing it anymore in the UK, but obviously you've got a bit of a COVID epidemic at the moment in New York. Delighted to have you all, and I'm sure you're going to pick up on stuff that's already been said earlier in the day, and particularly in the energy panel. I hope you all managed to listen in on that one. So the format for this session is everybody's got about 5 minutes to present what they think are the main priorities for the green transition. And then we're going to have a Q&A and a conversation. So let's start, first of all, with Gabriel Alonso.
Very good. I think I have a presentation.
Yes, have we got the slides? Yep.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Very quickly, who we are. 547 Energy is a global investor in the energy transition space, backed by a private equity firm in Houston. We are based in Houston. We are active across regions in Europe, in North America, South America, and Asia. We are active across technologies. We are pursuing onshore wind energy projects, offshore wind energy projects, shallow waters, deep waters, floating solar PV, ground mount solar PV storage. And today I would like, during my 5 minutes, I would like to speak quickly about supply, demand, and leave a last thought. When one looks at solar resource, the reality is that except for the Mediterranean area, Europe doesn't have a really that strong of a solar resource. And if you actually look at solar radiation in the Mediterranean, you will see that Spain is not much better than North Dakota's or South Dakota's solar radiation. But it is true that there has been a significant amount of capacity installed in Europe, around 160 gigawatts already installed, and goals through 2030 go all the way to, the latest goals go all the way to 450, 440 gigawatts. The wind resource in Europe is much stronger, both onshore as well as offshore wind resource. And the goals here, especially in the offshore side, have increased tremendously through 2030. About 25 gigawatts of installed capacity in Europe, and close to 150 gigawatts of targeted new offshore wind capacity by 2030, including UK. The offshore wind potential in the Mediterranean Sea is really, really vast, and I think it will be very important for people to live today with the concept that not only this is an opportunity to produce a lot of the energy that certainly Southern Europe will need over the next decades from offshore wind, but the really strong investment and employment opportunity that will come from those countries that will move first to develop the infrastructure, to develop the employment skills and capabilities to install the first offshore wind capacity. Greece is looking at it. I think that Minister Skrekas mentioned that today. Italy is looking at it. France has already some auctions in place. Spain is developing also a regulation. But I think it's really an opportunity to be considered. On the supply side, two challenges I will identify. One, many times the best resource, whether it's solar or wind, is not close to load centers, which means that we need transmission infrastructure to deliver that power. But it's awfully complicated to consent and to install new transmission infrastructure, whether it's in Europe, whether it is in North America. In those places where you actually have the resource close to load centers, you have a problem of consenting, public opposition, correct? We used to call it NIMBYs, knock in my backyard. Now in some places some people call them bananas, correct? Build absolutely nothing anywhere near anyone, correct? So, and it's taking a long time to get some of these projects executed. The political will is there, but once we get closer to ground, it's complicated to get these projects executed. When we think about the energy transition, we're thinking about electric vehicles, more wind energy, more solar energy, and these are technologies, not fuels. Let's make sure it is clear. These are technologies because we don't burn any gas or any uranium or coal. These are technologies that require quite an amount of mineral resources. If we believe the goals that we are listening to, correct? For example, in Europe, we have about 540 gigawatts of clean energy installed capacity as of the end of 2021. Based on the updated goals by all members of European Union, we should be at more than 1,000 by 2030. The amount of the increase on demand of mineral resources will be dramatic over the next years to deliver on this growth. And the reality is that some of those key minerals are in the hands of the people that are causing, the countries that are causing the crisis, that are leading us to react to this. And we need to be mindful that this journey of the energy transition is not going to be a smooth journey. On the demand side, as I mentioned, the demand is there. There is no question in my mind that there is the political will to proceed with this transition, that there is obviously an interest in succeeding because it's an existential threat to a certain extent, this energy transition. There are many, on top of that, there are many large corporations, some of the largest corporations in the world that have committed to 100% clean energy to power their own operational activities. And we are seeing how these companies are actively involved in the industry, entering into long-term contracts to buy clean energy. Demand is there. The main challenges we need to be mindful are on the supply side, okay? Transmission infrastructure to move all that power from where the resource is to where the load is, the difficulties to consent new infrastructure and new projects, and the reality that we will need to manufacture all these. There is going to be a political and an actual physical constraint to manufacture all this new growth. And I would like to leave with a concept that has been shared today a couple of times about how natural gas is evidently a bridge fuel that is needed to succeed in the energy transition, correct? Wind and solar are the cleanest, I think the cheapest and the fastest to market sources of new energy, but they are intermittent, they're not the most reliable ones. We need natural gas to help us bridge the energy transition. It's the most flexible source of energy. And besides thinking about natural gas in security terms, correct, I think it's important that we don't have to sacrifice our sustainability goals if we think strategically about natural gas sourcing, right? We can find in those countries that share our values as political values, those countries actually enjoy the socially most responsible oil and gas, like in Canada, like the US. So I think it is important that when we look at diversifying the exposure that Europe has had towards Russia, that there are actually not only just purely security reasons, sustainability, and I think political alignment should be also elements that should drive the decision process.
Okay, great. Thank you very much indeed. So Aristos, next.
Well, we say it's great to see you in person. Last time we did this was back
online.
in 2020 online, Speaking of which, I couldn't help but sort of think back to our conversation back in 2020. It was at the height of the pandemic. And oddly enough, as surprising as it may seem, despite the dramatic developments that have taken place since then, I found that a lot of the outlook that I expressed then remains relatively valid. And I mean, look, let's be realistic. Nobody could have predicted the Russia invasion into Ukraine and the situation we find ourselves in now. But my point is this: is that the war, much as the pandemic did, I think, revealed pre-existing vulnerabilities and added a degree of urgency to many issues that were, to varying degrees, already in motion. And I think that's very much true when it comes to the green transition. And certainly, renewables have gotten a massive push. I'm sorry, is this not on? Would you like me to start again? Better? There you are. So, as I was saying, renewables have definitely been given a push, and the urgency has accelerated, and now it's no longer a question simply of climate goals. It is also a question of energy security. And so it changes the way we look at things. In that respect, again, going back to what I'd said back then, the East Med has an important role to play. Whether or not, and I think we've heard that natural gas is a bridge fuel and is not going anywhere anytime soon. So whether it's in the East Med's capacity to provide an alternative to Russian gas, or if it is looking at the infrastructure development such as the Eurasia Interconnector, which is massively important, and hopefully we'll see a Eurafrica interconnector as well. The importance of the region and the 3+1 relationship that we've heard a lot about today remains critically important. Another point we touched on, I think, was the fragility of supply chains, and how there was a need then, there was an urgency then to diversify supply, to create shorter, smarter supply chains. The buzzwords then were nearshoring and reshoring and onshoring. That also remains true in the green transition. As my fellow panelists here pointed out, the critical minerals, the rare earth minerals that are going to be required are immense. And I said back then, if you recall, the European Union needs to look to the Mediterranean, needs to look to Africa. And the ambitious goals that we've put in place on the green transition make that even more true today. And I think the nascent EU Global Gateway initiative fully recognizes that reality, and in fact emphasizes its pursuit of partnerships with African countries in line with ESG principles that provide a viable alternative to China's Belt and Road. And the US-led G7 B3W initiative does the same thing. And in this respect, once again, Cyprus, I think, and the East Med in general, can play a pivotal role in connecting Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, and particularly Cyprus, given its the fact that it is a European Union member, it is a common law jurisdiction, has exceedingly sophisticated financial services and funds industry, I think can play a very proactive and valuable role in facilitating EU and US investment into these markets.
Great, thanks very much. Antonius Pepas, over to you.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me? Yes. So hello and good afternoon, everybody. I'm Antonius Pepas. I'm CEO of a small and medium enterprise company based in Greece. It's a quite innovative and disruptive company. So I will start as the CEO, and continue as an investor, and then as an engineer, my speech. And I will start as an entrepreneur, and I will get into what this morning David Harris said about going back in 2012 in the Jim Romney, and he quoted Jim Romney about saying fleeing from Greece on 2012. So at that time, at the summer, 10 years ago exactly, of 2012, money was fleeing Greece, people were fleeing Greece, ideas were fleeing Greece, companies were fleeing Greece, and people who were calling me personally crazy because I was staying in Greece. I decided to invest in Greece, to invest and have my company in Greece, and also to implement a patent and innovation in Greece in the what was called at that time a niche sector, which was offshore wind, in particular floating offshore wind. So it was niche squared, and not only that, but giving to this industry the bankability aspect. So I was investing into an innovation that provided bankability on floating offshore wind. So that was almost crazy to do that at that time in Greece. But I was not crazy because I had heard and I have read through the fundamentals at that time was the European Union's White Bible and the strategy for the energy sector at that time, and offshore wind was clearly very top in the agenda. So today here, I stand here and I would like to call everybody to see the fundamentals of the southeastern part of the Mediterranean, and also to see the fundamentals on what is happening around us. So the REPowerEU, as was mentioned before, and the very recent developments, the yesterday development of the oil embargo of the Russian oil from the European Commission clearly set a new scene, and I think it's a very new situation that we have to take into account into the energy supply chain. And I would suggest that if we read through what is happening, then for 5 specific reasons, we should heavily invest in the green transition of this area, of this particular area, and I can speak freely of Greece. So the first reason is that we have a proximity to a huge market which is energy thirsty. European Union right now doesn't have many alternatives for energy, so it should take energy from wherever it can, green energy, but also non-green energy. But let's focus on green energy. And we have this aerial proximity to this huge market, because the market is European Union for all these 3 countries, as far as it's concerned of energy. The second is geopolitics. So we are on the right side of the history, in a sense, in this area, meaning that we have stable regimes and democratic regimes, and we have a very strong political willingness from the local governments, and the local governments are open for business. So this is a second part why we should invest in this area. The third one is the source itself. So renewable energy sources are trusted sources by definition, because they are your own sources. They exist in your area, in your EZZ, or in your land. So you can invest on yourself, you can invest on your own sources, and they are trusted sources. And political stability is also providing this trust in these energy sources. The fourth is the funding. And the funding, so no matter what kind of investor you are, since the renewable energy sector in this area is compliant with the environment and the sustainability criteria, both of the United Nations and of the European Commission and the ECG. So I think it's very easy to find sources of funding, because you comply, you tick the box of all these goals that they exist. And the fifth element is that there exist very many projects. So you can find, depending on your risk appetite, so if you're low risk, low return investor, you can invest in what are mature technologies and mature projects, both in onshore wind and in onshore solar. If you have a higher risk appetite, you can go to floating offshore wind and to other cases. And if you have a huge appetite for risk, you can go to niche technologies such as the green hydrogen or floating solar technologies. So there is, for every risk appetite, a project in the area. And in particular in Greece, I may say that there are very many projects available for funding and for investing in the area. So having said all that, the final let's say, element I would like to add is that right now, due to the geopolitics and the situation, we don't have the luxury of selecting what kind of energy we'll have. We have to have LNG, we have to have green hydrogen when it comes, but this is at least 5 to 10 years maybe later on. But there is strong political will for the green hydrogen, and we must take this into account. But we must have renewables, and we must also solve some of the technological issues that come along with renewables and the balancing mostly of the energy and the stochastic nature of this energy. But I think everybody should take a position in investing in this area in the field of green energy.
Great, thank you. Thank you all very much. We've got about 12 minutes now for Q&A and discussion. And I see there's already a hand, which is great, and several hands. So I do hope that we can continue some of the discussion from the previous energy session. So let's take, let's take you first, the lady at the back there.
The microphone on? Sorry. So my name is Paola Patelli, and I'm currently working as an independent consultant with the International Institute for Sustainable Development on climate change issues. We follow climate change negotiations and the 2030 agenda negotiations. And I raised this question in a more generic form this morning. Now I'm going to raise it more specifically. But how does the 3+1 initiative plug into global objectives, such as the UNFCCC Paris Accord, and such as the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals? So more specific than that is the current situation in the Ukraine has really brought reality and pragmatism in terms of energy security to the fore. Would that warrant, for example, and this is just a hypothetical question, that countries maybe revise their NDCs and the level of ambition that they have? And also with regards to corporate social responsibility, ESG, there's increased scrutiny through the Securities Exchange Commission on companies taking on climate change objectives. And there's a new set of rules that was recently issued by the Securities Exchange Commission in terms of corporate disclosure of their climate change objectives. So I'm wondering whether, because of the situation in the Ukraine, both corporate entities and government entities could, or perhaps should, look at their ambitions and goals and maybe check them against reality, the current reality, in view of the fact that climate litigation is on the rise and that there's increased scrutiny from the political arena and also from the government in terms of the objectives that are taken on by governments and corporations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that question.
I think there's a
do you want to come back and then I'll
bit for everyone in there.
Yeah, anybody would like to come back on
in this question? I think, if I may, first of all, as regards to governmental part, the REPowerEU is the answer. So the goal is to increase the renewable energy sources, the green transition. So this is very clear from the European Union perspective. I think also this goes along with the USA policy and politics right now. So I think on the top level we will not go back, we don't have a step back. On the contrary, it is an accelerator of things in both governmental level but also company level. And I think that companies, because they are very well aware of the importance that these sustainability goals have, they will increase their investment. But I think, Alonso, you can be even more precise on this.
I mean, I think we don't need more goals. I mean, we don't need more ambition. I mean, I think that previous goals were good enough. I mean, I don't think the industry needs more capital. There is enough capital to build a lot of the wind, whether it's offshore wind, whether it's onshore wind, whether it's solar PV, whether it's even floating PV. Correct? The industry is willing to take incremental technology risk. The issue is that the execution of projects in Europe is becoming extremely complicated for the reasons I briefly explained in my presentation, correct? The licensing processes in some countries in Europe takes more than a decade to permit. Everybody has an opinion and everybody's opinion has to be heard. In the US, most of the nuclear capacity in the US was executed in 20 years. It happened in the late 60s, 70s, and beginning of the 80s. Why? Because there was a top-down political will that it had to happen. At one point in time, if we believe that energy independence, energy security, and we want it to be from sources within in Europe, they need to happen. At one point, politicians will have to take ownership and push forward the agenda. And I'm sorry, some people's feelings make it hurt in the process, but the overall benefit, the good that it needs to be pursued will be achieved. I think that's the reality. I mean, from my experience, I've been developing projects in Europe for more than 2 decades, and it takes forever now.
On the, I think the last part that's left, and correct me if I'm wrong, you mentioned, I think you were referencing the DWS issue this morning, the Deutsche Bank issue with the ESG reporting. In that respect, it's a factor. I think there is some controversy regarding ESG reporting, and I think there's room for greater clarity on what the benchmarks are, and that will undoubtedly get cleared up by regulators as we go forward. I don't foresee that as being an impediment or an issue really in the realization of either the green transition goals or energy development projects in general. Does that answer your question?
well, let's take Ricard, and we'll come back. You can come back if you're not satisfied with that answer.
Thank you, John. So look, having sort of called for a more inclusive and pragmatic debate, I'm really happy to hear what Gabriel in particular commented on this. I have one question though. I'd like to have your view on this, because I often tell people we're not having an energy crisis. We're having two energy crises. We're having an energy cost crisis that started actually quite a while back. And then we have an energy security crisis, which of course to a large extent has developed because of Russia's aggression. But we also have a third crisis around the corner, which is the commodity crisis. Because as you pointed out, electric vehicles, fantastic. They require about 8 times the minerals of a conventional car. Wind energy, I am a very strong supporter of wind energy, but in order to generate the same load as the CCGT, you're going to need about 16 times the mineral input. And of course, as you pointed out, these minerals are not found in the easiest of places. Now, we're already suffering from a dependency that our partners effectively have weaponized. We are in the future looking at dependencies on other geographies which are also complex. How do we learn from our, I'm not saying mistakes, but I'm saying our experiences today to actually put in place the mechanisms so that we are not jeopardizing the transition that we're all backing by 5 years from now finding ourselves having moved away from the energy crisis but right into a commodity crisis.
Thanks. Any final questions from the floor? Yes, gentleman here.
Yeah, so just kind of going back to a question that I raised earlier, which is dealing with sort of the urgency of the situation. And this is something that it doesn't seem to me there's much clarity in this, thinking about what politicians are saying in Europe. The expectation is that we're going to see about 40 to 50% increase in demand for energy over the next 25 years. Totally agree, some of that will come from green, some of that will come from natural gas, et cetera. But with your point that it takes 10 years, 20 years for projects in Europe, are Europeans doing enough to get ready for the increase and for the competition that they will have for commodities, whether they be natural gas or otherwise, et cetera?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So who wants to respond?
You can take a stab and then we can
we'll take
all
it.
that. Yeah. So on the critical minerals and the rare earth minerals, you're absolutely right. And I wouldn't say it's coming, I'd say it's here. That's the reality. And Gabriel can probably give you more specific examples. But as I mentioned, there are initiatives to try and address this. Whether or not they can and will be successful in time to alleviate the issue remains to be seen. And, sort of combining the two questions, in the short term, this, as you quite rightly said, we're looking at this in timelines. There's short term, there's medium term, and there's long term. In the short term, there is a lot of pain. That's just how it is, right? there already is, and there will be more. To coin a phrase, winter is coming, and it's likely going to get worse. I mean, Europe is the long contracts are going to Asia. There's over-reliance on spot. Prices are going to go up. Energy prices go up. Everything goes up. People suffer. I'm hopeful that I'm wrong. But that's what it looks like right now, at least in the short term, unless something changes dramatically. That's my 2 cents.
I would say that I think the answer could take forever, to be frank, but on the commodity crisis, quick comment is that we need to be mindful that mining as an industry moves at glacial pace. Right? I mean, pretending that we can start mining and something will happen in the next week, the next year, or the next 5 years is going to be complicated. However, I mean, we need to move now, correct? Normally, companies and politicians and corporations are very good at crisis, correct? Using the I don't know, the story of the frog and the boiling water, correct? If you put a frog in boiling water, it will jump out of boiling water and save itself. But if you put it into warm water and you start increasing the water, it will die, correct? It will not react on time. Companies and politicians are very good at boiling water, at Ukraine wars, at sitting down, let's meet, let's go for it, but anticipating problems, anticipating that actually the best resource is not where the load is and you need transmission infrastructure that takes years. Let's start working on it in anticipation of that. Let's start working in anticipation of this commodity crisis. That's not easy, correct? I mean, cost of energy. Well, the energy markets are designed to price the marginal cost of fuel. If we believe in energy transition, that solar and wind, they are technologies, they are not fuels, which are marginal cost of zero sources of electricity, are going to become the norm, the market is not designed properly to price the future electricity. There are multiple fronts where the industry has to work, because an energy transition like the one we all envision and we all want, it doesn't happen under the old structures. You need to change several structures as part of that whole process. Going back to Europe, I will have to repeat myself that it's not a problem of lack of capital, lack of interest, that the technologies are not viable. They are. Even the floating deeper waters technology, that, I mean, they will be viable for sure. The question is that licensing and getting in a position to execute and build on those projects is very complicated.
Thanks.
For the last part, which is quite important, the licensing, I'm more optimistic because also in the REPowerEU, it is mentioned that the licensing has to become less of a factor of a problem. And I think because I have been discussing with many people in Brussels and in many also in Greece, that everybody understands that right now we have to scale down the time that we need to license. But apart from that, energy projects, no matter what kind of energy source it is, they take time. Even if you look to pipelines, or if you see LNG, or if you see oil, all projects, they take time. It's the nature of the energy industry that it has long lead times. I expect that renewable energy has less lead times, and because it has a higher, let's say, I wouldn't say democratic index, but it is more fragmented and smaller in some cases, like the solar PV, as is in Greece, for instance. It will have a higher penetration in the mix, more fast. Of course, there are challenges like the grid, the grid also has challenges of the prices, the commodity prices, and so on. So it's a vice versa thing. But generally speaking, I think the renewables will be faster than any other energy substitutes of our current lack.
Okay.
If I may, I'd just like to add on the REPowerEU, because it's come up several times. One of the key points there is energy saving, right? And so, someone said to me, a friend recently said to me, climate change is as much about change as it is about climate. It's about changing the way we do things, greater energy saving construction, and the way people consume, more of a move towards more of a circular economy. But as has been voiced by both my fellow panelists, these things take time. This is not going to be a 180 pivot that's going to happen overnight.
Okay, we're going to end it there, which is actually, again, fairly positive note that we ended without avoiding the problem. Somebody said in the earlier panel, actually, that nobody disagrees about the end goals. We can, debate how we're going to get there and what's the best method for getting there. I actually have read the REPower EU document, and the target has been raised to 45% of renewables in final consumption, raised from 40%, so by 2030, and that's up from 22% today. So the scale of the ambition is actually quite high, and the main ways the document identifies to get there is, number one, streamline permitting, because this is the process for installing new renewable energy. That is the massive constraint at the moment. Others, hydrogen sourcing, LNG, investment in new fuel technologies, obviously hydrogen, biomethane at scale. These are unproven at scale new technologies, but we have wind, we have solar, and we have gas as the transitional fuel. And I think, what was said this morning, I can't remember who said it. Actually, it was probably David Harris, because he, has had a good turn of phrase. And he said the pragmatists have now got to take charge over the purists. And I think that's the kind of discussion that we've had today, a more nuanced discussion about the green transition and how we're going to reach these targets. So thank you very much, everybody who's contributed through your questions and your introductions to that discussion. Thanks to the panel. We'll do a quick photo and move on to our final session. Thank you, gentlemen.
Pleasure. Are you hanging or are you staying in New York or going back?
I'm staying. I'm catching a Yankees game on Friday, and yeah, nice to see you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for staying with us for a great session now to finish the day. We're looking at the financial landscape for the Eastern Mediterranean region. All our speakers are in the room. I hope you're all mic'd up. So let me invite everybody to join me here. Konstantinos Herodotou, Governor of the Central Bank of Cyprus, Vasiliki Lazarakou, Chair of the Hellenic Capital Market Commission, George Theokaridis, Chairman, Cyprus Securities and Exchange Commission, Andreas Iasemidis, President of the Cyprus Investment Funds Association, Peter Nathaniel, Member Impala Partners, and Ioannis Georgalas, Chairman, Association of Cyprus Electronic Money and Payments Institutions, Non-Executive Director, XCOM BX. Great to have you all. Please have a seat. Right. Time. That means that everybody's got their 5 minutes to start off with, and we will have time then for a Q&A and a conversation about where we stand in the financial sector in the region. So we're delighted to have the Governor of the Central Bank of Cyprus, and we're going to start with you.
Thank you. Distinguished co-speakers and guests, thank you for the opportunity to address this important topic today. Banks' key function to intermediate funds from savers and investors towards corporates is crucial for securing an efficient allocation of national savings to real investment opportunities that contribute to growth, especially in the Eastern Mediterranean region, where, for example, the percentage of corporates accessing funding through the capital markets is less prevalent compared to Western countries such as the United States and the UK. A robust banking sector safeguards the conditions for higher and sustainable economic growth. Access to banking sector services with relatively low transaction costs provides for growth and prosperity, as bank financing constitutes the backbone of economic activity, particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean region. As per the European Central Bank's survey on the access to finance of enterprises in the euro area in the fourth quarter of 2021, nearly half of the SMEs relied mainly on banking products, and subsidized loans to fund their operations. Other banking products such as overdrafts, leasing, hire purchase, and subsidized loans were also assessed as almost equally relevant, while equity and debt securities remain among the least frequently used. As at December 2021, nearly 41% of loans and advances granted by the banking sector to EU non-financial corporations are towards SMEs, with that percentage being almost double in Cyprus at 80%, the highest across all EU countries. In Greece also, it is above the EU average at 47%. Therefore, having in place a healthy, robust, and resilient banking sector capable of supporting the real economy by providing fresh lines of credit is of paramount importance. The European institutions have acknowledged this need to secure bond funding in Europe and have taken legislative measures to create incentives for bank lending to enterprises. However, legislative incentives on their own would not have been enough without having in place a healthy and resilient banking sector. The European banking sector has made tangible steps towards this direction, mainly thanks to the inception of the Single Supervisory Mechanism in 2014. The benefit from the common SSM supervisory standards is clear as it provides common regulation and common banking standards across the Eurozone, including, of course, Greece and Cyprus. Following the 2013 crisis, the banking sector in Cyprus has been considerably improved, exhibiting satisfactory capital and liquidity levels, which are fundamental prerequisites in order to support the real economy. All underlying key fundamentals have been tangibly improved, with non-performing loans in the banking sector having been reduced by 89%, from 28.4 billion euros in December 2014 to only 3 billion euros in December 2021. The loss absorption capacity, as measured by the Common Equity Tier 1 ratio, amounts to 17.6% in December 21, a level above the respective EU average of 15.7%. And the Cyprus banking sector is among the most liquid across the EU, with the liquidity coverage ratio being at 344% as at February 2022, almost double the respective EU average of 175%. Let me take a moment here also to dispel a false perception as regards Cyprus and its banking sector and its so-called reliance on Russian money. If we look at it from a loans perspective, the total loans to Russian entities is less than 1% of the total loans of the Cyprus banking sector. It's actually at 0.7%, which is 454 million euros. If we look at deposits, that's below 5% of total deposits. So there is no reliance whatsoever on both the asset side or the liability side of the banking sector. I will conclude on another still relevant note, that is the latest Eurozone macroeconomic developments. We are faced with an exceptional degree of uncertainty, which complicates the delicate balancing act of the European Central Bank to bring inflation to target without undermining economic growth prospects. At the Governing Council of the European Central Bank, we need to continue to be very attentive of all these elevated uncertainties and their implications on the evolving economic outlook. Upcoming new data in June will orient and define the pace of our policy normalization process, and I believe gradualism should play an important factor to achieve this delicate balancing act. We need to be clear that the ECB's objective, as per the recently revised monetary policy strategy review, is to firmly anchor inflation at 2% over the medium term and contribute to safeguarding financial stability. Hence, our monetary policy actions at the ECB need to help to maintain a stable macroeconomic environment that greatly assists the euro area banking sector to effectively perform its role as the main funding source to the real economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Going straight over to Vasiliki Lazarescu now, Chair of the Hellenic Capital Market Commission.
So as we have heard in the previous panels, the Greek economy and the capital markets as well, as I will analyze, have showed clear signs of growth in the last couple of years. And actually, especially in 2021, if I can say 2021 for the capital markets was a year of growth. And why? In the funds raised through the stock exchange in 2021 were 5 times more than the funds raised in 2020 and 10 years more than the funds raised in 2019, 2018, etc. So we see a huge difference. Also, the assets in the investment in the mutual funds have really increased very much in comparison to the previous years. And I have to say also that the assets, the investments in the Greek mutual funds, for the first time in all these years, were more than the investments in the foreign mutual funds, which shows that the Greek investors started investing again in the Greek mutual funds. So we see that this year was a significant year in this respect from a capital markets point of view. Now, of course, the Capital Market Commission have done a lot of things since the beginning of our administration. We took some strategic decisions. So what we did is we did 3 things. The first of all is that we put forward new legislation in respect of the corporate governance law of listed companies and new type of products. Second, we invested on the digitalization of the Commission. And the third one is that we try to simplify procedures and try to speed up the approval process in case of rights issues and corporate bond issuances. So I want to expand on the corporate governance because for us it's the most fundamental issue if you want to have a corporate environment that will operate efficiently. So what we did is that we proposed actually to change the law on corporate governance, which was a rather old law, and this is national legislation because I have a parenthesis that most of the Greek law is EU law, which is either implemented the directives are implemented through national legislation or is already enforced because we are speaking about regulations. So the corporate governance law was a national legislation which we amended in order to make sure that we have a more modern framework, and this had some specific, let's say, the provisions that were changed were mostly in connection with the enhancement of internal mechanism, with a better governance of the board of directors, having more independence criteria for independent directors so that they have a more enhanced role in the way they operate the company. Plus, we had a quota for the underrepresented gender, which in Greece is women. So in like 1 year, because that law was enacted in 2020, but it became into force in 2021. From 11% of women, we had 25% of women now in the board of directors. So after a very good study of the Commission in respect of the inefficiencies of this corporate governance law, we ended up with this proposal, and now we can say that after July 2021, that the law became into force, the vast majority, all Greek companies, listed companies, are now operating under the new legal framework. Plus, this law also provided for another type of alternative investment fund, which can now have an option, the managers have an option to use this type of let's say, alternative investment fund in case they want to operate, to manage funds in Greece. And plus, we also try to allow the managers that decided to establish Greek fund managing companies to have several, if they want to choose to have funds in other jurisdictions. So these were from a legislative point of view. Now, from the second thing that I mentioned, we did was try to simplify the procedures, try to minimize bureaucracy in order to make sure that we speed up the approval process in case a company wanted to raise money through the stock exchange. And the third one was to invest in the digital transformation. So we were accepted to receive funds from the RRF in order to work on a digital transformation, the Commission, I mean. So that means that the next 5 years, the environment is going to change as far as the way we supervise is concerned. Now, what is going forward? Of course, that was only the beginning. Going forward, we need to see which are going to be the next priorities. For us, the next priorities are, first of all, to work on sustainability. So sustainability is important for EU purposes and is important for all of us, the regulators, because we want to make sure that we raise awareness, that the companies understand how, the market participants understand how they're going to comply with the sustainability rules, how they're going to comply with the disclosure rules that they have. So sustainability is very important, and for us, the regulators. Second, of course, we endorse all the ESMA initiatives. I'm also sitting in the board of ESMA, and for us, it's very important to see how we're going to proceed with supervisory convergence in Europe, and also how we're going to proceed with all the initiatives that are taken, that ESMA has endorsed, such as, for example, the data management, the better management of data among the EU authorities. And third, it's very important that we put forward further proposals in order to have a more market-friendly environment, as we now have tried already to do. So for us, it's very important that the Greek government as well, together with the DG reform, has decided that they're going to proceed to the enhancement of the capital market environment in Greece. And we, as regulators, are going to work and support this initiative in Greece in order to make sure that we have a more market-friendly environment. This is very important for us. We have one challenge: to proceed and accelerate all the efforts that we do. And this is, and we are going to do our best efforts in order to make sure that we attain our goals.
Thank you very much indeed. Next over to George Theokaridis, who's the chairman of the Cyprus Securities and Exchange Commission.
Sure.
Welcome.
First of all, let me thank the organizers for the invitation. Let me start by just giving a snapshot of the markets that we regulate under CySEC. As a general statement, I should say that the last decade we have seen a tremendous growth in the number of entities that are regulated under CySEC. So if we look at the data back in 2011, we had less than 250 entities that were regulated by CySEC. Now, 10 years afterwards, we have more than 800 entities. So we have seen a substantial increase of more than 200% in the regulated entities. Now, the market, I would say we have a number of markets, but we have two main markets. So the first important market that is under the remedy and the supervision of CySEC is the market for the investment firms, of providing investment services on a cross-border basis to other EU nations or to third countries, such as portfolio management, brokerage services, custodianship, and so on. And that particular section of the market we have seen that substantial increase in recent years. It's divided into two subsectors. The one sector is what we call the fintech firms, basically, the ones that they provide their services through digital means, digital platforms, and their customers are usually not the institutional or professional investors, but they are geared more towards the retail investors. And then we have the second subsection of the investment services market, where basically we have the more traditional type of investment firms. Their customer base is more the institutional, the professional investors, and they don't work with the digital means. They're I should say, not so much technologically advanced. That's a market, and I will come back to that in terms of some of the challenges that we observe here. But this is certainly a very important market that we have under CySEC. Then the second important market that we have is obviously the fund sector. I mean, here we have also the chairman of the Funds Association that will discuss more about it. But certainly for us as CySEC, we support this industry. We believe in this industry. We feel that this industry is extremely important for the Cypriot economy. And one important reason for that is because it can provide the alternative form of financing to support the economy and to diversify the economy out of the lending from the banks and trying to find the capital that is needed in order to finance the economy. It's important to note that for the funds industry, we have a substantial amount of the funds that are the assets under management under these funds that are actually invested in Cyprus. We have 11.6 billion of assets under management. 2.5 billion out of the 11.6 are actually investments in the local economy. Under SciSec, we have more than 300 entities under the funds industry. That includes alternative investment fund management companies, UCITS management companies, and a number of different types of funds. Then we have also another sector which is diminishing in recent times. It's the administrative service providers, corporate services. That's a market that it's slowing down. We have the stock exchange, obviously. We have the listed entities under the stock exchange. Unfortunately, our stock exchange has suffered for a number of years in terms of liquidity and interest in the stock exchange. However, now there is a process of privatization. It has already started. I believe that would be beneficial for the stock exchange by having sophisticated investors, outside investors with the technology know-how to invest in the stock exchange and grow it. And finally, obviously, a market that is coming, that not just in Cyprus, but everywhere, it's the market for the crypto assets. So now we have a registry for the crypto asset service providers. But I should point out that at this point in time, similar to other EU nations, we are supervising them in terms of anti-money laundering practices, not for everything. That would come when MiCA comes into effect, the European regulation, but that will take some time. So investors should be aware of that. And coming and just mentioning a little bit about challenges, digitalization, it's a major challenge, not only for us, I think for a number of countries. Digitalization obviously brings a lot of opportunities. It makes the markets more efficient, less costly. It gives more access to the capital markets to investors. However, investors should be protected, and obviously there is a challenge in order how to protect the retail investor. And obviously it is a challenge, and we're working on that. Just to say a few things that what we have done about that, we have an innovation hub under SciSec, which we are transforming it now into a regulatory sandbox. And the idea is to look at all these fintech solutions to understand how they fit within the regulatory environment, support them, and through the regulatory sandbox, which we have received funding for that. The idea is that they would be tested in a controlled environment before they go into the process of application. We are using a number of technology tools in order to help us to monitor better the regulated entities. So these are some of the things that we're doing in terms of this challenge. And finally, and Vasiliki also touched upon this, it's another obviously challenge is sustainability and sustainable investments and the avoidance of greenwashing. Obviously similar to other EU nations, we have harmonized basically our regulations with the EU regulations, SFDR, taxonomy regulation, benchmark regulation. And the idea is to be able to protect investors better, avoid greenwashing, encourage more investments into the area of ESG. In Cyprus at the moment, there is a very limited scale of investments in ESG. And I hope that in the future that this will grow, because obviously if we're talking about transition into the green economy, it needs financing. So we need to place more emphasis on sustainable investments. That's about it. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So over now to Andreas Iossamides, President of the Cyprus Investment Funds Association, SIFA.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here again after 3 years of the pandemic. I would like to thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to present the Cyprus fund industry. As Mr. Srefaridis said before, it's one of the crucial and very important industries of the Cyprus economy. It's considered to be a pillar of our economy. And we have seen an increasing trend in the last 4 to 5 years for fund managers to establish a structure in Cyprus in order to enter in the European market. I have seen the previous panel, and I heard a lot about the advantages of Cyprus economy, how we managed to get out of the pandemic strong in the fund industry, especially in the fund industry. We have seen increasing interest from fund players across the world to establish a structure in Cyprus, and a significant growth in the assets under management. As Mr. Thoharis mentioned before, we are now very close to 12 billion euro. I know that this is a small number. Cyprus fund industry is relatively young compared to other major fund jurisdictions such as Cayman, Luxembourg, and Ireland. However, we have seen a steady growth in the industry. Indicatively, in 2016, when we started the whole effort to promote the fund industry, we used to have 1.2 billion of euro assets under management, so we have an increase of more than 400%. This could not have been achieved without all the industry players sharing a common vision, working together for the benefit of the sector. CIFA, the Cyprus Investment Fund Association, was established in 2012. Part of our role was to educate our members, to train them about the fund industry, to promote the fund industry across the world, and at the same time to encourage the maintenance of high standards of professionalism in the industry. One of the major industry's recent achievement, which of course needs to be mentioned, is MUFG Investor Services decision to set up an operational center in Cyprus, confirming that our country managed to be transformed to and develop market for fund services. Just to understand, I mean, the importance of this decision, MUFG administers more than 3,000 funds globally, and is a subsidiary of Mitsubishi Bank with more than $3.3 trillion assets under management. The expansion of UFG, which considered to be one of the biggest global fund administrator, is a very important vote of confidence for the Cyprus economy in general, but more specifically for the fund industry. MUFG has decided to establish a structure in Cyprus because we can offer very competitive services in the sense that they can service their client at much lower cost, maintaining the same high level of services. And this is very important for the fund industry. Another thing that we have seen, and it's very significant for the industry, is the fact that this development has highlighted that Cyprus is a safe destination for collective investment. It also confirms the fact that the necessary infrastructure is in place along with the right environment, balancing also quality of life, which is very important, to host the headquarters of other leading international firms and organizations. The reason behind this is, first of all, the legal and the tax framework that governs collective and alternative investment space in Cyprus, which has significantly evolved and developed in the recent year with the assistance of the regulator and Ministry of Finance, and is considered to be very competitive to other European and non-European jurisdictions, such as Ireland and Luxembourg and Cayman. Other than this, Cyprus offers what we call passporting rights, meaning that a fund management company in Cyprus can be able to enter the European market without having to get any extra license, as well as the low cost to set up and operate a fund management company and a fund in Cyprus. We have seen various fund managers creating a structure in Cyprus to take advantage of all these benefits that Cyprus offer. And if I can say something about our economy, Cyprus as a jurisdiction has shown resilience to overcome any type of crisis in the last 10 years, let's say. Despite being small in size and young as a state, as we are about to get out of the pandemic, We have seen interest for creating shipping fund in Cyprus because deriving from the major need for supply of goods together with the zero emission policies and regulations that have been imposed worldwide. Obviously, Cyprus special tax regime for shipping, the tonnage tax, is also catalytic for creating shipping fund in Cyprus. We have seen an emerging interest towards investing in renewable energy, such as solar energy and wind farms, making a percentage of 2.7 of the total AUM. It's important to be mentioned. The increasing interest comes as a result of the EU policies and regulation for taxonomy and other legislation, and is amplified by the recent Russian-Ukrainian war that led to heavy restriction on fuel sourcing and its chain of distribution. We estimate that this interest for the green energy will continue, and the fund industry has a major role to play in attracting seed financing from investors that they are keen to invest in this kind of sectors. Of course, there are also, this is just a few of the rising investment fields. In the past few years, a remarkable increase in investment through funds in relatively new sectors such as fintech and blockchain. Another point that should be mentioned here is the fact that there is an increasing interest for startups, particularly a significant amount of investments made through Cypriot fund by Israeli investors and fund managers. Many of these investments are related to startup vehicles in Israel, Europe, and the US, mainly the tech space, and applications also across various sectors, including finance, gaming, healthcare. Our main focus in Cyprus as jurisdiction when it comes to Israeli investor and fund manager is to facilitate their structure in order to provide them access to the European market, and at the same time low-cost alternative, much needed, especially for startup ventures. In closing, the combination of the continuously evolving legal framework, the cost efficiency, and the pro-business environment and profession is that we have in Cyprus makes Cyprus, I think, an ideal location for global players looking to establish a sustainable basis for operation. In a nutshell, I can say that there are many investment opportunities in the region, in various fields. I think more in Israel and Greece than in Cyprus. However, Cyprus has all the tools in place for optimum structuring to finance all these investments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Peter Nathaniel, member of Impala Partners.
Thank you. And I realize we're a bit short on time here. So I'm going to sort of try to view this from a global perspective and a little bit from an outsider's perspective and bring together some of the thoughts that at least I've heard and have for the region. We sat here at the inaugural conference 3 years ago, and the theme, at least I pushed for, was looking for enduring growth in this region. And endurance meant, at that time, obviously we didn't know COVID was coming, but endurance to absorb any more bumps that were coming. And I think if you look at it in that perspective and where we sit today, it's really a story of 3 states. You know, there's 3 different markets, very different on many levels. We've already discussed that. Strong investment grade at one end, GDP per capita ratios double, you know, Greece is at the other end. And Cyprus pretty much exactly in the middle, sort of from a distribution of wealth perspective and development of the economy, and even ratings, split ratings, or just investment grade versus Greece trying to make the crossover. So as an investor, you've really got to think, you know, putting the investor's hat on, we're allocating capital globally. Where do we want to be? Where do we want to play? There's no such thing as, you know, money for nothing. There's no such thing as high return with no risk. And once you've decided sort of where you want to play, I think it's really about thinking about where the opportunities are, how much tolerance for risk you have, and what sort of returns there are. That's the way I think, as an investor conference, that's the way we should be viewing the world. It's fine to listen to what's being done and, you know, the sort of sell side, but we need to make some decisions based on all of that. And I think, you know, if you want to just put it in pure notional upside, where the upside is, I think Andres just said it, it's at one end, it's at Greece. And we just covered it in macroeconomic terms. If you look at the shrinkage of the economy post-2014, the collapse, it really didn't bounce back for a good period of time, 2019, 20 even. Even prior to COVID, there was a downturn in 1 year in economic development, economic growth. But it's a very different economy today than it was before. It's a very different economy. It's structured differently. The financial sector is very different. It's one third less in total assets. The dependency on some of these capital market developments and things, they will come over time through governance reforms and legal reforms and what have you. But you know, moving on to the central bank view from Konstantinos, is that economy on its own is not going to be able to perform to maximize its potential growth unless the financial sector itself improves. If you look at the valuations of the banking system in Greece, they're still well beneath European averages. They're half, actually, of European averages, with the exception of one bank, which is exactly at the European average. And I think to prove itself to international investors, it really needs to make the changes, the reforms, continue on the path that it's been on, this enduring growth path, to finish the job, continue on this path of cleaning out the banks. I know the high double-digit NPL ratios are down dramatically, need to keep going, which brings on another issue, some headwinds coming here. It's a bit of an elephant in the room, but the elephant brings opportunities, is the way I see it. The elephant in the room is current account deficits are increasing in Greece, and we're focusing on Greece for the moment, and the gap is being plugged by a sort of a proxy FDI, foreign direct investment, which is being provided by European institutions. That's not real, okay? To make it real, to make real risk-reward return decisions for the market, the tether from Europe and the quasi-governmental soft money institutions needs to be cut eventually. That's not going to happen overnight. So in their entry to stop the current account deficit gaps by providing this, you know, pseudo FDI, opportunities arise. There are what in America we call public-private partnerships. So there are opportunities for people from the outside to come in with that soft money into some of these sectors we've already talked about. The technology sector, there's a fintech ecosystem developing. The digital modernization of the financial sector, not least the rest of the economy. The renewable energy sector, 20 gigawatts of power, 7 of it's going to become renewable by 2030, and they're on track. In fact, it has one of the highest demand per gigawatt features in all of Europe. Clearly, some work has to be done on the bureaucratic side in terms of licensing, but the demand is there. So all of that is, you know, relates to foreign direct investment, and some of it's going to be filled by these European institutions. But the goal should be to come in with them, learn about the market as an investor, and try to do it on your own eventually. And that's where there'll be more returns. It's not going to be as high returns when you come in with a European institution, but it gives you a chance to learn. This is a long process. And I think over time, some of those will be there. The headwinds, the sort of the thing that I think we need to think about, again, they may offer opportunities. The tripwire that a lot of investors would look at is this triumvirate of current account deficit, increasing interest rate environment, which, you know, whichever way we talk about it, something has to happen there, and access to capital. The Greek government, you know, is sort of, from a debt capacity and funding perspective, does have a lot of runway, but it's operating on subsidized debt. 75% of the debt's held by European institutions. That subsidized debt will come off at some point. So we just got to keep our eye on the ball as investors to say, are we getting adequate return for what we're putting our money into here in these industries? And each of these industries have opportunities. I think we can look at them, all of the ones that have been mentioned. Winners, there are losers, there are leaders, and there are laggards. Who are they? Segment the market, identify them, and have a look at what sort of enduring resilience they have if the things I just said happen. Because we can't avoid the truth. We can't just put our heads in the sand and say everything's going to be great. We have to be a little bit proactive and think about some of those things. So I think in closing, to keep it brief for now, is there's clearly a foreign direct investment gap. But this is what makes it an opportunity. And I think it's what I would call a out of the 3 states, Greece is probably the cheapest EU convergence play from an investment perspective out of the 3. It's got the most to gain, but in that it needs to attract the most in FDI, and that's what makes the opportunities there for foreign investors.
Thank you very much indeed. And so last but not least, we have Ioannis Georgilas, Chairman of the Association of Cyprus Electronic Money and Payment Institutions and Non-Executive Director of XCOM BX.
Thank you so much, Joanne. Good evening. The bad thing is that I'm speaking last and after Peter. The good thing is that he's a friend of mine and I get to learn a lot from him. So I come from the fintech industry, specifically from the electronic money institutions world. In general, some generic information are that the top 5 global fintech ecosystems are in Silicon Valley, New York City, London, Singapore, and Beijing. Europe and North Africa are no longer dominate the top 20 fintech ecosystems, and the Asia Pacific region is contributing as many globally leading hubs as North America. So, digital-only banking clearly is on the rise, including by adding new services such as wealth management, as well as broader service bundles. Artificial intelligence is on the edge, which is a natural complement to fintech that is helping the industry develop hyper-personalized solutions. Now in our region, in Greece and Cyprus, it looks like the last years there is a big, let's say, turn to investment in this industry. In Greece, we saw lately that JP Morgan agreed to acquire a big stake in a Greek fintech called Viva, and a Greek bank, Piraeus Bank, will build a new online only independent bank for customers in Greece and the rest of the European market, capitalizing on digital trends in banking as a service and buy now, pay later. In Cyprus, thanks to the good climate and the knowledge that the central bank brings, we are lucky to host quite a few electronic money and payment institutions, which I consider to be the future of the financial services industry. When you look at the top 5 countries that are leading the fintech innovation, you see the strengths that, let's say in the United States, the strengths are the payments, the B2B fintech, and the security. In the UK, you have the challenger banks. They are good in personal finance and wealth, lending, and blockchain. In Singapore, they are very good at wealth management, digital banking, and SME. In Lithuania, payments, lending, banking, and cryptocurrencies are their own strengths. Switzerland, cryptocurrency, blockchain, wealth management, and crowdfunding. Now, in Cyprus, we have, let's say, some different kind of strengths. First of all, we have very good human capital. And you can see that a very good example is the Forex industry that is regulated under the Cyprus Securities and Exchange Commission. There are about 150 licenses, I think, if I'm correct. So there are a lot of people working there. These people, they often try to find better jobs, so it's easy for a new company to find good personnel. We have the universities there that brings out people every year. We have a very good tax system. The quality of life is excellent. And the business environment for tech companies lately is getting better and better thanks to the efforts of the new Ministry of Innovation that is established in the country. And last but not least, we have a very good, strong financial services culture. All these are some reasons that also our company operates on the island. Now, just I'm going to say a few things about EcomBX. We employ 55 persons. We are an electronic money institution. We are proud being the first company on the island to implement 4 working days per week. And lately, we have applied for a fintech banking license, which is under review by the Central Bank and the European Bank. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, thanks all of you. So we've had quite a journey through the financial landscape of Cyprus in particular, but also Greece. And so I'd like to ask the audience, first of all, any questions from you before I pose my questions. If you have, please just raise your hand and I will take you. I never actually thought, after all these years of chairing events in Greece in particular, that I'd be sitting and asking people from the region working in this industry if they have any worries possibly about stagflation. That it's been so many years that anybody's ever talked about this as a problem. But I do remember the 70s in the UK. Coming back to you, Governor, you made that necessary correction to this perception that the Cypriot banking sector doesn't actually have much reliance at all on Russia. But of course, like everywhere else, Cyprus and Greece is going to be hit by the fallout from this war, by the sanctions that have been imposed on Russian entities and individuals, and obviously also from the fact that we're not going to have Russian or Ukrainian tourists coming to this region. That's going to be a big change this year. But most of all, the hit obviously is going to come through the supply chain difficulties, and increase in commodities prices, and the outcome of that, this runaway inflation that we're seeing hitting already 8.1% in the Eurozone. So there's no doubt that the ECB and the Fed and the Bank of England are all going to be grappling with the same issue or dilemma which you raised of how to try and tame inflation through interest rate rises. Our assumption is that the ECB is going to raise rates 3 times this year, starting in July, and that they will be front-loaded. The dilemma is how to do this, how to tackle this problem without compounding the problem of a growth slowdown, which we are going to see, because inflation is going to hit private consumption, it's going to hit businesses in quite a significant way in Europe. So how do you see the next 12 months really unfolding, and actually even into 2023? What are going to be the drivers of growth in the Cypriot and Greek economies over the next 12 to 18 months?
Sure. You raised a number of issues. Let me start with stagflation. That's something that's analyzed at the ECB for the time being. Even though we will have new numbers next week, we have a governing council meeting. But for the time being, there is limited risk for stagflation. So the main aim of the monetary policy right now is to deal with inflation, as I said, without impacting economic growth. The complexity is that in Europe, it's still majority supply side effects that are driving inflation, as opposed to the US and the UK, which is more demand side. So in Europe, we still haven't seen wage price rises. We still don't have tight labor markets, as opposed to the US, which is why the Fed raised rates before the ECB, and as opposed to the UK. So I'm not that concerned for the time being about stagflation. However, we need to manage inflation expectations, because as you rightly said, that impacts consumer behavior. Currently, consumer consumption, and I'm still talking across the Eurozone, and that includes Greece and Cyprus, in terms of these characteristics. Currently, consumer consumption is sustained because of the higher savings consumers have had during the COVID lockdowns. Now there is a question mark, how long will that last? But for the time being, we haven't seen an impact on the consumption side, as we haven't seen an increase in terms of the inflation. 2/3 of inflation is primarily energy. Moving on to Russian impact. Here, I can talk more knowledgeably about Cyprus, but the main areas of impact are, as you pointed, tourism. That's 20% of total tourism. I'm not that concerned about that, because already a big percentage of that has been covered from other countries. And it's always been a very flexible market, tourism. I could only assume that something similar is in for Greece, but as I said, I'm not that knowledgeable over there. The second big impact is professional services. Russia represents 16% of the professional services. That may take longer for our professional services sector to adjust, meaning accounting and legal services. But as already mentioned, the level of skills in the country are quite high. So it's about legal skills, it's about accounting skills. There are other industries and sectors that are exhibiting growth. So I have full confidence in the capability of our accounting firms and legal firms to divert their skills, because the skills are the same. They are not country related. It's basic skills in accounting and law, to divert those skills in the other growing areas. The thing that will I'm less optimistic about, and it will impact the entire Eurozone, is the rise in commodity prices. Because of the economies coming out of, and I'm talking too long, I'll finish with this.
It's fine.
We have seen a rise in commodity prices and energy prices because of COVID and the supply side effects. But these have been exacerbated because of the crisis. I do not expect a quick adjustment to normal commodity prices in terms of oil and gas, to be more specific, because of the impact of the sanctions. And because, as we already heard from a previous panel, by its nature, alternative resources, that will take some time. So I think that's the area that may take a bit longer to adjust. But as regards the other impacts in the economy, I'm quite confident that we will exhibit a quick adjustment.
And so just to follow up, would you expect to see, because of base effects and so on, would you expect to see a rapid decline in inflation later this year? Or because of what you've just said about commodities, you think it's going to be much stickier than many maybe anticipate?
Let me take a step back and say, before the war in Ukraine, all projections were showing a hump-like inflation, so that by the end of 22, early 23, it would come back down for the Eurozone to the 2% target. And here I need to clarify, it's a 2% medium-term target, but it would have come down to 2% by early next year. Because of the war, we keep getting surprises on the inflation in 22. It's much higher than expected across the board. It's going to be, so we will not be near that, we will see a reduction by the end of the year, but we will not be as close to 2% as originally expected. And this will continue for a good part of 23. But what is still in the projections is that the medium-term outlook for the Eurozone, which is the target of the ECB, and therefore the monetary policy adjustments are done in order to control and impact the medium-term inflation. You cannot impact inflation in 2 quarters through monetary policy. That is still around, at least on the basis of the March numbers. We will get the June numbers next week. It was still at around 2% in about 3 years' time.
Okay, great. Thanks very much for that comprehensive answer. We've actually come to the end, but I'm just going to, I will let you come back, but everybody has to be very brief because we have to be out of this room, which has to be prepared for another function. And what I was going to say to finish up would be quite nice if all of you could just identify from your own point of view, from the area, the sector in which you're working, what you would identify as the absolute #1 priority for the next 12 months for your industry. If you want to come back briefly on my question about inflation and interest rates, and that's good as well. So let's start.
If I can add, in the first question, obviously, okay, the first part has been addressed probably by the governor, and he's more expert than us to discuss about monetary policies. I will touch upon the impact of the war and the independence of Cyprus economy, some sectors of our economy to Russia. I could say I totally agree with the governor that there will be an impact actually in 2 sectors, in tourism and professional services. I strongly believe that because we have seen that Cyprus can overcome similar crises in the past, show resilience, that we have the proper staff, have skilled staff in the professional services, and what we need to do in the next 6 to 12 months is to transform our offering, to provide services to companies that decided to create they are headquartered in Cyprus, to create a regional basis, to offer sophisticated services such as fund services, fund administration services. That's why we have seen the recent announcement by MUFG to create a structure in Cyprus. We have the staff, we have the cost efficiency, and I believe that we'll manage to transform what we offer, our business model in the professional services, in order to overcome this crisis as well. And what we need to do is we need to train our people, to train the staff in order to be able to overcome this crisis and offer different kind of services within the professional service.
Excellent, thank you. So I'm going to take everybody in reverse order. So literally, please, just your 30-second maximum 1-minute take on the priorities. So Ioannis, I'll start with you.
I'm gonna say something on behalf of the whole country, not just my sector. I would say that digital transformation should be a priority for the country, and on top of that, I would say that education plays a big role in this in this effort. I'm sorry. Digital transformation will reduce bureaucracy, will reduce the cost of living, and also will make people's life easier. By educating the people, I think the outcome would be better for everyone.
Great, thank you. George?
Sure. For us, I mean, obviously, as a regulator for the financial services, our top priority is to protect the investors. Protect the investors through efficient supervisory practices. So obviously, digitalization, as we discussed, brings, yes, lots of opportunities, but at the same time, it creates challenges. And for us, our priority is to work on those challenges, to protect the investor as much as possible, given the fact that we have all these challenges with digitalization, especially now that we will have the crypto soon across the EU with MiCA regulation.
Thank you. Vasiliki.
First of all, let me say that we faced unprecedented challenges all this time because of your question, of course. And first it was the pandemic, now we have the war, we also have inflation, we have the rise in the energy cost. So this is something that we all need to take into consideration. But having said that, because I have to say something to Peter, because the reports about Greece after, let's say, Moody's and all these Standard & Poor's, etc., after the war, they speak about the banking sector having a positive outlook. So it seems that even though we have all these challenges, it seems that we are on a track now and that we can deal at least with all these issues. Now, the priority for the regulator is to continue the structural reforms that we are doing in order to make sure that at the same time, of course, ensuring the investor protection and the smooth operation of the market and transparency in the market, but in order to make sure that the market is reshaped and we proceed to new business models and we try to cater new business models and we try also to see how we can proceed with the financial technology and the fintech and the new world in front of us.
Great, thank you. Peter?
Similar theme, stay the course. With a slight twist, which is build some resilience, and in that resilience for exogenous shocks, which we've discussed, and in the building and the modernization of the economy and the financial sector, there are opportunities. There are opportunities from the outside to participate in that modernization and the construction of a more resilient economy to ride this out for whatever happens from the outside that you can't control, whether it's 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, whatever. Nobody's talked about recession as we do in the US, and whether a recession comes or not. But these business models need to be more productive, and there's value for investors in making them more productive, including the valuation of these banks. They will increase, they will become more productive, and digital transformation is one part of it, but I think Ioannis touched on the banking as a service model as one example. There are other permutations of how that can really be effectuated, but I think that's the moral for the next few years.
Thanks. Last word to you, Governor.
Sure. I think the flexibility and the reactiveness, at least of the Cypriot economy, is already proven by the result of the first quarter, which was of economic growth. It came out at 5.8%, much higher than any of our projections and scenarios, which means, as the other colleagues here have said, we have been flexible and we are showing this in practice already. And we do not need to invent the wheel. There are so many sectors that we are behind other countries that are good examples. So let's just get at it and close that gap that will provide growth, because we do have the skills in the country.
Thank you. Talking of resilience and staying the course, I'd like to thank all of you, because you were the final panel of the day and it's a very important one, and we really appreciate that you did stay with us, and it was great to hear how things stand now in the region. And thanks also for staying the course, everybody in the room, and thank you for your participation and questions. We've reached the end of the day. We've had a lot of discussions, and I just want finally to thank once again our sponsors, without whom this wouldn't be possible. So thank you very much. Thank you to all our speakers throughout the day for a great discussion, I think, we've had throughout the whole day, very important one. Thanks to the audience, and last but not least, thank you to Nectaria and her brilliant team from Athens for putting this event together, for bringing everybody together in New York once again. I've enjoyed chairing it, and we hope to be back next year. So thanks, that's all my thanks, and well done. I think, shall we have a photograph for this final panel? Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Great to see you again.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
That's great.
Hello.
Hey, Joan, how are you?
I'm good. How are
Great
you
job.
doing?
Great job.
You're looking well.
Thank you.
Yeah, you look great.
EcomBX. With us, the future is today.
Follow me. You see, better days are here.